I'd like to start by just welcoming to the table two new directors at the FSA, Anjali Janala, who's the Director of International and UK Affairs. Anjali's been with us for some time, but has been promoted, and great to see her with us today. And also to Tara Smith, who's our new Director of People and Resources. So welcome, Tara. Tara's in her first week, so we'll be gentle on you today. Since the last meeting, we also have another new director, Junior Johnson, who's the new Director of Operations. He's sent apologies for the board this morning, but will be joining us for the Business Committee this afternoon. I'd like now to turn to the main business of the meeting, and as usual start by asking colleagues if they have any new external interest to declare which have not previously been put on the record. Ruth.
Yes, I'd like to say that I'm now a member of the External Advisory Board of the UK Food Safety Research Network as of April this year.
Only in relation to
Any other new declarations? Okay, so the second thing that I want to ask is that I'm keen that, I know all of these interests have been declared, but I'm very keen that we consider whether any of them may be particularly pertinent to items on the agenda for today, and to put that onto the public record. We have got an item on food hypersensitivity, and I know that members of the board themselves have food hypersensitivities, or have family members who might be affected. And so if I could just ask those board members who might be in that position to declare it. That's Ruth, Margaret, and Peter. Thank you. And are there any other items on the agenda today for which people feel they need to declare? Tim.
Thanks. Yes, that's the moment. Yes, in terms of the scientific report, I'm a non-executive director of the Veterinary Medicines Directorate, and obviously we have some joint research with VMD, although I'm not directly involved in any decision-making around that, but I declare that interest. And in respect to the genetic technology discussion, I sit on the Farm Animal Genetics Resources Committee, and we, under the guise of DEFRA, have also had an input. Again, there isn't a conflict. I see them as complementary, but if there is any conflict, I'll certainly highlight. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think any of those require people to absent themselves from the discussions, but I think helpful to have noted that. Thank you. The next item is to consider the questions which have been posed to the board ahead of this meeting. We've actually received 8 questions. 5 of them relate to gene editing, 2 of them relate to food hypersensitivity, and 1 of them to an item which will feature in the Chief Exec's report. What's been our usual custom is to read out all of the questions at the start, but given the number of them, what I'm going to suggest we do today is that we will read the questions relevant to each item at the start of that item, so that it's easier for people to hold them in their minds. So on that note, I'm going to ask. We'll come to the one for the Chief Exec's report at that item. So that brings us to the start of the main proceedings today, which is to consider the minutes from the last meeting. And if I could ask board members whether there is any matter in the minutes from the last meeting which is incorrect. People happy with the minutes? Thank you. And then you'll see that there were a number of matters arising, many of which will be picked up during the course of the meeting, and all of which, as far as I'm aware, are complete and are detailed in the papers. Does anybody require any further information on any of those matters? Content? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on now to my report, which is just, as ever, just a sort of oral update, really, on mostly what I've been up to over the last few months. And I have to say that the time has flown by since we met in Birmingham. I'm absolutely delighted that since then we were able to launch the new FSA strategy, and I think that's been very well received by stakeholders. I was also really delighted to attend our staff awards events, which was really celebrating people across the FSA who in many and varied ways have contributed to what we do and made a very positive difference within the organisation. These were awards for staff nominated by colleagues and judged by colleagues, and I think that makes them especially important and certainly valued. There were fantastic examples of good work and really expressing all of the values that we aspire to within the FSA, and it was a truly uplifting occasion. I've also had various meetings with ministers across government, including the Minister for Farming, Victoria Prentice, the Department of Health Minister, Maggie Throop, and Welsh Minister Lynn Neagle. The focus in all of those meetings has very much been on issues in food supply chains following the invasion of Ukraine and the precision breeding bill, both of which we'll talk more about today. But they've also been an opportunity to discuss our new strategy, and I look forward to the work on the Food Data Transparency Partnership, which was announced as part of the White Paper, and with the Welsh Government on strategies that align with that, including the Healthy Weight, Healthy Whales strategy. A full list of all my external meetings and engagements since the last board has been published. It's always invidious to pick one out, but I have to say that I was very pleased to be able to attend the Balmoral Show in Northern Ireland, which was a fantastic opportunity to meet with a really wide range of people. There were lots of small businesses who spoke very positively about their experience of working with the Food Standards Agency as they'd set up their businesses and put in place really critical food safety procedures. And I was able also to talk with a number of large businesses who are very important in Northern Ireland, particularly about the impact of EU exit and the challenges to the supply chains caused by the war in Ukraine. And finally, also heard and saw examples of some brilliant community food redistribution schemes which are being run. It was also an opportunity to meet very briefly with DERA and touch on our work in relation to the Northern Ireland Food Strategy. I've also met with Heather Kelman, who you'll be aware is the new chair of Food Standards Scotland, and I'm really looking forward to visiting each country in the UK over the next month to launch our new report on food standards, jointly with Food Standards Scotland later this month. One of the things we really highlighted at the board meeting in Birmingham was the issue of household food insecurity. And since then, there's been a lot of work in the agency in considering how we might respond to that. And again, there is a paper at this board meeting. But last week, I was really pleased to see us launch 3 big pieces of research that the FSA has been conducting, which are really pertinent to this issue. And I thought it was interesting that they attracted not insignificant media attention. And I was pleased to join a phone-in conversation on You and Yours, which was a real opportunity to hear directly from people who are experiencing food insecurity, and also actually people who are working in some of the community food redistribution schemes. So I really look forward to the discussion we're going to have later today. On Monday this week, as most of you I suspect will know, government published its new food strategy, and it's important to note that that includes several areas in which the Food Standards Agency will contribute, most notably on the Food Data Transparency Partnership, as I've already mentioned, but additionally on assurance schemes for school food and on support for businesses looking to develop innovative products which might have health or sustainability benefits. I think this is really good evidence of our growing links across government, and I'm looking forward to the DHSC white paper on health disparities, which I hope will pick up some of the other aspects which are going to be important in terms of creating a healthier food system. I am very, very keen that FSA should play its full part in supporting these proposals and in really helping to join up food policy, not only across government, but also across the UK. But I say that whilst also being extremely mindful of the resources that we have available to enable us to do that, and more of that later. Finally, in a bit of board news, we held interviews for new board members recently, and the names of appointable candidates are now with ministers. I'll be going to Northern Ireland on Friday to interview for a new board member for Northern Ireland, and we'll very shortly be launching the advertisement for a new deputy chair as Ruth Hussey's term of office is coming to an end. And rather sadly, appointing a new member for Northern Ireland is really an indication that Colm McKenna is standing down. Colm has been a board member for 6 years now. He's also chair of our ARAC committee, and he's chair of the Northern Ireland Food Advisory Committee. He has been an absolutely stalwart board member. He's been attentive, he's been challenging, he's been supportive, he's been everything you want in a board member, and it's with great sadness we lose you. I mean, 6 years is probably the right time for us to renew and refresh, but there's a great sadness in seeing you go, and huge gratitude, Colm, for everything that you've done for the FSA. Thank you. So as I'm approaching, slightly unbelievably, to me at least, the end of my first year as chair of the Food Standards Agency, I'd just like to take this opportunity really to thank colleagues on the board and indeed everyone within the FSA for your welcome, for your support, and for a huge amount of hard work over what has been an extraordinarily busy year. And I don't think any of us imagine it will be any less busy next year. But I really am looking forward to continuing to work with you and all that I think we can achieve together. Thank you. Any comments or questions on any of that? I realise it was a bit longer than usual, but I think that's because it seems to have been quite a lot busier than usual. Okay, good. So what we will do now is press on to the Chief Exec's report to the board. And before doing that, I'm going to ask Stephen Pollock if he will read out the question, which I think is going to be pertinent to this item. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. So the question has been submitted by Simon Dawson, and Simon's a policy advisor at the Association of Independent Meat Suppliers. Simon asks, how will the proposed civil service workforce reductions impact the FSA's intention to directly employ up to 50% of official veterinarians reported in March 2022? And when will the competition for a service delivery partner to deliver the residual veterinary services begin? Thank you.
So, Emily, I suggest you give us your report as planned and then perhaps either touch on that as you go through or we can pick it up afterwards. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Susan. Good morning, everybody. You have my report in front of you, and I would normally give you a summary of it, but in the interest of time, I won't do that this morning. I just wanted to offer comments on two things. The first is that it has been I think a particularly busy quarter. I'm struck you said the same thing, Susan, but if I look back over the last 3 months and what the organisation has done, it feels as intense as it did 2 years ago at the beginning of the pandemic. And if I just look at what we've done, we've dealt with the Ukraine, the consequences of Ukraine. We've prepared some big policy matters for today's discussion on food hypersensitivity and on household food insecurity. There's been a lot of work on the precision breeding bill. We've done our first, what's called Section 42 reports, so reports to Parliament via Department for International Trade on free trade agreement and the effect on statutory protections to human health. And we've published a CBD products list, and there have been some big incidents with the recalls for Ferrero products, and some on chicken. I've done a public accounts committee. We've had the award ceremony. There have been visits, and then there's been the food white paper, food strategy from DEFRA that came out on Monday, and of course we would have been involved in preparing that. So it's just been an extremely busy quarter, and I just wanted to say a big thank you to colleagues for all of their work on that. The second area I wanted to comment on was on the Civil Service Workforce Commission that we got a couple of weeks ago, just to share information with the board on that. The FSA, like every other government department, has been asked to model cuts to our headcount of 20, 30 and 40%. And this is the aspiration of the government, to take the numbers of civil servants back down to 2016 levels. So overall, that would be cuts to the civil service of about 90,000. This is by 2025, and final decisions would happen in the autumn. But I just wanted to share with the board that as a consequence of this request, we've got to put onto our risk register the risk that this would, if this were to be carried through, would have quite detrimental effects on our ability to deliver for the public. So issues, what would happen would be things like additional backlogs on our regulated products work. We would not be able to reform retained EU law in the way that we've been talking about, because we wouldn't have the capacity to do that. We would probably not be ready for import controls in the way that we've been expecting. There would be challenges to us handling incidents and so on. And I say that because our workforce levels have grown. We're currently at about 1,200 headcount. In 2016-17, we were more like 960. And we've grown in order to do those functions: regulated products, risk analysis, additional scientists. We've expanded our National Food Crime Unit. We've had to expand our teams in Wales and Northern Ireland, because the role of devolved administrations is much bigger when you bring back food law to the UK. And we were expecting to grow further, not least to insource vets up to 50%, and that obviously would add to the headcount. And just to pick up that question that was asked earlier about what the effect of this commission would be, I should say at this stage we've only been asked to model these scenarios. We've not been asked to make any specific cuts, and we hope that that will inform a discussion with the Cabinet Office and the Treasury. But if there were to be cuts, obviously that would affect our plans to directly employ 25%, but we haven't made any decisions on that yet. And the question about the contract timing for our service delivery partner is linked to the extent to which we can directly employ OBs, so we haven't made any final decisions on that. And I'll stop there.
Great, Emily, thank you. And, you know, I do urge people to have a look at Emily's written report. One thing, before I just open it up to colleagues, you refer to the National Audit Office report, and you briefly mentioned the appearance at the Parliamentary Accounts Committee. It would just be helpful, I think, if you could tell the board just a little bit, I mean, the sort of highlights or the key points that came out in that meeting.
Sure. So, I mean, the National Audit Office report looks at EU exit, the experience of regulators, whether we implemented what we needed to do in time to leave the EU, and then what the prospects are for reform. And they were particularly encouraging us in that report to look to do the long-term strategic reform that I think is the intention of Brexit. Actually, the hearing on Monday, I was there with the Health and Safety Executive, Chief Executive, and the Chief Executive of the Competition and Markets Authority. And there were a number of questions particularly focused on resourcing and capability. So they were very interested in skills that we were struggling to access around veterinarians and toxicologists. They were interested in the operation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. And then we circled around a lot the questions of resourcing and risk.
Thank you. Con, and then Margaret.
Sure, thank you. Emily, thank you very much for a very comprehensive report again. I'm delighted to hear that we can talk about a PAC with highlights in the word, not common. No, I just wanted to raise in the point you raised around the headcount, the potential for headcount reduction across the civil service and the impact that could have on the FSA. And I'm really concerned about this, to be perfectly honest. Particularly, not that we shouldn't look for greater efficiency. Of course, we should always look for greater efficiencies and better ways to do things. And we should be very open to stopping doing things that are not absolutely core to our purpose. But I would cite the folly of doing headcount without linked to budget, and this does not appear to be linked to budget. I've seen this done in the private sector and in the public sector. It always ends in tears, and I think I would caution anybody against that. But it strikes me that the decision to do this and bring the headcount back to 2016 levels, which coincides with the Brexit referendum, is really to bring us back to pre-Brexit on the basis that Brexit is done. And I suppose the point I would make is Brexit is anything but done for the Food Standards Agency, and indeed we have considerably increased responsibilities across all three nations for which we're responsible. And we have a responsibility to ensure that we're able to protect the UK population in relation to food standards and safety. We also have a significant role to play in this organisation to ensure that the UK can maximise the opportunities from EU exit, and we've already been doing that in some of the input to trade deals. As already mentioned, the FSA do operate on a three-nation basis across Northern Ireland, Wales and England. I know that the Northern Ireland Executive, particularly our Minister for Health and our Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, place an extremely high value and reliance on the Food Standards Agency and the work that they do. I'm sure that the Welsh Government would say the same. Any suggestion of reduction in support is very concerning and will be very concerning to the devolved nations, and it should be taken into account, because I think FSA are one of the very few organisations that actually operate on a pan-UK basis, if you like, along with FSS. So I think that while we can't say we're not going to do this, it is a commission given by Cabinet Office and Treasury, but I think some of these points need to be made, and this should not, across the civil service, be a one-size-fits-all. There will be organisations, there will be parts of the civil service who will be able to reduce headcount quite safely. We will not. There are massive risks across all three nations in reducing headcount. I think if this was to become knowledgeable to our ministers in Northern Ireland, I think they'd be horrified.
Thank you, Colm, I think that probably sums up a number of concerns that many of us have about that. Margaret, you
Yes, just building on exactly what Colm said, I think we're going to have to look at whether there can be cutbacks, whether there are perhaps ways of working with other government departments where we do similar types of work, and where we can build on new practices post-COVID. But I think that we have taken on these extra duties that Colm's have mentioned post-EU exit, and in order to carry out government policy to ensure that these new processes run smoothly, we do need the staff to do that. And in particular, I'm thinking about things like the licensing novel foods, which we've taken over from FSA. That's quite a big job. And ensuring that import and export processes now work in a different way. We're also the department or the body giving assurance to the new trade agreements, and I think that's all important work and needs to be emphasised. And these are staff that have come in, and jobs that, if EU exit is going to work, will still have to be done. And I emphasise, as Con touched on, that the biggest concern, I think, is with regard to our plans to ensure that the meat industry can be regulated and run properly and smoothly. We do have plans to make it more efficient, to bring the vets in-house, and I think to throw those plans, which have been very long in the making, out would be a huge mistake, so that would worry me. I have one other thing on something completely different. Shall I hold it?
Let me just see if others want to comment on this particular item, and then I am keen that we do talk about some of the work we are doing rather than the worries. Peter was going to come in. Oh, sorry.
Let me echo what Colm has said so far as the devolved nations are concerned. It's clear that it would be difficult if such changes were forced on us. It would be difficult to avoid a significant impact on the devolved nations, and I know the Welsh Government greatly values and depends upon support from the Food Standards Agency in the work that is carried out to ensure safe food in Wales. And the other thing is that the demand on our staff is increasing. The pace of change, so many things that are uncertain, are just not foreseeable, but we have to try our best to foresee, to carry out the horizon scanning work, to be aware of what's happening in all sorts of places around the world, who could have foreseen the impacts of the invasion of Ukraine? And with new technologies moving at the pace they are, there is a need for more staff, not less. And I'm therefore very concerned about the dangers that could arise.
Thank you. Tim?
Thank you. Well, I'm more of the same, but from the perspective around regulated products. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the FSA of 2016, fine, let's achieve efficiencies against that and look critically at what we were, but also we have been an evolving organisation and adapting to change post-Brexit. And it's a very different world with different challenges and a whole range and a tidal wave of new pressures in relation to food. So not only have we got to assure food that comes from a whole range of new international partners that comes into this country, we've got to look more critically at the food that's produced at home and enable that and innovate. And we've also got to look at a wider agenda around innovative foods to address issues, as we'll be discussing later in the agenda, around novel proteins and the ways of addressing the situation for food sustainability. So I think we should put forward a very strong case of our position as we are and will be in the future, not as we were in 2016 necessarily. But I think we also ought to put forward the case around the opportunity costs. It would be very easy to try and squeeze ourselves through the eye of a needle purely on workforce numbers and suffer the consequences. They wouldn't just be to a public department, but they would actually be to the public at large. And I think we need to quantify that and describe that risk. And I think if we can do that, I would hope we would be in a very strong position to maintain the trajectory that we'd set out earlier.
Thank you. Mark?
Thank you, Susan. Not to want to repeat anything that my colleagues have said, other than to say that I support everyone's concern. But I also wouldn't want to lose sight of the fact that a lot of the work that we do as an agency is what I would call enabling work. And I'm thinking particularly about work that supports business and work that supports local authorities. And that enabling work, actually, to cut that would have a disproportionate impact on the services that are provided to both increase confidence in food, both in our country and in the export markets, and also to increase consumer protection. So I think we need to be very conscious of the fact that it's not just what we do, but the impact on all of the other people that rely on us with that kind of enabling function.
Thank you. I mean, huge concerns. Maybe I'll try and just sum up, I think, what I'm hearing, and then about that, and then we'll move on to talk about some of the other items. I mean, I don't think any of us. Well, we know it's beholden on us as a board to assure ourselves that we're spending taxpayers' money as wisely as possible and in their best interests. And I know that colleagues take that very seriously. But I think what we've just heard is that people want to do that in the context of having more resources than to spend on the really vital things that we do. I think it's, we all recognise that our departure from the EU has brought a huge amount of extra work for the FSA, and that's not going to go away. And that the complexities that's added to the devolved structures and the need for additional resource, and I'm very struck by the comments both from Colm and Peter about how ministers in Wales and Northern Ireland might feel about this is very important, and that's something I need to pick up with them. So I think everybody's making the point. If we want to seize the opportunities from having left the EU, we need more resources, not fewer. And doing less will not only be bad and increase the risks to public health, but I think we've also been reminded that it also would be a risk to UK PLC, because our high food standards are crucial to our ability to grow our international trade in food. And we need a properly resourced regulatory system if we're going to support innovation. So I think there are a host of reasons, and I will work closely with Emily as we try to make that case. But just really to say, everybody within the FSA, who I know will be concerned, not only about the work we do, but of course about their jobs, is that as board members we are gravely concerned. I think you've heard that today about the impact that a cut in our numbers would have on our ability to deliver all of the important things that FSA does for the nation. It's a real shame to be talking about this at the moment when actually we've just set out our strategy with all of the areas in which we can make such a positive contribution. Yeah, not where I wanted to start this meeting, but we have to deal with the hand we're dealt.
It can only get better, Chair.
It can only get better. Let me just ask people now to think about the other aspects of Emily's report. You've got the paper in front of you. And Margaret, I know there was a point that you wanted to make on that, and then I'll come to Mark.
Emily, I think it's paragraph 12. You mentioned the FSA report and that they've halted applications on CBD food products, and we haven't. And I think we've sort of touched on this before, but in the light of them halting it and us not, can you explain why we think it's okay to continue?
Can I ask Rebecca to pick that one up, please? Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to. Thank you. So the report notes that EFSA have essentially come to the same conclusion that the FSA has, that literature reviews are not sufficient on their own to provide the evidence that we need to make a risk assessment. So they have stopped the clock, awaiting further evidence, and that's the same approach that we've taken to a number of the dossiers that were presented to us. So we are taking a similar approach. We've done so earlier than the EU in this case.
Mark?
Thank you, Susan. I was also going to ask about CBD. You'd be disappointed if I didn't, but I'm not going to now because Margaret's covered it. The other thing I was just wanted to ask about, Emily, if I may, is your comments around border import controls. And obviously the changes that we're all well aware have come about as a result of that. My questions really are in three spaces, really. What the impact of that is likely to be on our partners in the Port Health authorities, particularly those who are effectively new Port Health authorities and have recruited significant numbers of staff to do this work. The risk I see there is that they'll have to lose those staff, and then in a year's time they'll have to try and recruit them back and train them, and the sheer waste of both people's talent and resources in terms of doing that. I'm also interested to know if there is any evidence that there is unsafe food from the EU which is appearing on our markets. If you look at the RASEF notifications, there is clearly unsafe food which originates from within the EU, and we have no controls currently over any of that food that might come into the UK. So interested to know whether we know that or whether we're doing anything to try and establish whether there is unsafe food coming into our markets. And my final reflection really is around the impact on businesses and the level playing field. We know that UK businesses exporting to the EU are subject to border controls, and we know that EU businesses importing into the UK are not. Just interested in your reflections around the kind of level playing field that businesses might be facing as a result of that.
Thank you, Mark. I think that was an important point that I wanted to pick up on import controls. Can I just ask if any other board members have got questions on that? Ruth, and then I'll come to Emily to respond.
Well, I think just to pick up the point about how can we be certain and give the public assurance that we're not missing things because we have no border controls. I mean, I welcome the idea that we'll have a new operating model, but it's not due to be in place until the end of 2023, and that's a long time to not be able to offer assurance of what's coming into the country.
Yeah, I mean, I share those concerns, and I just don't think that we as a board can confidently assure the public that they're as well protected today as they were when we were part of the EU. And I think, you know, it is absolutely essential that those new controls are put in place as planned next year, because obviously on day one, perhaps there wasn't any greater risk than there had been the day before. But as time goes on, those risks become much, much more significant. Emily.
Thank you. So I think I'd just like to explain what it is that we don't have at the moment, because I think that's quite important context to understand. Before the UK left the EU, we were part of an alert notification system that the EU ran, which meant that we could see alerts from member states about their own food safety issues. Now we're outside the EU, we only get information from this alert system that's relevant to the UK. So we don't have a sight in the same way as we used to of what's going on inside those member states. Now, a third of food eaten in the UK comes from the EU, and actually quite a lot of the riskier food, so dairy, eggs, and so on. So it is incredibly useful for us to see, to be able to see that information. We do have data surveillance that we do to try and get as much information that we can from that's put into the public domain by those other member states, but obviously there's some that's not in the public domain that would be useful. So that's the risk that we're facing, is that we don't have all of that information to hand. Now, EU member states, of course, we don't consider there to be a significant risk right now, but they aren't immune to food safety issues, and the risk levels can change. And what we would like is to have that information on a dynamic basis. And import controls would give us that. It would the certification, the information that we would check before things arrive would give us that. So we do think that's necessary in the long run for the higher risk food and feed. What is the impact of the delay on port health authorities? I mean, actually, those 500 or so staff that were recruited were largely paid for by DEFRA, and DEFRA is in conversation with them about what happens to those staff in the short term. And Anjali may have a little bit more information about the detail there. Certainly when Anjali and I visited Felixstowe Port about 4 weeks ago, they were clear they had several staff that had been recruited to do that work, and they weren't yet clear what the implications were going to be for those staff. In terms of what evidence there is about whether there is unsafe food from the EU coming onto the UK market, we as I said, we think the risk is low at the moment, but we don't know what we don't know. So we would like to do some additional investigatory work to see whether we can assure ourselves that our assumption, which is that the risk is relatively low, is correct. So we're going to be working with some other government departments on that over the next few months. And the question about businesses and level playing field, I just feel like it's not for us to comment on that. That's a decision that the government has taken about import controls. Our job and my job is to make sure that food is safe, and that's the thing that we need to attend to.
Thank you, Emily. I'm really encouraged to hear the plans to do some surveillance about what's coming in, because, without that evidence, we're sort of, all talking hypotheticals, really. So I think that's incredibly important, and look forward to hearing more about that. I guess it would be good to have an update on that, actually, at our next board meeting, because presumably the plan will be locked down by then. Yeah, we won't have the results, but we'll have the plan.
Sure.
Any other items in Emily's report that people wanted to pick up on? Okay, in which case, huge thank you, Emily. We've thanked all the staff, but you pull it all together and hold it all together, and we're incredibly impressed and delighted. Very pleased to have you. Good. So moving on, we've now got a whole series of papers which are somewhat more strategic about specific areas of our work, and there's actually some very substantive items for discussion and decision. So we're a little bit ahead of ourselves on the agenda, but I think that is a very good thing. And so without further delay, we're going to press on to the first of those strategic papers, and that's really to discuss the FSA's response to the conflict in the supply chain disruption which has been caused by the invasion of Ukraine. And I think that Rebecca is going to introduce this paper, but we're also being joined by Zoom or Teams or whatever it is we're on, by Darren Whitby, who's our head of incidents and resilience, and who's obviously been very closely involved in this work. I think it's important to say to people outside of the board that we've been working since early March with Food Standards Scotland and across government to try to address the supply chain issues arising. And given the need to act very quickly, the board has received regular updates about what's happening, and what this paper really is a sort of consolidated summary of that work and some of the decisions that have been made. We had a discussion by written correspondence around the tests that we would apply, and this is our opportunity to review that and to agree it formally, and the paper will set that out. We've also been talking about the return to compliance, and we'll hear an update on where those discussions have got to. That's obviously an incredibly important component of our oversight of this issue. So, Rebecca, on that note, can I just hand over to you to introduce the paper, and I'm sure there'll be questions from the board.
Thank you very much, Susan. I'm going to start by inviting Darren just to briefly summarise our approach and the main actions and outcomes so far.
Okay. Yep. Okay. The paper outlines our response to the disruption in sunflower oil supply as a result of the Ukraine war in the last few months. So this has been handled as a non-routine incident through our management plans, and we followed a 4-country approach. But it has provided a number of challenges given the policy landscape and in trying to ensure that stakeholders were engaged as part of any of those proposals. We're now in a position where the incident has been de-escalated, with some outstanding activity being picked up across the agency, particularly, as Susan mentioned, around the approach for industry to return to compliance. I think Maria's going to provide a little bit of an update on this work as it's being developed with our regulatory compliance team and local authorities. We're also carrying out a lessons learned exercise, which I think will improve our response in the future. So our actions have been laid out in Annex A and followed an initial rapid risk assessment on a range of oils that was being requested by industry as possible substitutes for sunflower oil. For any request to be considered, the decision-making framework that we've asked the board to agree was developed and was provisionally agreed back in April. So this has enabled decisions on a number of oils to be made, which was supported by guidance to local authority, and that's enforcement on a case-by-case basis with businesses. So there are a number of oils which have met the tests in the framework and guidance been provided. So this has enabled industry to make some short-term substitutions whilst they reformulate products and amend their labelling to return to compliance. We've also issued guidance to both industry and local authorities to make use of flexibilities within the existing legal framework on the provision for grouping vegetable oils on ingredients lists under that sort of term of varying proportions. So this will allow industry to plan more flexibly with a volatile oil supply chain whilst meeting the labelling requirements. So the use of the tests will make future requests a little bit easier to assess and provide clarity and consistency on decisions. That's for both consumers and industry. And probably slightly selfishly, it'll also ease the resource burden that's been created by this incident, which has come against a backdrop of some other significant food incidents in recent months. So I'll now hand over to Rebecca, who's going to highlight the tests that we've discussed in Annex B in a little bit more detail. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Darren. I'm not going to read out the tests, but I'm just going to highlight a couple of points that I think will be relevant to the discussion. The first is about our risk appetite. So all of the FSA's regulatory decisions are taken within that risk appetite set by the FSA board, and the 3 tests have been developed with reference to that risk appetite. Our appetite for risk on food safety is extremely low. In other areas, we are prepared to be more flexible where this is clearly in the consumer interests. The second thing to highlight is the importance of consumer information. It's absolutely essential that consumers know what's in their food, and that's why our 3rd test requires information to be available to consumers in alternative ways, and this is particularly important when something is present in the food but not listed on the label. And in the annex, you can see how we've asked local authorities to pay particular attention to consumer information when making a decision about whether to agree flexibility in each case. So these tests have been agreed jointly between FSA and FSS. As we said, we're taking a full country approach. Very grateful for the input of FSS colleagues in their development. And I'll just now invite Maria to say a few words about the return to compliance, because I know that this is an area of great interest to the board.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, as Darren and Rebecca have outlined, we have issued guidance to local authorities advising a pragmatic and proportionate approach to enforcement for labelling irregularities during this period, resulting from the need to substitute sunflower oil with other vegetable oils. Businesses are continuing to advise local authorities that they are having to take these measures. So in our guidance to local authorities, we have outlined the measures that industry should be taking to inform consumers of the changes to these ingredients. So from the notifications that we have then received back from local authorities, it's very clear that the industry is taking appropriate action to ensure that consumers are informed of these ingredient changes. Where possible, the presence of substitute oils is actually being inkjetted onto packaging. So while it will not appear in the list of ingredients, it is on the packaging of the food. However, in some cases that just isn't possible. So where that isn't possible, businesses are over-stickering, and they're also providing point of sale information, and there is information on their websites as well. It's very clear from our discussions directly with industry and also from our discussions with the local authorities that industry wants to be as compliant as possible and is working very hard to do that. And we have set the tests that local authorities should be, the questions that local authorities should be asking the industry. The industry is telling us very clearly that the vegetable oil market will remain very volatile for at least the next 3 to 6 months. So we're going to periodically review that volatility, and it's really important for us to track the fluctuations on the market, and just to make sure that the timeline that we have set for the return to compliance is viable. And in order to do that, obviously we will be continuing to engage with local authorities and the industry to make sure that we have as up-to-date information as possible. Local authorities are obviously reviewing individual cases on a monthly basis, and we have requested updates from them on the timelines and on the steps that businesses are taking to return to full compliance. So we will be reviewing the feasibility of the date that we have set, the return to full compliance, by the 31st of October, and we will be finalising this date at the end of June. In the interim, local authorities are working closely with businesses to make sure that the businesses are putting in place appropriate steps to inform consumers of the products where substitute oils are included, and that where they are not reflected on ingredients lists.
Thank you, Maria, and that is at least, I think, somewhat reassuring. I'm pleased to hear all the actions that industry are taking to inform consumers, and yeah, that is somewhat reassuring, I would say. Can I just ask one question before opening it up? At the start of this crisis, we envisaged that vegetable oils were just the first item, and that there might then be a number of other commodities that were going to be affected. I'm thinking of grains in particular. Have we had any indication from industry or from DEFRA or any other sources that other action might be needed on our part in relation to any other foods or commodities? Rebecca?
Nothing that would warrant an intervention of the kind that we've taken in relation to oils. I mean, clearly it's a time of rising prices because with higher fuel costs, higher transportation costs, I think we can see prices are increasing, and there may be future volatility. So it's something we are keeping an eye on. I don't know, Darren, if you want to comment on this aspect, but at the moment there's no need for that. But clearly we can, as we've said, we'll be able to use this approach in future if there are further commodities that need action.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, Peter.
The Welsh Food Advisory Committee was greatly reassured hearing from Rebecca and Maria and colleagues about what's been going on in this fast-changing situation, and really only suggested a couple of tweaks, as it were, to where we are at the moment. One was that information is flowing to local authorities and food businesses, and there were thoughts about to what extent could that be made more publicly available for consumers generally. The vast majority would not be trawling through the detail, but on the other hand, it is good to have that kind of disclosure for those who want such further information. And the other thought was the committee was placing a lot of emphasis on best practice and trying to encourage companies to follow that best practice. In other words, an active approach to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? David, and then...
Thank you, Chair. I refer to paragraph 314, the last sentence, which says consumers are likely to be concerned by the increased use of palm oil. Not just consumers, but me too. I'm deeply concerned by it. And my concern is that I know it's nothing to do with us, the destruction of rainforests, whether for soybean or for palm oil, but we do have a strategy that we want sustainable food. And all the evidence I have suggests that the so-called accreditation schemes, particularly for palm oil originating from the Far East, are not to be trusted. They are not really sustainable at all. Now, I can accept that soybean oil may be a vegetable oil, but I can't really accept that palm oil is a vegetable oil. So I'm quite happy for rapeseed oil to be substituted for sunflower oil without it being specifically named on the label. But I would hope we would encourage local authorities and the food industry, if they're going to substitute palm oil or soybean oil, that consumers have a right to know about that so they can make a choice. Now, I know it's not our legitimate concern. There may be no food safety aspects at all, but I think consumers have a right to know if palm oil or soybean oil has been substituted, and it ain't vegetable oil.
Thank you. Con.
Sure, thank you, and thank you, Rebecca and team, for the paper. I've just one question really in relation to 4.3 and working towards the end date for return to compliance, and just to get my head around whether we're provisional or fixed in that date of the 31st of October. I think what I've heard today, and we did have a very good discussion at ARAC around the risk appetite and whether or not there was sufficient, whenever we decided on our risk appetite back in January of this year, we hadn't prior knowledge of a war about to start in Europe and in Ukraine with the difficulties of that. So I think we're completely assured that it is done within the risk appetite statements, and the executive are satisfied that that's okay. What I'm hearing today, I think, is that business are doing all they can and working with our local authority partners around enforcement of that. And I just would be interested, are we talking about 31st as a potential end date or a fixed end date? Because I think we need to be careful. We don't know where this conflict will go. We don't know how long it will continue, and I just think, given that businesses appear to be doing everything they can to protect consumers and are working very closely with us and local authority partners, I think we need to be a bit flexible around a fix. The 31st of October is not terribly far away.
So let's just stick with this end date point. So Ruth, I think you want to come in on that.
I do, thank you. I mean, just first of all, to acknowledge how much work the teams have been putting into all of this. It wasn't anticipated, and a huge effort to try and deal with this complex situation. But it is about returning to compliance. And I think the challenge is, if the tests that we're going to apply to get us back to compliance is whether or not there's continuing volatility in the market, my concern is that that's very likely. In which case, what's our plan B come the 31st of October and we're not able to come to a steady state? but also the impact that has on other commodities. If we find that prices are volatile with other commodities, are we setting precedents that we will tolerate changes in others? So I think there's some really important issues here. I really appreciate the industry is trying everything and wants to get back to compliance. But I think we need to be clear, are there flexibilities that we need to look at about labelling generally that can actually enable sufficient flexibility for compliance to be redefined, if you like, or what other options are there to manage a situation, as Colm was hinting at, that we are not able to get full compliance by October?
Tim.
Thank you. Well, Ruth asked most of what I wanted to ask, but it was just a point of detail that really this isn't just around Ukraine. There are other shortages happening. So, for example, around olive oil as a possible substitute with refined olive oil, because of Xylella, bacterial disease of olive groves, we see reductions of about 30% of production. And one can't help but think this is, I hate to use the new normal phrase again, but something we should expect as a steady state or growing issue. And so it's a reminder for us, I guess, around ARAC of thinking and keeping it on the risk register, but also trying to anticipate some of the prospective risk in a horizon scanning approach. Now, we can't answer that here, but I think if we have a joint intent to do that, it actually puts into context some of the issues around when we do return to compliance, because we might need to have a slightly different model or range of flexibilities in the way that we do it.
I'm going to pause there and ask the team to respond on that, very conscious of the time. So I think there's... so who wants to pick up on that? I mean, Emily, do you want to say something maybe? Maria, okay.
Thanks, Susan. As you know, in the normal routine world, local authorities would be making these decisions when they deal with businesses on an individual basis. And if we decide that we withdraw our advice to local authorities on the 31st of October, that is what will happen. So local authorities will be still having these conversations with businesses and weighing up their willingness to comply and the steps that they are taking to comply with the, obviously with the requirement to return to full compliance. And local authorities will be looking at their own enforcement policies and making decisions as to whether or not to escalate that, so whether to take enforcement action or to, eventually to prosecute the business. If businesses are showing that they just cannot get the supplies that they need, and that as they are telling us, they would need this flexibility into next year, then it's very likely that local authorities will attempt to work with businesses to ensure that they are as compliant as possible, but may not be fully compliant with the labelling rules.
Thanks, Maria. I think that's a useful reminder that at the end of the day, ours is just, guidance in a way, and it's the local authorities who are responsible. But I am very conscious of the fact that it is probably helpful if there's an overarching view on this, so that A, it reduces the work for local authorities of doing this on a case-by-case basis, but also will make it easier for business. So I am quite keen that we continue to have a voice in this conversation. Emily.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a more systemic point. It's not related to the decisions that you're making today, but what's been clear from this incident on sunflower oils is that labelling law does not work for supply chain shocks. It's very rigid and specific. We've had the industry being disappointed we couldn't be more flexible, and also that we couldn't move more quickly, and that's partly because we've been having to think this through. It's a devolved matter. We've been having to work with Scotland and Wales and DEFRA on these questions. So we have got to this proportionate enforcement approach, but there is a core issue with the labelling law sitting behind this. And if this is the new normal, as Tim says, and we are going to be having supply chain shocks over the next few years, which I suspect is likely, not least because of the climate crisis, we haven't been able to make that case in the short term to ministers that we need to make this law more flexible, so that we can protect the consumer and also allow for these sorts of changes. But I just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
Thank you. That's helpful, and I think really echoes Ruth's comment of us, rather than constantly trying to get people into something which no longer feels fit for purpose, we should be actually trying to get something which achieves all our goals. And good. I'm conscious we haven't had, I'll come to Fiona in a second. I'm very conscious we haven't spoken specifically about the tests, and I'm keen that we do that. Even if people are happy with that, that's fine, but let's just agree we're happy. So I do want to resolve that before the end. But Fiona, did you want to make a point?
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question about local authority capacity to keep support and vigilance on this, because I think there will be volatility. I mean, it can take a year, 2 years, sometimes 3 years for harvests to settle down and new supply structures to actually fall into place. And I think that covers two things. It covers what's being used safely, but also how it potentially undermines brand identities and marketing that's built around health and sustainability claims, and how do we have a watch on that, because I think those things take longer to redesign from a business point of view, and it's more than just an ingredients list on the label.
Yep.
I'm conscious we didn't pick up David's question about sustainability.
Merges into that as
It's
well.
very important to say. Yes. So at the moment, the FSA has, through local authorities, can intervene on things that are prescribed in law, so the labelling questions. If you're making a sustainability claim, there isn't a way of a regulator checking whether that's true at the moment. I think that is a piece of the picture that's probably missing. The choices that companies make about substituting oils, they are completely free if they choose to put palm oil instead of vegetable oil in, instead of sunflower oil in. There isn't a regulatory way we have of intervening there. That's their choice. We do have a regulatory role in relation to what's put on the label, and we do have a consumer interest that we need to defend, which is that companies should be transparent about what they're doing. So I think we have the ability to use our voice rather than the law to make a difference on these things.
Okay, so the fact that nobody's raised comments on the tests leads me to a sort of starting position that people are content that the wording and the principles that we agreed, as I said, with written correspondence are still true. Now they've had time to bed down a little bit. Are we all content with those? Because I think, as Darren said at the start, I think having these sort of on our books will be very helpful in thinking through how we approach future shocks in the system. I'm going to take silence as assent. Thank you. Good. So if there are no further comments on that item, we'll move on to, we'll close that and thank Rebecca, Maria, Darren, and really all the teams that have been spending a great deal of time on this. I think also, one thing we've heard there is the huge amount of work that business are doing on this. The food industry is under huge pressure from multiple directions at the moment, and I think, we really need to recognise everything that we're doing, whilst also saying that the period of time that labels are inaccurate has to be kept to an absolute minimum. But in my conversations with the food industry, I am reassured that this is also an important point for them, and that we're in a way all trying to achieve the same thing. Nobody thinks this is a good position. I do think we need to stay closely in touch with where we are on this return, and I think probably we should have at least a verbal update maybe in the Chief Exec's report in September as to whether this 31st of October is still a realistic deadline, and if it's not, we could review it at that point. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and this is the annual science update from our Chief Scientific Advisor, Robin May. Science and evidence, of course, underpins everything that we do in the FSA, and it's also, I think, a very important element in our engagement with other government departments and with stakeholders. So Robin has a very broad brief, both internally and as a sort of external ambassador for the FSA. It's also, of course, a matter which is very close to my heart, so very much looking forward to hearing Robin's summary of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm going to keep my comments very brief. You have my report in front of you. First, to echo what colleagues have already said at the start of this meeting, it has been a very busy few months in particular. But I wanted to highlight really 4 things from the report. The first is that with the emergence from the shadow of COVID, we've been able to get out and about, which has been great. That has been particularly critical, I think, in building our relationships with external research partners. And I would highlight in particular the PathSafe project, which I mentioned previously to the board. So this is a wide cross-government initiative that is now well and truly up and running. I was delighted that we've been able to announce a number of appointments, particularly David Arnenson as Data Fellow and Ed Haynes as our Science Fellow overseeing that project. And I will be delighted to update the board on that as it progresses. We also have a number of independent fellowships which are listed in point 7, I think, and I am actually meeting all of those fellows for the first time as a group tomorrow, so that's going to be really exciting to hear about their science. There is, I think, on that point, more we can do, though, to advertise this. We have a lot of research partners, a lot of opportunities. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I think there is more we can do to make those opportunities visible, to get increased competition for those partnership opportunities. This is something that was particularly highlighted when I was with Welsh colleagues last week, and I'd like us to do more on that going forwards. Second point, again, we've mentioned at previous boards about lab and sampling infrastructure, and I highlight that in the report. I'm very pleased that we are making progress within FSA about our plans for that. I think there's more that can be done nationally to look at lab infrastructure, and that's a very active and ongoing conversation. Particularly around development of new methods and post-Brexit, our infrastructure for official controls in the UK. Third point on the rapid science. We've done a lot of science, as the Chair and Emily have mentioned, underpinning our kind of wider strategic aim. A lot of that has had to slightly take a backseat over recent weeks because of Russia-Ukraine. We focused very intensely on risk assessments, for example, around that, and the wider connectivity of government science that's in the report. And lastly, I'd like to highlight our role in terms of collaboration and convening. There are lots and lots of aspects of our portfolio here that go far wider than just FSA, particularly around sustainability and health. A key part there is Join Up, and I think science in particular has a really key role there to play in kind of orchestrating that national and indeed international efforts, and that's also detailed in the report. I will stop there, Chair, and take any questions.
Thank you, Robin. I've got a couple, but I'll open it up to others first. Or whilst they're thinking about it, maybe could you just tell us a bit more about the sampling issue and where we are up to in terms of, if you like, national capacity and capability, because this comes up in relation to local authorities sampling. We've talked about it in terms of checking, import controls. Well,
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think there are a series of separate issues there. So one is the day-to-day sampling and our capacity to analyse those, and then balance against that is surge capacity in the event of an incident, for example. So horse meat is one that in the recent past springs to mind. We are concerned to make sure that we have the capacity for both of those things. The real challenge, I think, is maintaining surge capacity in times when you don't need surge capacity. We're talking very intensely at the minute, particularly with UK HSA and other partners, about things like using some of the COVID lab capacity that is fortunately not needed quite as much now in that regard. There's a project that's going to be reported on to EMT in the next few weeks, actually, on lab and infrastructure. I don't know if Julie wants to comment on that in a second. The second point I'll just make related to that is about future-proofing, and I think both in terms of the physical infrastructure, but much more importantly, actually, the expertise pool in staff and the methodological expertise. Methods are developing all the time. It's really important that the UK UK remains able to access the very best possible science. And we're talking a lot to partners about building training capacity, for example, exchanges of early career researchers to get more of a grip on that. That is clearly something we're not going to do in isolation. That's close working with other departments, DEFRA, the most obvious, and DHSC. And so that's kind of very active conversation.
Peter, and then I'll come to this side of the table.
The Welsh Food Advisory Committee, in considering this report, focused very much on Welsh participation in the scientific work, as Robin has indicated. And it is something where we welcomed what Robin was assuring us about greater advertising of opportunities, but also members of the committee thought they were in a good position to, as it were, amplify the information that is available and make the connections that ensure that the people who are doing advanced work that would interest the FSA are aware of those opportunities. It may be the absence at the moment of anyone in post of Chief Scientific Advisor in Wales is hindering some of that connection. The committee welcomed the use of workshops with microbiologists in identifying work that was to be undertaken, and Welsh participation in that was certainly welcome. But it was just to underline that there's a symbolic importance as well as an advantage in terms of research to have devolved nations involved in the work of research.
Thank you, Peter. David, then Ruth.
Thank you, Robin. In the section on future challenges and opportunities, you make no mention of the use of technology. So do you see technology coming to the rescue if we have pressure on staff numbers, either internally in the FSA or in local authorities, and what technology may be on the horizon to assist us?
Okay, let's scoop up a few and give Robin a minute to think about that one. Ruth?
I was going to come back to the question of external commissioning and research. And just to put on record, huge thanks to the University of Newcastle, who hosted some board members yesterday. We were very appreciative to hear about research, much or partly commissioned by the Food Standards Agency. What was really notable was the multidisciplinary nature of the teams working on really complex issues. I suppose you've mentioned sort of process improvements we can make in terms of make it easy for people to be available to look at bidding for research contracts. But in the context of a headcount reduction in the FSA, we need to have a wealth of talent that is available to address complex questions that face us, not least those arising from the horizon scanning work that we're going to discuss. So I guess my question is, I know there's work to develop areas of research interest, which is a way in which organisations and government departments can declare what they need for the future. And perhaps Robin could update us on whether how much more we can do to sort of set our future aspirations and areas of interest to help universities invest in the sort of things that we're looking for.
There we go. Is it on? Yeah. Congratulations on your pathogen project. That's great that you've got it up and running. I think labs was absolutely number one question to ask, and also research. So you're onto those. Just a couple of things about risk. From your scientific viewpoint, do you think risks remain because we don't have that real-time intelligence coming in from Europe? And then the second one on risk is around innovative food products, and despite all the fanfare, we were pretty slow in licensing CBD products. I just wondered whether you're looking at future pinch points where you think they may come, and whether we are in a position now, you think, to be able to deal with them more quickly.
Okay, I think you've got a good, challenging set there. Technology, food innovation, areas of research interest, risks.
Great. That's a fun set of questions. I'm hoping I can read my writing. Prompt me if I've forgotten. So firstly, I'll turn in order maybe to Peter's comment. Yes, absolutely. I mean, it is key not only for the visibility and the kind of public perception, as you mentioned, Peter, but also for the science. We want to be accessing the very best science wherever it is. So the more visibility we get, the better. As you mentioned, we do have involvement from Welsh and indeed Scottish and Northern Irish colleagues in the PathSafe project. But there is more we can do there, I think. So I guess this is partly a plea, actually, for anyone listening to this online. If you do think you have something to offer, we are always very happy to hear from you. We do not know what we do not know. So if you think you have an amazing method or a great idea, then we would love to hear from you about that. And I think it is sort of beholden on us to advertise as widely as we possibly can our opportunities and our openness to think about new opportunities. I guess on technology, David, yes, absolutely. I mean, you would expect me to say this. There's lots we can do with technology. I guess the area that is most rapidly changing is around DNA sequencing technology, where, well within my lifetime, this has gone from a lifetime project to a 10-minute project, and a machine that was as big as this room to one that, fits in your USB drive. The biggest challenge for us there is moving that from a lab to the field. There are lots and lots of people working on that, and I'm pretty optimistic that very soon we will have devices that you could use easily in an abattoir or a port or something without a specific training. But at the moment, we're not quite there. But that's an area, I think, and that would have quite a transformative impact, not only on ourselves, but on lots of other government departments, of course. In terms of, Ruth, your comment about headcount and that external facing research, I think absolutely. So in terms of headcount reduction, that's one aim. I mean, I'm more interested in the opportunity in terms of accessing talent and expertise, obviously. There's only so much we could do in-house, even with, a limitless headcount. And so being able to access external partners' expertise is really key. The areas of research interest that you mentioned are really, really useful for that, because they are a very visible signal, both within government to other departments, but also to external stakeholders. What are we interested in and why? We are in the process right at the moment of revising those areas of research interest, and I've seen the draft of that. So within the next few weeks, we should be publishing our new ones. Many of which will be familiar. Food safety is still the heart of our business, but which build on some of our aspirations, for example, in the areas of sustainability and health. And they will be a very clear signal to the wider community about what we're interested in. On the back of that, our hope is to do quite a bit of liaising with partners about how they might get involved. And again, we'd encourage people to identify the ones that speak to them and say that we think we might have something to offer here. And then I guess turning lastly to your point, Margaret, about risks. So in terms of risks from Europe, the biggest one that I would perceive is our access to lab and expertise infrastructure, particularly European reference labs, which opposite happened. There have been some issues in recent months with transit of samples across borders, for example. So we've discussed already today about imports and exports of food. But when we're sending food samples to a reference lab in Germany or France, that can also get tied up at the border. There are some concerns, I think, about how that would work in the event of a serious incident. If there was, for example, a technology or a method that we needed in another country that was not readily available in the UK, that would be challenging. And part of our close look at lab infrastructure is what don't we have in the UK that we need to build up rapidly, both in terms of equipment, expertise, access. I think the scientific community is actually very good about staying very open in this, but we need those formal agreements in place for that. And then last, I think you mentioned about innovative food products. I think, yes, so the short answer is yes, we're very active looking at what is coming down the pipeline in 1, 2, or maybe even 10 years' time. Our approach to science says, some of those products will build on science that we already have. There will be things that we do a lot of. Some lab-grown meat, as one we discussed previously, will require a whole lot of new expertise. The best example that we'll be talking about very shortly is around precision breeding, where we are deliberately expanding our expertise in that area of science because we know we will be having to look at a lot of interesting and new applications.
Colm, I think you wanted to.
Chair, thank you. Just a very quick one, not a question. So strong congratulations on the report, a great report. But as we expand the the scientific reach. You know, I would really encourage you to get across to Northern Ireland. And we have some fantastic institutes there in Queens and Ulster and Athley. But also we're in the process. The head of the civil service, Jane Brady, is in the process of appointing a chief scientific and technology advisor at a very high level, a sort of permanent secretary level within the NICS. And that competition is live at the minute. That we would expect that person to be appointed over the summer. And I would encourage you maybe in the autumn time to get across to meet that individual and the networks there. Agricultural and food science are particularly important to Northern Ireland given the economy over there, so I think it's a real opportunity.
Thank you, Colm. When I was at the Balmoral show, actually, I met with Safe Food, and in fact, what I assured them is that we'll be having our next board meeting in Northern Ireland, and I hoped that would be an opportunity for Robin to engage with the scientific team in Safe Food, so very keen to build those relationships.
Just to pick up on that point, Colm, so just to note that the CSAs for all of the devolved administrations sit on the weekly CSA meeting. So Rob Grundy is currently the interim CSA for Northern Ireland, who I know very well, but likewise that substantive post will be joining that meeting.
Robin, could I just ask you one other thing? So since your report was published, obviously we had the white paper on Monday, which referred to a couple of areas where FSA would be involved, which very much are in the science arena, so the Food Data Transparency Programme, but also there was mention of a new research effort in relation to specifically, I think, interventions for healthier and more sustainable food, but also some work with the, I've forgotten the name now, UK Food and Drink. So there was some £11 million investment, and I'm just wanting to check we're plugged into those, and maybe.
Yes, absolutely. So on the food data aspect, absolutely, and Julie might want to comment on that in a second. On the investment in food innovation, agri-food innovation, this is largely DEFRA-led at the moment, and sort of expressly stops at the farm gate, but there are quite active discussions about whether we might be able to expand that as a kind of UK, so this is not we as in the FSA, but we as in the UK science base, beyond the farm gate. That is, I think, a very appealing aspect. Members will be aware that we're still in the process of negotiating hopeful association to the Horizon Europe science process. And as part of that discussion about major strategic areas for the UK, that sustainable and healthy food from farm to fork is a big part of that. So I think depending on how those negotiations go over the coming months, we may well see more investment in that area.
Okay, thank you. Julie, did you want to say something about FDTP?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I see FDTP, Food Data Transparency Partnership, which is looking at collecting and transporting data through the food system with all of industry, really important part of data infrastructure for the whole country. And I would add to that PathSafe itself, it is delivering really valuable products from the programme, but it also, the legacy, I think, is the most valuable thing of that underpinning capability that we will be able to use and take forward. So for me, I think it's really important for the FSA to be investing money and good thinking around the development of this infrastructure for us in relation to food for the whole nation, as much as the individual research projects that we undertake. So I think it's sort of like another example of that. Thank you.
Okay, Rebecca.
Just wanted to add something about the point that was raised earlier about how we can support novel foods applications to move efficiently through the process. I think CBD is a good example. So if you'll recall, we have quite a large group of applications there where we are awaiting evidence because we require more information before we can progress them, as is also now the case in Europe. And I think we want to do more to make it clearer to innovative industries what our requirements are, so that when they come to us, they have the evidence needed, so that we don't have to stop the clock and enter dialogue with them. And I think there are a couple of different ways we can do that. We want to develop some much clearer industry guidelines for our different regimes that will really support applicants. And then, as Robin has said, thinking about how we can be part of a wider effort to build the evidence base downstream, if you like, so that or upstream, so that by the time applicants get to us, we have that good quality evidence so that we can proceed.
Yeah, just a quick question on that point. I think, I mean, Robin, you've mentioned the regulatory frameworks in your paper, and it just seems to me we're going to need quite a few new ones, particularly for the novel food sector, to be scoped and ready to be used in quite a short time frame. And I mean, you know, with legislation coming through down the pipeline quite quickly, but also businesses wanting to get on board with actually developing products. How do you deal with that challenge, and can we prioritise some of those, or is it just not that simple?
To be tagged, I mean, so just quickly on that, I mean, I think engagement is a key part. So, for example, alternative proteins is something we've discussed here. We have an engagement workshop next month on that. In terms of prioritising, I mean, this comes very much to the point I'm sure Rebecca will pick up that was flagged at the start of this meeting around there are a whole bunch of exciting new directions that need resource, and then there is a headcount risk on the other side. And yeah, on that happy note, I'm handing to Rebecca.
Yes, so what, as a basis, our existing novel foods framework is very flexible, it's very comprehensive, and all kinds of different products can come through that framework. What we are clear about, though, is that may not be the most appropriate for all of the new innovations that are coming on stream. And so, as you can see from the number of different regimes we have, the tendency has been to develop a bespoke regime for each new class of product. One of the things that's on our list as we go forward and think about future regulatory reform is to look at whether that is the best approach. And as we said to the board last year, I think it was about a year ago when we were looking ahead, we want to think in particular about what is the right regime in particular for innovation, and is there a way in which we can have a more flexible approach that perhaps will enable us to support innovation in a way that doesn't require it to go through, perhaps a more complex and lengthy process, but it would obviously need very careful thought. So that's something that we want to move on to over the next year, and it's something we've identified as part of our Brexit opportunities work.
Sure. I said to Robin, we're going to keep the conversation quite tight on your paper, but anyway, impossible.
I just wanted to supplement what Rebecca said. So that's the opportunity we can see. We would obviously do that in a very careful way to protect the consumer interest. However, if we are subject to headcount cuts, it will be difficult to do that work.
Tim.
Thank you. Yes, and I'll keep it brief. One of the issues around market access and dealing with a large influx of new products with new challenges is to think in the future about how we anticipate what it is that we want from industry to put industry on a better footing, so that where it's innovation, I'm not just talking about CBD, where there's innovation, they are better enabled. And it may well be, if we took a leaf out of other regulatory functions, that we provide FE for service to help, without a biased approach, them to navigate that. That could be legitimate in terms of cost to the business, because one can actually, under tax breaks, add that under their own research development, and that gives a differential tax opportunity for them. It also saves them a lot of cost downstream. So we're moving cost upstream for them as opposed to unanticipated cost. We're also thinking ourselves how we streamline our own activities, and that kind of fits with us answering challenges ourselves around whether it's 20, 30, 40% cuts being proposed to the workforce, that actually we are looking for efficiencies to assist innovation. Just a thought.
Well, also efficiencies, but also cost, income opportunities, and other ways of resourcing the work we do. Okay, Robin, as ever, huge thanks for everything you do. You can see lots of interest from the board, and the fact that we've roamed into all kinds of areas of the FSA's work, I think just shows how fundamental the work that you do and that the whole of CERD do to all of our more sort of outward-facing activities. So thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to a paper which is very closely linked to the scientific work, which is our Foresight and horizon scanning. This is an annual update. It's not seeking really any specific decisions, but this is a relatively new function within the FSA, and I think it's really important that we reflect as a board on how well this is operating. Is it delivering in helping us to keep looking to the future? And is it bringing us new insights into the sort of macro environment which are going to be relevant to our work? So yeah, really keen to hear how this is progressing. So welcome to the table to Michelle Patel, who's the Deputy Director of Science, Evidence and Research, and Sam Faulkner, who's Head of our Strategy Unit. So I'm not sure who's going to kick off on this, but over to you. Oh, Julie is going to kick off. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. And very briefly, Chair, if I just sort of build on your introduction. So yes, this is the horizon scanning update. And just a reminder, this initiative was in response to a Science Council recommendation back in 2019, challenge for us to take a more structured, systematic approach in looking forward into the future. But then, with the pandemic, the future sort of arrived very, very, very quickly. And I think we were doing two things. One was to respond in a strategic way, but to very much the here and now as it was being played out in front of our eyes over days and weeks. But also a realisation that we also needed to be grappling with what our horizons were. So I think that's been one of the challenges is, are we talking short, medium or very, very long term? That is still work in progress, and we can touch on that later. But the team can go through where we are. But one of the things I would say is we've started to do this. We started to gain these insights, and we started to actually apply the insights to our real day-to-day business problems. And that is often, I think sometimes the hardest thing to do is to take these insights and actually derive value from them. So at that, I'll hand over to Michelle.
Thank you very much, Julie, and thank you to the board for an incredibly rich and engaged session yesterday, looking at some of the implications of the emerging trends and the changes that we're seeing both in terms of risks and opportunities. What we do in our horizon scanning or in our strategic foresight is very much a joint effort between science and strategy. So Sam and I are very keen to answer any questions you have on the update on how we're developing this function.
Okay, straight into discussion. Any comments from people? I mean, I think Julie in a way made the point that when one's looking to the future, there's no end of things that we could look at, and there's no end of things we could be interested in. So I suppose the question for me is how are we really prioritising the things that we focus on? And then at the other end, what are we doing to ensure that the insights we get out of the process are actually going into the business? I mean, you alluded to that working well, Julie, but I think it'd be great to have maybe a tangible example of how something has gone through that system.
But just before I pose your question to the team, I think what I'm saying is it's working rather than working well, and I think that in itself is an achievement to actually to start doing that. But Michelle, Sam, do you want to pick up on exactly the point around the bigger view and the prioritisation of that very big future world?
Yeah, thank you. I'll take the question on how we're incorporating this into the business, because largely that does come back to my team and how we work with other people across the FSA to see which the priorities are and how we take them into it. So broadly, I'd mentioned to the board maybe 3 or 4 areas where we've used it within the last year. And as the paper says in 2.2, in a lot of cases that's been a bit more near term because it was a relatively new function and is a small, quite agile function. It's right that we focus on sometimes the things that are closest to the boat. So the response to the Ukraine incident we've been dealing with, or over the last couple of years, the COVID pandemic, for example. But more broadly, we used a lot of the insights that Michelle's team has generated to inform the initial work we did around the strategy, to identify the risks that sit across the food system, to identify those that are within the FSA's purview and also those that are outside, and to determine our response to those. It influenced very heavily our spending review case. So a lot of the hard evidence and the future foresight of what might be changing made a really compelling case to the Treasury around why we needed extra funding to address some of these risks. And of course, the value of prevention ahead of dealing with a food incident is far, far better for the taxpayer. And then more specifically, we'll talk later about household food insecurity. And you mentioned before, Susan, the 3 pieces of research that we published last week. So in particular, that has informed very clearly the work we've done. And that came off the back of a broader piece of work we did around the wider consumer interest in relation to food, throughout which you asked how we prioritise. Well, the thing that came through really, really clear through that research was that we have that consumers are really concerned about the affordability of food. So to that extent, it was almost prioritised for us because it was glaringly obvious where we needed to invest our time in the short term. In the future, and the more forward-looking work, Tim mentioned before, actually, in response to the last paper, around how the FSA might respond to future trends. So we've done work back before Christmas on our what we termed our anticipatory regulation approach. So how is it we can get further ahead of ourselves in thinking about the changes that are coming and how we ensure that our processes are adaptable and they're flexible. So Rebecca mentioned the novel foods process, but it's also how do we understand and how do we know about the likely changes in food crime that might be coming, or how might our enforcement approaches respond to what may be entirely new production techniques that we've not seen before. So there's a number of places, I think, at the moment where we are embedding a lot of the work that we do, and we're trying to take those forward into the business.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Margaret.
I keep thinking I'm switching it the wrong way. 6 years ago, some of the biggest issues we faced were unpredictable. So I'm thinking about COVID, EU exit, the war in Ukraine. So I'm always worried, do you think we're in a good place in dealing with these really big unpredictable things? And then secondly, I was sort of relieved when I got to the end of the last annex that you actually mentioned climate change. And I was also interested to hear Emily mention it, because isn't that the biggest thing that's coming? And I just want to know a little bit more about how we are addressing that.
I'm going to scoop up a few questions and then come back to you, Colin.
No, if I could, Chair, thank you very much, because it's related to what Margaret has just said, and it's in relation to 3.1 in the paper and the emerging technologies, and I'm just interested, who are we working with in relation to the emerging technology stuff, particularly in something like the alternatives to plastics, because these are initially for completion in quite short order, either later this year, early next year, and a lot of those we would need to get input from other parts of government and elsewhere. So I'm just interested as to how we're actually making sure we're talking to the right people.
Thanks, Susan. I'm just interested in the strategic assessment which is sort of touched on in this report and provided to us as a paper. The consumer drivers in that seem a little bit middle class. Frankly, they're all about natural food, healthy food. And Sam, you've touched on what is probably the biggest consumer driver that we can see at the moment, which is around cost. I'm interested to know the value of the strategic assessment. A huge amount of work goes into producing that kind of thing. But if it's on a 2-yearly basis, how agile is it? How helpful is it in prioritising the work that we're doing?
Okay. Who wants to take? So, yeah, the value of the strategic assessment. I think in a way that links to Margaret's point about can we predict the future? I mean, you make the point that, lots of, if you look at what the Government Office for Science do in their horizon scanning, they're looking 50 years ahead. We patently say, actually, if we can look out to 10, then that's probably far enough. But in reality, what is the value to the business of trying to anticipate those things when history tells us something different is going to happen. And yeah, just so that time horizon, I think your reflections on that. And yeah, who else are we working with?
Thank you very much. I think that is that's always a tension, and I think it is a young function. So in parallel to doing incident support, pretty much since its inception, we've been trying to learn and look out to what might be coming over the horizon. There is a lot of work goes into that assessment, but out of doing that 2 years ago, we identified some areas that were then worth scanning across to see what we didn't know about, and then within those some more areas where we thought it would be worth doing a deeper dive. So from that initial assessment, which we'll refresh, we realised that we had a big gap in our knowledge around some of the emerging technologies that were coming along. I think we talked about them a lot, but we didn't really know or understand the pace at which they were coming or the impacts they may have. From that, then we worked with Cambridge University, and in answer to your question, we're working with them still on the plastics and the other reports that have been commissioned. So that work is now in train with the Institute of Manufacturing. But we identified some areas that were going to be coming along perhaps quicker than we thought, that were going to have perhaps more impact than we'd anticipated. And as we get more evidence, we learn more. But we are a very small team. It's an extremely small function. So the value of doing this iteratively rather than constantly is that we can then branch out into areas that are prioritised for us. You could argue is two years too soon at the pace of some of these things, or indeed not soon enough, given quite a lot of these things are coming very fast. But that is what we can do within the resource that we've got. The question on whether you can ever predict big shocks and disruptors to the system, I mean, no. But we can try to see where those disruptions may occur. So one of the things that we have commissioned is just a map of the food system and where the potential disruptors might come from. What are the pinch points? And that was prompted by us being slightly surprised by some of the impact of the labour shortages that we were seeing back end of last year. But of course, since then, there's been many other disruptors. So we are again learning, and we're trying to build that picture out and then develop that into tools for our colleagues who can then kind of start to think more in a systems way around where the impact of changes may come.
If I could just build on that. I think that picture of the food system, quite a rich picture that has been commissioned from Oxford University, I think that is really invaluable to us, so we have that better understanding of how the system works, and then we need to maintain that agility to see those signals as they do start to appear. But in conversations I've been having with others in other industries or across government, I think there has been more of a realisation. Do we understand well enough how all of these supply chains work, and where the pinch points are? Because sometimes there are sort of like big macro reliance upon Ukraine, for example, and then we managed to miss that, and then there's sort of like a really tight micro reliance on one factory in Finland for labelling. So that, I think, is a sort of like a sort of a dawning, certainly for a number of people. And there'll be many who say that they always knew that, but I think it's becoming more mainstream that we need to have that understanding and need to continue to maintain that picture and keep it live and relevant.
This is very interesting. Thanks so much for taking us through that. One thought that comes to my mind is that a lot of future trends are driven by where markets predict things need investing, and that makes things a reality when the money follows into production and changes in supply chain, changes in technology. I get the sense, and do correct me if I'm wrong, that we know quite well how to interrogate evidence trends and scientific prospect. We know quite well how to look at consumer trends and socio-demographic issues. But do we know as well how to look at the futures, financial markets, the economic shifts, hedge fund trends. Do we look at those and integrate those into our thinking?
Currently, no, but we are looking at things like that, venture capital, where investment is going, as some of the signals that we want to read as we develop our monitoring framework, which is work that's been shifted, frankly, by the support we had to give to the Ukraine incident. So we don't yet, but you're right.
Thank you. I'm going to, I think it's been really good to see in the paper and to hear just now examples of how this function has helped us to take a more strategic look. I think the work on food insecurity is a really good example of this working well, quite near term, but nonetheless the systems worked well. But also how it's been informing the future planning for the new regulatory systems for large businesses. I think it's another good example that's in the paper. You made the point, Michelle, it's a very small team, and I think we therefore really still have more work to do in thinking about what is it that we should be doing. So lots of these comments about the wider environment, of course they're important, but the FSA probably wasn't for us to be predicting the war in Ukraine, but what we need to do is make sure that we are connected into all the other bits of government and all of their horizon scanning. And I think some of the comments you made, Tim, should be being picked up mostly in other departments, but we need to be plugged into that. But vice versa, when it comes to the food system, the work that we're doing there, absolutely we need to be sharing that out across government to create that common narrative around what we think the risks are in the food system. So I guess I would really urge in us thinking what is it we should do is that we're very closely engaged with what other parts of government are doing so that we don't duplicate and we use our precious small resource to do the things that frankly either only we can do or where we will bring novel insights. I think that's going to be really important because I think there's a huge danger of us just being spread too thinly in this, and better to do some things really well than to try to do many things less well. Margaret.
I just want to say that, it's finding the right things that you can predict and then putting in place, via other departments, the mitigations, which actually the FSA did really well after EU exit. It saw where the problems were likely to be and put in place a plan and was able to take an awful lot of that plan and apply it to COVID. And just to think about climate change, and is it really that far away, or are we suddenly going to have some things? You must be thinking.
And climate change is a good example where there is a lot of other work around government, which Robin in particular, exactly, and I think we need to look at that intersection more carefully. Thank you. I'm going to stop this discussion there, and Fiona, do you want?
Yes, it's just a quick comment. I think one of the things that would be helpful to look at on the horizon scanning is how we build a picture of structural change across the food system. Because these are all bit parts, and there are things like financial changes, there are structural changes to how we shop, where we shop. The whole influence of online is going to be so much more embedded in 5 and 10 years' time. There's a new generation of consumers coming into the system, and knitting it all together would also be very useful information to share across government because it impacts on jobs and employment and the economy in the UK as well as the citizens' side of things. So I just think it'd be interesting to look at how we can do some of that in this.
And that we're hoping that this food system model, live model, will give us the ability to capture that information and to link it together, and then we can then use that to do the what if. So we're using that as the basis to collect all of this information rather than sort of like a traditional static sort of approach. So I'm hopeful that will be the vehicle to do that.
David, a very quick point, then I'm going to close this.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's terribly important we keep in close touch with DEFRA on their analysis of what British farmers will do in the next 12 months. And this is on the near horizon. We assume that since wheat prices are going through the roof, British farmers may plant more wheat. But fertiliser prices are even more through the roof, so they may plant less. And if grain prices are high, it could put pig and poultry farmers out of business. So the whole farming industry could be in a complete state of flux, and we need to keep close tabs and intelligence from DEFRA on what is likely to happen. But Tim's in a better position to know about what farmers may do than I do.
Okay, thank you to the team for that. Lots of interest in this area, and we look forward to hearing more in the future. Thank you. We're now going to move on to an item on food hypersensitivity, and I've been trying desperately to gain a bit of time without much success because I'm very conscious that we've got a couple of questions which have been posed to the board on this, and in a moment I'll ask Stephen to read those out. But before we get started, I mean, it's important to say food hypersensitivity has been a strategic focus of the FSA's work over the last few years, and the discussion today is a really important milestone in that work because we need to review what we've learned and also to set the direction for the next phase of the programme. We've got a very comprehensive and detailed paper which sets out the findings of the research, and so I think what we need to do in our discussion is really focus on what that's told us and therefore the implications for what we do next. And that includes work on precautionary allergen labelling and improving the provision of allergen information in the non-pre-packed sector. The paper also includes consideration of the proposals which were put forward by the Carey family to improve information provided to people with food hypersensitivity. And I do want to thank the Carey family for all the work that they have done to really raise awareness of the issues and the risks, and also for the engagement that they've had both with the food hypersensitivity team, but also I know with Emily as well. It's incredibly helpful for us to really have that kind of lived experience really brought very immediately to our attention. So, yes, thank you to them for that. And huge thanks to Sushma, who has joined us, who heads up this team, and all the work that's gone into this. Rebecca, I imagine you're going to introduce this paper and then perhaps hand over to Sushma.
I am. Do we want to hear the questions so I can answer those first?
That's a useful prompt. So, Stephen, could I just ask you to summarise the two questions that have come to the board on this?
Certainly, Chair. There are two questions relating to the paper. The first comes from Alex Tuttle, who is the Labelling Enforcement Manager at the Food and Drink Federation, and is asking that based on the FSA's scientific and risk-based approach to allergen management, do we intend to standardise precautionary allergen labelling through regulation to give the necessary support and impetus to make the required changes throughout the entire food supply chain? And also whether we have any plans to create an aligned work stream to resolve the policy gap in terms of free-from allergen claims that would improve consumer confidence in food industry's provision of safe food for allergic consumers. The second question is from Paul Carey of the Campaign for Owen's Law, which you've mentioned, Chair. And Mr Carey is the father of Owen Carey, who died sadly as a result of an allergic reaction in 2017. The campaign is concerned that the recommendations put before the board today don't include adopting legislation to ensure that allergens are stated on the face of restaurant menus as called for by the campaign, and that the paper suggests that research carried out for the FSA found that food hypersensitive consumers did not want this. This is at complete odds, in Mr Carey's view, with similar research carried out by the Anaphylaxis campaign in 2021, and Mr Carey provided us with a copy of that paper. The report by the consultants has not been made available in proper time for analysis, and so the campaign is asking the FSA board to postpone accepting the key recommendations set out in the paper today for 3 months, and to allow it sufficient time to review the consultants' report and make representations about it. And secondly, asks that the campaign have the opportunity to make a presentation to the September meeting of the board prior to any further consideration of this key recommendation.
Thank you. So, Rebecca, if I can ask you just to pick up on those as we go through. In relation to presenting to the board, maybe I can just pick that point up. I'm reluctant to agree to that because time at the board is so tight. But what I would encourage is for the team, Emily, and potentially even I could meet with the family to discuss this in more detail. And I think that would be actually a more productive conversation than trying to do a very brief presentation to the board. Rebecca.
Thank you very much, Susan. And I will say, I'll touch on those questions first. And clearly, I do understand that the Owen's Law campaign is disappointed that we're not recommending changing the law about labelling on menus at this time. We do explain the reasons in the paper. I know we'll come on to this in discussion, so I'm not going to repeat those here. It's important to emphasise that we've not ruled out future legislation about written allergen information, and I think the discussion at the board today will inform how we take forward some of this thinking. It was very helpful to see the survey carried out by the Anaphylaxis campaign in 2021. As you'd expect, and as the board knows, the FSA has got guidelines and standards for third-party evidence. We've shared these with the Owen's Law campaign, should they wish to submit the survey to us using those guidelines. Our full report on the FSA research on consumer information will be published within the next week. And as Susan says, we've already said that we'll be happy to meet with the Carey family. I think that's will be a very helpful step, and other stakeholders to talk about those findings further and how they'll inform our plans. I'll just briefly touch on the question from the Food and Drink Federation. As the paper sets out, yes, we do want to see more standardisation in precautionary allergen labelling. We're not proposing to legislate at this stage, but again, I won't preempt the discussion on this. And finally, yes, I can clarify we will be considering free-from claims as part of our ongoing work on precautionary allergen labelling. So I'll now just give a very brief introduction to the paper, which, as you say, is a key staging point in our food hypersensitivity programme. I just want to highlight 3 themes that run through these recommendations. The first is the importance of clear, consistent and accurate written information about allergens. And the paper sets out how we propose to improve this, in particular focusing on precautionary allergen labelling and in the non-pre-packed sector moving towards more standardised wording and formats, for example, for Ask the Staff signage and written allergen information. The second theme is the challenge of finding solutions that can be implemented safely and effectively in the very diverse range of businesses in the non-pre-packed sector. So our approach here is to look at how we can improve practice and compliance at all stages in the production and ordering process, including how to avoid cross-contamination in the kitchen and ongoing support for staff to have appropriate conversations with customers about allergy. And we'll ensure our training and guidance is flexible enough to work for different business models and focusing particularly on small businesses. Finally, as I said, we've carefully considered the option of introducing further legislation to support the changes we want to see. Our paper sets out why we believe at this stage the risks outweigh the benefits, and we've decided not to recommend changes to the law at this stage, but we've not ruled this out in future. So I'll now hand back to the Chair for board member comments and discussion, and we have Sushma here to support that discussion.
Thank you. And as I said at the beginning, a number of board members have declared personal interests in this matter. But I think that, as I said previously, I think that's quite helpful to bring that experience to this conversation. Who would like to open this? Colm and then Margaret.
Chair, thank you very much, and Rebecca and team, thank you. We had a good discussion on this at NIFAC on Monday. I'm broadly supportive. I think slightly nervous about the lack of written information on the labels, although we on the menus and so forth. But we understand how that decision was arrived at. I suppose that puts a greater emphasis on the staff and the staff training. And I suppose the questions were, who's going to be responsible for the training? Is it going to be the FSA do not have the resource to deliver that training? How are we going to ensure the training is delivered? Who will design the training? Who will deliver the training? And I suppose it's a bit of a concern given the the staff turnover that's typical in the hospitality sector in particular, and how do we make sure that we keep that training up to date and fresh with a very fluent staff movement?
I'm going to scoop up questions because I think I can see there are quite a number, and then come back for some broader reflections. So I think as much this is kind of comment and sense from the board about where they are as opposed to specific questions. Margaret and then Ruth.
I've got quite a bit to say, so I apologise. I just want to pick up on what Colin's just said. We had a really good visit, and thank you to Greg's here in Newcastle yesterday. And during our visit, the management there were very clear that when they were asked by Emily what they felt about written versus verbal information, i.e. the people in the front of the shop or the restaurant or what have you, they absolutely said we prioritise written, and were clear that they would not put the responsibility of a verbal conversation, which might end up with a mistake, on relatively untrained people and very often very young people front of house. They take that responsibility, and therefore they put it down to written. And as somebody with a son, he's an adult now with nut allergy, my whole experience in life says anything in writing is the way forward. Writing, supported by verbal, is even better. But anything at any stage, whether it's pre-packed or whether it's on the label or what have you, for us it works. It often prevents any conversation, because if it's got the allergen in it, you're not going to have it anyway. And if it all looks a bit too dicey and there's too much cross-contamination when you walk into a cafe, then actually the whole thing's over. So moving on from that, first of all, this is a really broad paper, and it's really, really useful, and it shows just how much work we have done at the FSA and how much has improved, and how you've managed to bring on industry, particularly in the last 3 or 4 years since Natasha's law was brought in. It's absolutely brilliant. And when I walk in with my son to a restaurant, it has made a huge difference. Or he goes into a cafe, or he buys, via, the online platforms. It's made a real difference, the work that you've done. And I believe that we're on a roller now. And I think that I worry about this paper, that we're almost favouring business to the detriment of the consumer, and that we're loosening up on a couple of things which might allow businesses to just slow down a bit. And I think at this stage we should really be doing things at a greater pace, not a lesser pace. When it comes to things, for example, like a precautionary labelling, I think we've now got a lot of research on it. I think it's very clear that may contain an allergen is meaningless and is largely ignored. May contain X because of production methods at the factory, i.e. explaining why you're alerting somebody to it, that works, and not suitable for work. So I think we're in a position now to move forward, and I think we've been going a little bit too slowly on this. I would love to see the FSA push that forward more quickly. I think we can do it now. We've been talking about it for so long. The next thing, I agree that gold plating, we don't need a separate gold plating system. I'm a little disappointed that we haven't found a way of asking a couple of questions within the food hygiene rating system about cross-contamination and linking that to hygiene. It would set a bar. It would be a low bar, but any bar is better than no bar. For example, is the training adequate? Does everybody from every single member of staff understand cross-contamination? 2 very simple questions. Most importantly, though, on this paper, the thing that worries me is this question about written versus verbal. I can go through this. Paragraph 416, you state, people with FHS say that written information supported by verbal communication is the most trusted way they access allergen information. That's what our research shows. That's what my personal anecdotal experience has been over the last 24 years. So I cannot agree when you get to paragraph 4.27, and particularly when we're dealing with non-pre-packed products, 4.27, which says, we agree, we the FSA, that actively asking consumers about allergies is best practice. Because I don't think that's true. In my view, we should be saying, we agree that written information supported by actively asking consumers about allergies is best practice. I think that works. I think on the own carry thing, I mean, tragic, absolutely tragic, and we'd all agree with that. He probably died because verbal information was not passed on and he didn't have access to the adequate written information. If the menu says an allergen is included in a dish, as I said, it stops the whole conversation. Businesses are publishing things about lifestyle choices, about whether you're eating eco-friendly foods or palm oil is used or vegan. Okay, you're going to say, and I just think that
got the message very
You've got the
strongly
message?
that you're very strongly of the view that
but I
written
think businesses will write things on labels
is
too.
really important. And
apologies.
Yeah, no. I mean, a very heartfelt. And I think your comment, the other comment I really took away from that is about pace in relation to the precautionary allergen labelling, and that we just need to get this done rather than. Okay.
Tiny question, which is about the Irish. Irish research that you quote, 5 years old, about a process that was in only had been going for 3 years, yet the Irish still do have a legal requirement on written information. So what's the latest information on that? Why are they still doing it if we are using that as a reason not to?
Okay, I'll ask the team to answer that very specifically, because I think that is a good point, because that is some hard evidence that appeared that it wasn't well implemented, and I have to say made me think, oh gosh, if we did this, would we actually be increasing the risk to consumers because they would have misplaced confidence? I think it would be helpful to know more about that. Ruth, were you trying to?
I'll be brief. First of all, thank you for the comprehensive overview and the update of all the work that has been going on. And I think it's particularly important to recognise the things that you're not going to do. We were keen to see the reporting systems, the near-miss data gathering and so on. So I think that's really helpful to try these things and acknowledge that that wasn't the right answer. So, that's good progress on that. I do want to come back to the question of written versus verbal, and to say it's not one or the other. If you look at any patient safety system, it's when the holes line up that people fall through them and harm happens. So there are pros and cons to the written material being out of date and not understood by the customer. There are pros and cons of putting, the server in the front line, taking all the responsibility themselves. Maybe they don't even speak to somebody because it's online. So I think what we need to look at is what's the package of things that give you the best result to reduce harm to individuals. And the harm in this case is obviously the ultimate catastrophe. So I think I would want to see us look at looking at both and making sure that we get the best package of interventions that protect people the most. The only thing I wanted to add to that was training. I think the proposal and comms picked up the question about the detail of the training, but I was concerned to see that the whole package wouldn't be in place until the end of 2025. Now, I know in the context of the resource conversation we've had today, I can see that we have to pace what we do, but I would prioritise the level 1 training for the people at the front line. And I think the suggestions of, when the food hygiene rating assessment takes place, making sure people are accessing that training is a simple way of trying to really put some pressure on this now. The people who are having to ask the questions, if we're prompting them to say, ask for help or ask for advice, we must make sure the training is there at the front line server. So thank you.
Thank you. Fiona, then Mark.
I just want to completely endorse what Ruth has just said on the training front. It also seems that the level 1 is going to be a wider catch-all. The thing that I think is missing in this paper is something about communication. We've run effective communications campaigns, I think award-winning, Stephen, congratulations, around this topic. Let's do that again. It was very cost-effective. And I think we can't stop communicating about this until some of the other bits of the infrastructure are in place and working effectively.
Thank you, Susan. I'm going to focus on one very focused issue, if I may, which is at 4.28, there's mention of civil sanctions and the introduction of civil sanctions, and really to urge the greatest possible caution before going down that road. Local authorities have had experience of civil sanctions in other consumer protection spaces. They find them expensive, they don't cover their costs, they're complex, they're slow, and they prevent a really high risk of local authorities becoming liable for other parties' costs. There are fixed penalty notices which sit within the criminal system, which are much more effective. And I am aware the paper says this is to be looked at. I would just urge us to be very cautious before going down a road which is going to do the exact opposite of what we hope and actually make life more difficult for local authorities enforcing in this space.
And Peter?
A couple of fringe points. First of all, underlining the issue of small businesses and information and the need for trying to assist those smaller firms as much as we possibly can. Picking up on what Mark's just said about civil sanctions, when the Welsh Food Advisory Committee discussed this, it picked up civil sanctions from a completely different opposite perspective. It was that in many schemes of a regulatory nature where there is a breach and there are civil sanctions where they exist, that the revenue from the civil sanctions goes to help the local authority in doing its work. And so there was a degree of enthusiasm down that particular road in the discussion in the Welsh Food Advisory Committee. My last point is about Ireland. Having spent a week in Ireland a fortnight ago, what impressed me was on restaurant menus, universally the information was available. My wife is lactose intolerant, so we notice these things, and it was universal in all sorts of menus, hotel breakfast menus, evening, any time there was that information available, and frankly it seemed impressive.
Just on the question of income from civil sanctions, the Association of Chief Trading Standards officers tell me that the income doesn't cover the cost of running the system.
Tim, and then we're going to...
Yeah, very quick point. Endorse everything that's been said, particularly from Margaret. I think there's another reason for pushing further, and that is that we've got a plethora of new unregistered food businesses appearing post-COVID, and that may continue irrespective of the COVID situation, just on people piling in on the aggregator businesses and just trying to make more money because of trying to make ends meet. Whatever we do with registered businesses is going to show by example the expectations, and that's probably the best that we can achieve in a sector that is going to be difficult to regulate, at least at this level. So I would really push that we do raise our ambition.
Well, gosh, a lot of things there. I am going to just first ask Sushma just to comment very specifically on this Irish evidence, and then I'm going to make some comments before coming back to you to wrap up.
So in relation to the Irish evidence that we've utilised as part of our position, an audit was conducted in 2017. Our officials and my officials are in touch with the Irish. It hasn't resulted in an overall cultural change. What they did ascertain from visiting all shapes and sizes of businesses that there were some who were not able to comply with the requirement for written information for the 14 allergens. It didn't specify that it should be on menus. What it did say was written information to be provided, and what resulted from that audit was a whole mishmash of information that some didn't realise that there was an obligation to provide this information, some misinterpreted what was required, inaccurate information. And I think this is the key in all of this. Whilst there are benefits for written information, what is important is that it is correct and accurate. And I think one of the key things in relation to pushing for written information is the accuracy. One understands that there are a whole array of businesses with different structures, and to keep accuracy of written information is a challenge. And I think this is one of the key things that the Irish example illustrated. 88% who were audited were not complying. And from those who were complying, 76% were providing inaccurate information.
So, Sushma, I get that from what was done previously. I think the point Margaret was getting at is that was, some while ago. The whole culture and thinking of allergens has changed, I'm sure, in Ireland in the same way that it has in the UK. So, has that survey been repeated? And secondly, we've had great success with Natasha's Law, which is all about written information. And so do we think that somehow this would be much worse? Rebecca, I think, wants to.
Shall I come in? I think one of the the evaluation of the implementation of Natasha's Law, I think, is going to be really important in helping us understand how effectively additional labelling requirements can be implemented. And you'll remember that we had significant concerns from businesses at the time, particularly around the accuracy of the information provided, and how high the stakes are. If you write something on a menu or put it on a label, it's really important, as Sushma says, that it is accurate. But we're actually picking up and re-engaging and learning more from the Irish experience and getting some more up-to-date information is something we're really happy to do. And I think, again, that's something that will inform our approach going forward.
I'm very unusually not going to ask you to respond to all of the comments that have come from the board today, because what I think we've heard very clearly is that there's a lot of concern around the room that maybe we've not got this quite, the paper hasn't got this quite right. And so let me summarise what I think I've heard, and then my colleagues can tell me whether I've got that about right, and then we can think about what the most useful next steps would be. So Ruth very specifically pointed out the things that we are not going to do. So that's progressing the work on the reporting mechanism and the food allergy safety scheme. And given that others haven't remarked on that further, I'm taking it we're generally content that that was a good idea to try, but actually hasn't worked out in the way that we thought it would. But I think we are all very clear. The whole tone from everybody has been that we want people with food hypersensitivities to feel confident that they can get reliable allergen information and make safe choices when they're eating out, and that there has to be a whole system approach. I think Ruth described it very well with the different layers of protection. So if you fall through one hole, hopefully you don't fall through the next one and end up, with a disastrous outcome. So we need to do more, and the clear message is we need to do this faster. And there was real concern, I think, generally about some of the timelines that were being proposed. Now, I know it's easy for us as the board to think everything should be done tomorrow, and some of these things need time. But I really, urge colleagues to just think about this, particularly in relation to the training and the level 1 training people have prioritised very highly, and surely we can progress that more quickly. The major sort of differences of opinion and concerns are clearly around whether or not we should be pressing more on written information. I absolutely hear Margaret's comments that progress is happening apace on allergen management at the moment, and we absolutely should be supporting and encouraging that progress. And I think there is a risk that we send out a negative signal. On the other hand, we absolutely have to recognise that written information would impose very significant additional burdens on the hospitality sector. And therefore we have to manage that against the benefits that consumers may derive from it. I hear, very strongly from our experts in the FSA, their concerns about what can go wrong, even in the best-run kitchens, and the risk of consumers over-relying on information. It's going to be very, very tricky to judge the right risk management approach. That is something that the board is going to have to take that responsibility of making that judgment. But I just don't feel that we are in a place where we can make that today. I think what I propose is that we ask the executive to reflect on this again. We had the comments and the submissions from the anaphylaxis campaign evidence. I think we need to look at that more carefully. I think we perhaps need to consider some wider consultations with stakeholders on this. I absolutely don't want to rule out recommending legislative changes at this point, but I think we perhaps would benefit, I think the board would benefit from hearing what some of the options might be, rather than us leaping into absolutely full written information all times, all places. I think, is there something about mandation for larger businesses? I'm very conscious we've just required larger businesses with more than 250 employees to put calorie information on the menus. So, is that a place? Is that a place to start? How much can we do around best practice guidelines? About what that written information would look like. Team will have more thoughts, but I feel like we need another paper which focuses specifically on that issue, having made those other decisions about things we won't do, which would allow us to discuss this again, because I think it is a crucial decision, and I don't think we can give it the time. Given the queries that have been raised, I think we should give the executive time to go away, to think about that, and to come back with a new paper, rather than suggesting that people answer that in the moment. I see a few nods, certainly from board members. I mean, Emily, Rebecca, does that feel a reasonable place to be?
I think that's a very helpful steer. It's clear that there is not a united view about the proposals from the executive, and I think the chance for us to think through sort of other options around the mandated approach will help illuminate the issues clearly for the board. It is a very careful decision that you've got to make, and I appreciate we've perhaps given you too much to do in one go. So yeah, I think that's helpful.
But there's a lot we have agreed. And, we absolutely do recognise all the work that's gone into this. I know that it wasn't a decision in the executive team that was taken lightly, but I think there have been some valuable additional points made which would be worth reflecting on. And I'll say again, the issue of pace and timing. If we are thinking about legislative solutions, they are going to take a good while. But I think what we really want to see is some earlier milestones of what we will do along the way, because we do want to keep up the sense of pace and energy and commitment to this direction of travel. So maybe if we could ask for another paper which has that future roadmap. Whether that should come in September or December, I have to say I think December is more realistic. We've got the summer ahead. We've also, as Rebecca mentioned, we've got the evaluation of Natasha's law. I've forgotten, Rebecca, when we might expect that.
So we're starting that in the autumn, so it won't be ready in time for December. So
okay.
We won't have those results until
okay. So. Okay, let's think about timing.
Yeah, I was going to say So I would agree December is better than September, not least because by then we'll know whether there are any changes to our spending review settlement and what our resourcing arrangements will be, because this is discretionary work. It is not work that's based on our statutory responsibilities. It is obviously very, very necessary work, but I just want to put that caveat in. What I suggest is that we do a timeline for you as the chair, Susan, and we agree when the right time would be to bring this back. We would have loved to have brought the PPDS, the pre-packed for direct sale evaluation, into this conversation because I think it's quite relevant, but obviously we don't want to be delayed either given the urgency the board is expressing here. So let's talk about that offline.
It may also be a two-step process in that there are a number of other things around training and so on that we can do sooner and delay the written information piece to later, because I think what's very clear we're all agreed on is that written is good, verbal is good, both is even better. So this isn't a one or the other. So we maybe can split it into two parts. Are board members comfortable with that? I don't want this to sound like I'm kicking this in the long grass. I mean, far from it. I want us to do it properly. Margaret?
I didn't quite hear written or verbal. I heard written supported by verbal from other board members. I just say that, which is a different thing, and it's that emphasis that matters.
Okay, let's take that point on board. Okay, thank you. I've eaten, oh gosh, even worse than I thought, eaten into your coffee time. I truly do apologise for that. We will catch up our time later, but let's really try to be back here in, just over 10 minutes, so that thank you very much.
Everyone has the right to expect that the food they buy will not make them ill. For over 20 years, we've worked with farmers, food manufacturers, consumers, retailers, and the hospitality sector to reduce the risk of foodborne disease and to maintain high standards so that everyone is sure that the food they eat is safe. The food system is changing, and so is our role in it. The way that people purchase food and how food businesses operate is shifting as the pace of technology and the change in the food system continues to accelerate. All this presents new challenges for regulation. We are adapting our approach so that we can be flexible when delivering activities such as inspections, audits, surveillance and sampling, as well as working more collaboratively with local authorities to make sure food is safe, all while preventing food contamination, responding to incidents, and supporting those with food allergies. Our mission continues to be food you can trust. Food that is safe is a key part of our 5-year strategy. Find out more at food.gov.uk/strategy.
Have you ever suffered a reaction to something you've eaten? If you have, you probably have a condition called food hypersensitivity. Let's look into why this happens. There are different types of food hypersensitivity. Food allergy, celiac disease, and food intolerance are 3 examples. Food allergy is when your immune system, which helps your body fight infections, mistakes the proteins in food as a threat. Allergic reactions can range from mild to very serious, such as itchiness, hives, vomiting, swelling of the eyes, lips, and airways, which makes it difficult to breathe. The most severe allergic reaction is called anaphylaxis, which can even lead to death. You can be allergic to any food, but certain foods are responsible for most food allergies. In the UK, food businesses must tell you if they use any of the 14 key allergens in the food and drink they produce. The 14 include common allergens like nuts, peanuts, eggs and milk, as well as unusual ones such as lupin, celery, mustard and sulfites. Celiac disease is an autoimmune condition caused by a reaction to gluten found in grains such as wheat. The immune system attacks the small intestines and reduces its ability to absorb nutrients from food. Following a gluten-free diet can prevent long-term health problems. Food intolerance doesn't involve your immune system and is never life-threatening. The symptoms of a food intolerance can occur hours after eating the offending food. People with food intolerance tend to experience symptoms like diarrhea, skin rashes, or itching. So there you have it. The FSA explains food hypersensitivity. You can find out more information at food.gov.uk.
Campylobacter may not be something you have heard of before, but did you know that it's the most common cause of food poisoning in the UK? Approximately 4 in 5 cases of Campylobacter come from contaminated poultry, especially chicken. Bacteria can also be found in red meat, unpasteurised milk and in the environment, like in soil, streams and lakes. You can't see Campylobacter, smell it or even taste it on food, but if it affects you, you won't forget it. Campylobacter spreads easily. Coming into contact with only a few bacteria can cause illness. Symptoms include abdominal pain, severe diarrhoea and sometimes vomiting. Most people who get ill from Campylobacter recover fully. However, it can cause serious health problems in those at risk, such as young children, elderly people and those who are already ill. It can cause serious, long-term conditions, and at its worst, it can kill. Cross-contamination is one of the main ways that Campylobacter is spread. Some people wash raw chicken to get rid of bacteria, but that can spread them by splashing onto work surfaces, clothing and cooking equipment. The solution is to handle your chicken carefully and cook it thoroughly. Cooking will kill any bacteria present, including Campylobacter. You can also reduce the risk of Campylobacter poisoning in other ways. Always cover raw chicken, then store at the bottom of the fridge so juices cannot drip onto other foods. Cook chicken thoroughly until flesh is steaming hot throughout and any juices run clear. Wash and clean all cooking equipment and surfaces that have come into contact with raw chicken. And wash hands with soap and warm water after handling raw chicken, its packaging and the bin. And there you have it. FSA explains Campylobacter. You can find out more at food.gov.uk.
Have you ever been out for a meal, shopped for food or bought a takeaway and wondered if your food was safe or hygienically handled and prepared? The Food Standards Agency have set up the Food Hygiene Rating Scheme in partnership with local councils to help you find out. Any business providing food, such as restaurants, hotels, bars, shops and takeaways, are subject to hygiene inspections by food safety officers from the local council. The inspection covers 3 main areas: how hygienically the food is handled, such as how it's prepared, cooked, reheated, cooled and stored; the condition and cleanliness of the facilities and buildings, including hand washing facilities, pest control and the layout, lighting and ventilation; and the systems and checks in place to ensure that good hygiene is maintained and that staff know about food safety. Once inspected, the food business is given a rating from 0, which means urgent improvement is required, to 5, which is very good. The business is given a sticker with their rating to display prominently, and all ratings can be found on the FSA website. How often the business is inspected will depend on the type of business and their standards of food hygiene. In England, businesses can choose to display their rating. If you don't see the sticker, you can always check our website or ask the business. So if you want to be sure you're buying food from businesses with good hygiene, always check and choose those with a high rating. So there you have it, the FSA explains the Food Hygiene Rating Scheme. To find out more and check the ratings, visit food.gov.uk.
And welcome back, everyone. Apologies that we're running a little bit behind our scheduled agenda. We will try to catch that up, though I'm reluctant to make any promises. We move on now to another substantive item, which is in relation to the Genetic Technology or Precision Breeding Bill. This was introduced into the House of Commons on the 25th of May and is going to go to its second reading, in fact, later today. the bill includes powers for the FSA to establish a new regulatory regime for precision-bred organisms in a proportionate but very evidence-based way. And I'm very keen that our discussions today should really focus on the FSA's role in this area, and that we avoid straying into comments on the wider bill, which is obviously a DEFRA lead. We have had 5 questions on this topic which were put to the board, and in a moment I'll ask Stephen to read those out and then turn to Rebecca and her team to respond to the questions as part of introducing this paper. I'd also like to introduce Peter Quigley, who's the Deputy Director for Regulatory Services, who's joining us and has been leading much of this work within the agency. And we're joined by Zoom, on Zoom by Sabrina Roberts, who's also been a crucial member of the team. And I would just like to acknowledge the huge amount of work that's been done at great speed over the last few months as we've, both within the agency and in collaboration with DEFRA colleagues. Stephen, over to you. And if I could ask you to summarise the questions without losing the key points. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And as you say, this has attracted quite a fair bit of correspondence. We have 5 correspondents in all, with 11 questions within those emails in total. So I will summarise the fair bit of commentary that accompanies the questions, but that will be published on the website, so the full commentary and questions will be available and recorded on the website. The first is from Samantha Brooke, and Samantha is the Chief Exec at the British Society of Plant Breeders. And given the existing technical guidance and expert scientific opinion that precision breeding genetic changes mimic those that occur in nature and present no additional food safety risks compared to genetic changes generated by traditional breeding, why is the FSA proposing a GM-style regulatory regime for precision-bred organisms, PBOs, for food and feed marketing in Section 3 of the bill? Second question, given the definition of PBO, ACRE's advice, peer-reviewed studies and international scientific opinions from expert food safety organisations such as FSA and Health Canada, how can such a proposal be proportionate? And the third of Samantha's questions is, can the FSA board explain the scientific basis for its proposal to regulate PBOs differently from other products of plant breeding in England? The second correspondent is Pat Walters. Pat doesn't represent any organisation but writes as a private individual, and says that the lack of detail in how the FSA's principles for GE regulation are going to be taken account of in practice in the bill. How is the FSA going to address food safety and environmental concerns, and will the systems put in place be the result of open and transparent engagement with citizens and civil society, rather than an opaque and narrow engagement with experts and vested interest-focused stakeholders? We then have a further correspondence from Pat Thomas, who's the director of an organisation known as GM, A Bigger Conversation, and his question, or her question, relates to the classification of precision-bred foods and ingredients, and asks, can the board clarify whether this indicates the FSA's intention to revise its novel foods classification to exclude precision-bred foods and ingredients, and if so, provide a justification for this? Our next correspondent is Stephen Jacobs. He's the Business Development Manager at an organisation called Organic Farmers and Growers, which is a UK organic certification body. His questions relate to the market for food and for food products. So, 4 questions in all. Does the board believe that labelling rules are or will be sufficiently strong for precision-bred or genome-edited produce? Secondly, in a market where food labelling is key to public health and public understanding, how will the FSA deliver on the remit to maintain customer choice? Thirdly, what measures will the FSA be taking to deliver thorough regulation and transparency should GE foods be placed on the UK market? And finally, will the FSA and FSS be promoting GE labelling in order to deliver on their remit to maintain choice and trusts? And finally, Liz O'Neill is the director of a campaign group called GM Freeze. And Liz asks, as it stands, the Genetic Technology Bill has no provisions to effectively implement the principle that the regulated framework must be clearly communicated and accessible to consumers and other stakeholders, with stakeholder participation in the development and operation of the framework. Does the FSA intend to stick by that principle? And if so, what changes is it seeking in the bill? And that concludes all of the questions related to this particular item.
Thank you, Stephen. And actually, they cover the sort of breadth of views on this, and also, I think, pretty well the topics that we need to consider. So whether that's proportionality in our regulatory system, through to how we involve consumers and represent consumer interests. So I'm confident that all of those will be picked up within the paper. I should say, Stephen mentioned that the full questions will be published. I'm assuming that those will be as part of the minutes of this meeting. We'll put the full written record. It's obviously going to fall to Rebecca and to Peter to answer most of those questions, but I think it actually, since there were a couple of those which touched on the scientific evidence base, which sort of underpins the way we're approaching this, I'm going to put Robin slightly on the spot, but maybe just ask him to tell us the work that our science committees have already done on this and their role.
Certainly, thanks, Chair. It might be helpful just quickly to frame this in the context. So this precision breeding bill is largely about products made by what is termed genome editing. So this is a modern technology, the large difference of which versus GM is the precise nature and the small scale of the changes that it can make. And I often describe this as being like changing the plot of a book. If you're reading a book, you know, under traditional GM, you might have to pull out a whole chapter and replace it with a different chapter. Under a genome modification or precision breeding, you can edit single words or possibly even single letters to achieve a much more precise change. Our advisory committee on novel foods and processes has responded formally to the DEFRA consultation on this, and their response is available on our website. And largely they point out three things, which are probably useful here to point out too. The first is that the key consideration for us is not the technology by which the product was made, but the nature of the product itself. And so in that regard, using precision breeding, you can produce products that have a whole spectrum of differences. And I think it's really important to make that clear, that what we're interested in is what is produced and not the way it was created in the first place. Secondly, the big difference with traditional breeding is one of speed. Traditional breeding, as people around this table will know, takes a long time, and therefore the advantage of precision breeding is one of pace and accuracy, but inherently in traditional breeding you have a long period of time to consider each step, multiple generations, and therefore there is an element at which you can check the safety of your product as you're developing it, because you by definition have to go relatively slowly. And I think for us at FSA, a key consideration is that speed of development of the technology. And then I guess the third and final point, but very important for us, is that we and others have undertaken repeated consumer surveys in this area, and what we are very, very clearly told is that consumers are cautiously interested in the potential benefits of precision breeding, but they are very, very keen that this is a regulated area and that their trust in the food system is maintained. And I think that gives us a very clear mandate to be looking at this in great detail. I think that's probably all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Rebecca, I'll hand over this item to you and Peter.
Thank you very much, Susan. So yes, and I also very much welcome the engagement and the questions that we've received. Because we've had questions on a range of different points, I'll summarise in a brief answer, and then we can move on to discussion of the paper. So we've had questions about proportionality, transparency, labelling, consumer choice and citizen engagement. So the first point is that absolutely we want to design a regulatory framework for food and feed produced by precision breeding that is proportionate, which means one size doesn't fit all. Once precision breeding products are removed from the GMO regulations, they will fall into the novel foods regime, and we don't think this is necessarily proportionate to the risk. So the bill includes powers in line with the principles previously agreed by the FSA board that will enable the FSA to check that products are safe, ensure products can be traced through the food chain, and ensure consumers get the information they need, for example, through a register of approved food and feed. We're not proposing mandatory labelling for these products, as there would be no safety justification for doing so. Clearly, we would do a safety assessment. There would be a risk assessment as part of the new regime. Robin's mentioned the work that we've already done to explore consumer perspectives, and we're planning further engagement in the coming months to inform our approach. And in line with our principle of transparency, we'll be publishing further detail about our plans for the design of the regime before the summer, and very much welcome further engagement with stakeholders about how this will work in practice. So I'm now going to hand over to Peter to summarise the paper.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to keep this very brief to maximise time for board contributions, so give a short overview of the paper and where we've got to with the bill. The Precision Breeding Bill is now going through Parliament with the second reading this afternoon. We then expect committee stage to start later this month. As has been alluded to, the aim of the bill is to alter the definition of GMOs to exclude certain organisms created by genetic technologies in ways that could have occurred naturally or been produced by traditional breeding. As Susan said just now, this is a DEFRA lead, and the FSA has a key interest in this bill. In particular, the bill includes powers for secondary legislation to establish a proportionate authorisation process for food and feed products developed using precision-bred organisms. I'd like to take this opportunity to echo Susan's thanks to all the officials from across the FSA for all their work on this, engaging with DEFRA officials. And so to conclude, the board is asked today to discuss the new bill and note the parliamentary process and timelines.
So we've noted the timelines, and in discussing the bill, let's discuss the FSA's part of the bill. Comments from board members. Peter, maybe I could just kick it off by, this obviously applies to England only, and there is the potential that this may lead to divergence. Could you just remind board members what the arrangements would be in that scenario?
Yes, absolutely. So I think the key thing to factor in, of course, is that this bill is England only, and therefore, as a result of potentially as a result of the UK Internal Market Act, the goods can then be moved across to Wales and Scotland. This is an ongoing issue, and I know there's a lot of engagement between the governments of England, Wales and Scotland to discuss this issue. So that, in brief, is the position. I think the key thing as well to say is that there's clearly engagement happening between all government departments and at a ministerial level to ensure that everyone is fully sighted on the implications of the bill and making sure that this is clearly communicated to all stakeholders.
And I guess one final bit of background information that will perhaps be helpful for people is, what's the position and proceedings in Europe on this?
I think the key thing with Europe is that there is a consultation underway in the EU. There's been publication last year which implied from the EU that they acknowledged there was a need to consider its frameworks and to look at genetic technologies in the round. And so there is ongoing consultation and discussion at EU level that is in the public domain, and that's an ongoing issue.
Thank you. Colin.
Chair, thank you, and Rebecca, Peter, thank you for the paper. We did discuss this earlier in the week at NIFAC, and I had 4 questions, but 2 of which had already been answered. One by Rebecca without being asked, and one that you had asked on the European direction of travel, which obviously is pertinent to Northern Ireland. From the perspective, I suppose my 2 questions are, number 1, do we understand the impact of the future supply chain? So that if we have grain, for example, GE grain coming into the supply chain, does that potentially affect the saleability of product in parts of the UK or in Europe where this has not been adopted? Northern Ireland are currently tied to the EU. Scotland and Wales are not yet on board, as I understand it. And then my second question is, what exactly are we doing about consumer engagement?
I'm going to scoop up questions, Peter, and then come to you at the end. Why don't we go to Peter to hear from the Wales perspective, and then on to Tim. And remind us, let's keep them brief, please, board.
I'm going to be able to be very brief because Welsh Food Advisory Committee, in considering this last week, took account of the fact it's going to have a deep dive into the whole subject in July, and also that Welsh Government at the moment have not taken a firm position, certainly as of the end of last week. And we're hoping that things will develop and that they will be participating in our meeting in July. But one can just simply underline the fact it's not as difficult as Northern Ireland, which is within single market rules and so on, but there is very definitely a risk of a divergent position and ill feeling as a result of it.
Thank you, and really helpful. It will be really helpful to hear the WFAC discussions next week, and I'm very pleased that the Welsh Government are going to be part of that. Tim.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we capture a lot in the paper, but clearly there's a lot of unknowns in the technology, but it offers great prospects and opportunity. In far as our role is concerned, I think we need to underscore around proportionate regulation to the level of risk, and I think that's work that needs to continue. It doesn't need to be detrimental to innovation, but I think in terms of consumer interest, we need to follow that up. Consistent with food is what it says it is. One of the issues might be around public confidence is the ability to detect foods that have been genetically edited. Now, at the moment, that technology isn't as advanced as the ability to make the edits. And I think we need to bear that in mind in terms of when we're assuring food is what it says it is.
Thank you. Ruth?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo that point about not only can we actually trace the product, but do we have the capacity in the laboratories and the technologies to actually do it anyway, if it is possible to do it. My other point was that the evidence that, given this is such a rapidly emerging situation, the evidence of impact of these new products will be short-term. And at the moment, I don't see any provision for any, what I would call post-marketing surveillance for any health unexpected impacts. Now, in the drug world, pharmaceuticals, you'd expect a follow-up, so you can build an evidence base and assurance. So have you any thoughts about what we should be thinking about in terms of expecting any sort of ongoing surveillance of these products once they're approved and on the market? Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, Peter, do you want to pick up those questions? I don't know if some of the tracing and science ones might come to Robin, but I'll let you field them in the first instance.
Many thanks, Susan, and thank you to board members for your questions. I'll pick up a couple of points on this, and then invite also my colleague Sabrina to talk a little bit in detail about our consumer and consumer work. I think the key thing I'd say, I think going back to Ruth's point about post-market surveillance, absolutely. I think the important thing to bear in mind, as we know, is that there is a parliamentary process ongoing. This is going to be debated on the floor of the House of Commons this afternoon, and then there will be obviously a committee stage with potential developments after that, the report stage, and into all being well into the Lords. I think absolutely, as the bill sets out, we've created, or we've sought the creation of these powers to create a proportionate authorisation process and everything around that. And so I think the specifics can absolutely be picked up through things like secondary legislation to make sure that we've got a kind of rigorous and robust but proportionate approach in place, including consideration of things like post-market surveillance where that's needed. I'm going to come on to the point about consumer education. I'll ask Sabrina to say a few words on that, and then I'll hand over to Robin after that. So, Sabrina, if you can hear us, grateful if you can come in now.
Oh, you're on mute, Sabrina. Or we've got you muted somehow.
Can you hear me now, colleagues?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Apologies. Thank you, Peter. So for consumer engagement, This is an area that we're picking up from in terms of the research that we carried out last year. So one of the things that was identified in our perceptions of genome editing and precision breeding was that consumer awareness of this was low. So we recognise that there's a lot of work that we need to do, and it's the FSA's responsibility to ensure that we're engaging with consumers and making them aware of the technology and its uses. So we are picking up on this piece, and we will be engaging with consumers in a number of ways to ensure that they understand the technology and what it can be used for.
Can you just give us an indication of your number of ways? What are we going to do?
So some of the experiences that we learnt from the research we did last year was that workshops were very useful. We also picked up on some of the suggestions that were made by participants themselves. So various different media platforms. We recognise that consumers will engage in many different ways. So that may be through social media and other outlets, but also things like documentaries. We'll be looking at a number of areas with our social scientists, and this work is underway at the moment.
That's really good to hear. I guess I just would emphasise the importance of doing this quite rapidly, because as we've heard, the timeline for this is pretty tight. So I think this is going to be something that we need to work on very quickly. Robin, did you want to comment?
Yeah, just quickly, thank you, Susan. I'll pick up on the points on detection that were raised by Tim and Ruth. So you're absolutely right, Tim. The whole point of this is that a very small scale edit should be similar to traditional breeding and therefore not necessarily detectable. So the one letter change in my previous analogy. One point I think is that industry will want to have traceability also because they will wish to protect their intellectual property around here. And there are ways you can do that. So for instance, your single letter change in conjunction with other genetic markers in the particular background of the plant that you've introduced it into does give you a kind of barcode to validate your product and to demonstrate traceability through the system. So I know a number of companies are looking at that. So I think there will be quite a strong, compelling argument from the industry side to have a fully traceable supply chain into which we will be engaged. In terms of Ruth's point about the lab capacity, the biggest difference here is that you will largely have to do a whole genome or significant amount of genome sequencing to identify these changes, as opposed to just the chapter replacement in my previous analogy. That, however, is now very, very feasible. That's whole genome sequencing is done all the time, particularly by companies. I think we do have the capacity to do that, particularly in conjunction with that supply chain validation that industry has. So I'm not particularly concerned about that. But I think it will be really important to see the nature of the early products that come through this and then build capacity around that. There's a big difference, obviously, between screening, a banana and a potato, for example.
Great, thank you very much. I mean, that's been a helpful paper, useful discussion. The new regulatory regime is going to be incredibly important so that we maintain our high standards for sort of food safety and authenticity, which consumers expect. And we keep talking about proportionality in this, and that is important. I think the board will be keen to see the proposals for what this framework will look like. We agreed the principles at a previous board meeting, but this is moving at pace, and I think we need to, I know this will come in the secondary legislation, but I would very much like the board to be cited on the thinking in the executive about what this framework is going to look like, because as ever the devil is in the detail. And so I think it's going to be necessary that we have another paper on this, Peter, at the next board meeting, which I would expect to include some significant, well, firstly, what we've learned from consumers from that engagement work, but also some significant progress towards what this new framework is going to look like. That won't be a done deal by then, I accept. Tim, did you?
Sorry to It'd also be helpful to differentiate between where we are now with plant-based edits and how we might prospectively look forward to where there are animal material-based edits, because there are a whole range of different implications.
Yeah, and we clearly want it would be good to do the framework once rather than not multiple times. So let's try and future-proof this as much as possible. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all, and absolutely shared the need to work at pace on all of this and engage the board extensively. So thank you.
Great. Sorry to move on at speed, but that's what we must do. So thank you, Peter. And I'm now going to turn the board's attention. It's a real diversity of issues. It's good for keeping your brains agile. We're going to turn now to the matter of food, household food insecurity. And I think for this, we're going to be joined again by Sam Faulkner from the Strategy Unit and Michelle Patel. We have mentioned this paper a couple of times already, which is an indicator, I think, of the importance we attach to it. And board members will recall that it was at our meeting in Birmingham that we asked the executive to bring forward a paper summarising the research that we had done to date in relation to household food insecurity, and to work through some thinking about what more we could do to support households who are facing a cost of living crisis. I think, as we discussed in Birmingham, the root of this problem is poverty, and that's not one that the FSA can solve. So we need to be realistic what we can do. And I thought the table that was in this paper was extremely helpful in setting out the sort of spectrum of possibilities. So thank you. Yesterday, we've mentioned a number of visits that the board had yesterday, and one of them was to the FareShare warehouse. And it was hugely helpful for board members to see what an extraordinary logistics operation it is in order to really prevent as much food as possible from going to waste. That's important in its own right, but even more encouraging was to see how embedded FareShare have become with local community schemes for food redistribution. And I think it prompted quite a lot of thinking amongst board members and indeed the executive about what more we could do in the FSA to ensure that our rules and regulations to keep food safe are not unnecessarily inhibiting the good work that others are trying to do. So I think there are definitely some points we can pick up from that. I was interested on the back of the research that we already do quite a lot of work with RAP, and I think RAP estimate that there's 200,000 tonnes or 500 million meals, potential meals which are currently going to waste, and it is absolutely beholden on us to make sure that we are not the cause of that and that we reduce our regulatory burden where we can. So, important paper, and I've taken up too much time already, so I'm going to hand over to Katie. Are you going to introduce it? Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. I'm actually going to make 2 quick framing points, and then Sam's going to introduce the paper. The first is just about the pace at which this issue is developing. We've been worried about household food insecurity in the FSA for some time, but we've come a long way since the board asked for this paper a few months ago at the last meeting. There's been a huge amount of public discussion about the affordability of food. The government has published its own support package on the cost of living. And as we've been developing the plans and proposals in this paper, it's felt actually week on week as if the ground has been shifting beneath us. So we're bringing you what we think the FSA should be doing at the moment, but I suspect that this will change and evolve over time further. The second point is just a sort of conceptual one. Household food insecurity is not an add-on that we can think about doing some work on in the FSA. It is the entire context in which we will do all of our work over the coming years. As Susan said, the root of this is poverty, and the FSA is not the department with policy responsibility for tackling poverty. We don't regulate food prices, but the growing levels of household food insecurity are absolutely relevant to our ability to deliver our statutory objectives and to deliver our strategy. So it's not a choice for us about whether we do something on it. It is a question about how we build it into all of our work. And to do that, we've used the strategy as a framework to develop this paper and to think about what our job is. if I can say so as a strategy director, we found that actually really, really helpful, and it was a good sign for us that we've got a strategy that works for us, so I hope the board find it helpful. But I'll pass to Sam now.
Thank you, Katie. Before I talk about the paper in detail, I just want to make two key framing points that we've had as developing this. Firstly, the FSA won't compromise on food safety. So across the board, we think everyone should access safe food, and that has really informed the work we're doing here. And secondly, we're clear that community food provision and food banks are not a long-term solution to underlying poverty. However, they are an increasing way that people are accessing food. We need to make sure that people are able to access this food that is safe and that is what it says it is in line with our strategy. As we mentioned earlier on this morning, this paper draws on the research that we've undertaken over a longer period, but specifically in the first part of 2022. This evidence clearly shows that people are very concerned about food affordability. It's the main thing they're concerned about, and also that many people are changing their behaviour in response to the cost of living pressures, and that's all summarised in part 3 of the paper. It's also important to note that this research is from an earlier part in 2022, so the consumer tracker covers a period to the end of March 22, so it's quite likely the situation has got worse, and this situation will continue for a number of months and onwards into next winter. I won't go into detail on section 4 or Annex A, which summarises the work that we do and the work that we could potentially do in this space, but there's 3 main bits I just want to touch upon. Firstly, we already undertake significant work as an evidence generator. This has allowed us to quickly source data for this work specifically, but also for other parts of government to use, be it through the white paper work or the Office of National Statistics work on the food staples, also known as the Sam Vines Index. Our evidence is also widely used by other organisations outside of government, and I think this really reinforces our reputation of being an organisation that is trusted and a source of evidence that others can rely on. But we can go further with our research, and we want to make it more accessible and more usable for others to make in terms of just make it more usable for others. I just want to say also on this, we're going to stop short of being a campaigning organisation. Our role in this space is to provide evidence out there that is objective and is very much based in the best principles of the FSA. So others can use it, and they can use it how they need to. Susan, you already mentioned our work that we do closely with WAP and DEFRA to provide guidance on use by and best before dates, and this helps support the redistribution of food. We want to revisit this and make sure it is accessible and easy to use as possible, particularly to smaller independent food banks who may not have an investment in or have a career in the food safety industry. And finally, we'll seek to convene groups across government and across the food system to understand the barriers that exist and see where our guidance may inadvertently or cause any of the pressures that we see at the moment. So we'll seek to address these while not compromising food safety. And already in the last period, we've spoken to some major donors, we've spoken to some redistribution charities, and also spoke to conveners of smaller food banks to understand the work we can do in that space. So just in closing, we're asked for 3 things today. So note the work we're trying to do in this space, understand where we think we can do more within our current resources, and also importantly, the work that we don't think it is within the remit of the FSA to do, and then provide any views from the board about whether there's more work that they'd like us to do, accepting that to do that, we'd need to consider our priorities against other issues we talk about.
Thank you, Sam. Very helpful. I think this is a really useful paper, and I really appreciate the thinking that has gone into this and presenting it in a very logical way for the board. I think Katie makes a really important point that this needs to be an ongoing conversation, and in future it may be we don't so much have standalone papers as actually almost have this as a sort of cross-cutting issue. But to get that thinking off the ground, it's useful to have this focus now. I'm going to suggest that we really do put our attention on Annex A. I think the proposition that Sam has made that we should continue our research is we probably don't need to spend time discussing that. I think we've seen already how helpful that's been, and in particular with the upcoming DHSC white paper on health disparities. I know that the team have been working very closely to ensure that our evidence informs that white paper. The second proposal about looking again at the work with food redistribution question is certainly one that those board members who were with me yesterday, I think were very supportive of, and we could see real opportunities that we could make a difference. And I suspect probably make an even greater difference in some of the smaller organisations. FareShare have, you know, a national network to draw on, and it's probably easier for them than it is for many other organisations. So unless people want to object, I'm going to take those two as read, that we will do that, and ask people to think about whether there are other areas where you feel we should be or could be doing more, guided by Annex A.
Thank you, Chair. I just have to say how concerning the data are, and you know, to see the impact on young people, families and vulnerable groups is very worrying. And I welcome Katie's comment about the impact this has on all our policies, and that health inequalities is going to inform all our work on our strategy. So, having said that, in the interest of time, obviously I would like to see as much as possible done. But I also recognise this is about prioritising what only we can do as the Food Standards Agency to address this issue. So where the things in the tables are things that only we can do, we absolutely should be trying to do those. I absolutely agree that we should be sharing that as widely as possible and using our leadership in the food system so that everybody has access to the information emerging and knowledge of the interventions that can help, such as the ones you've described. I do think we can, some of the suggestions in the table are things which perhaps other bodies can do. So I think there is something about really targeting other parts of the system, whether it's in government or NGOs, who also have an interest in this, where they can also play their part and work in partnership with us. So I don't think we should go through the list in detail, but I think the lens I would put on it is absolutely focus on what only we can do, and then as resources permit, do whatever else we can to help the whole system address this issue, and particularly contribute to the Disparities White Paper, where I think that may be an avenue we can also help to influence on the health consequences of some of this. Obviously, as I say, I'd like us to do as much as possible.
Thank you, Ruth. I mean, I think those are really helpful sort of principles for us to use in judging it. Can I just ask, though, was there anything within this table that you felt like, oh, actually, you know, that looked to you as though something we should perhaps be paying more attention to?
I think they're all very reasonable suggestions. I say I'm very conscious that we have to also be mindful that we stick to what we can do and our responsibility within the health space. So I wasn't proposing to go through each one in detail. I think that, you know, there's so much here that we could spend a long time discussing it. But I do think shedding light on the lived experience, I think, is a very good way of helping policymakers to understand the combined consequences of some of the insecurities people are experiencing. So my preference is it helps to create the narrative as opposed to just having data that tells you trends. It's about what's really happening to people is really important.
So the importance of quantitative and qualitative research and that combination. Mark.
Thank you, Susan. I just agree with everything that Ruth just said. I wasn't going to say it, but I do agree with it. Just a couple of reflections from my point of view. We're asked in here to think about the fact that other work might have to be deprioritised. I'd like to understand more about the costs of doing that and the benefits of what we're proposing to do. Not the financial costs, but actually what we would lose. Because I think it's really difficult to... It's easy to say this is a big issue, we need to do everything to it, but you know, we would lose something in the course of doing that. And the other just relatively minor point, I suppose, is, and picking up on what Ruth said about the lived experience, the case study in here is very interesting, but one of the things I took from that is that there's a perception that cheap food is poor quality, and I'd like to really understand whether that's true.
Thank you. Katie, Margaret, come in, and then I'll turn to Katie on this issue of prioritisation.
I just think it's so important, and it could get worse if we don't intervene now, so absolutely really important work. I think in answer to the question you just asked, I think it's important to understand the trade-offs that consumers make when they can't afford food. It may be that we can then spot sort of pinch points, points of risk, which we may be able to intervene at, which we're not really totally aware of. And then the other thing is the best before dates. And I think, you know, this is a chance to look at them again. What worries me about them is that the best before dates, when things get close, they get moved to the food banks, and it's almost as if there's a sort of two-tier food system emerging for wealthier people who can afford food that has a longer shelf life, and others can't.
David, did you want to comment specifically on that?
Yes, in relation to what Margaret said, it was fascinating and frightening at FareShare yesterday when he said that 50% of the food they got in was because the best before date had been exceeded. And we saw pallets full of tea with a 6-month best before date on, which I think is nonsense. Pallets full of jars of pickles and cans of food which can last for years. So we've really got to do something about the best before dates, which I think are nonsensical for the vast majority of products.
And there's also, I think, I mean, the argument we've had many times before is whether there's also a degree of consumer confusion with use by and best before dates, and so this perhaps is a way into dealing with that issue, that more general issue about understanding, and really links to our kind of core food safety role, because if people are more casual about best before dates, there's a risk they're more casual about use by ones too. We run into real risks. Other comment? Fiona.
Thank you, Susan. I wanted just to pick up on the data point. I mean, we obviously have a very rich database and potential source of additional data, and I think it'd be quite useful to explore what deeper information we can pull out around where there are particular pockets of risk. I think if food insecurity is overlaid with the risk of lower food standards coming through the system where there's local compliance issues, it's a question. I don't know whether these things line up, but are there particular areas where people are having additional problems that the food system needs to look at?
Thank you. So it seems to me that the two areas that the board have highlighted in your more things we could do are more research in relation to the lived experience, and also this use by and best before dates. Katie, could I ask you to sort of comment on the things that perhaps within the executive you've been thinking are the kind of top of the list of the next, and then this issue of prioritisation, what does this come at the cost of?
Yes, certainly. So on the prioritisation point generally, and I will give Sam and Michelle the chance because they may want to add a specific, but what we've got in the second column of activity we're planning to do is activity we think we can do within current resources. That was written before the Headcount Commission, and obviously there's a separate set of questions there. But there's an opportunity cost. We are putting our science and evidence resources and some of our strategy resources and our comms resources into this, rather than we could have diverted more into looking more at health or sustainability or something during the next year. So there's an opportunity on areas of focus, but there's not a set of other areas where we're going to say we have to close down work in order to do this. And then on use by best before, I think Sam's talked several times about making guidance more accessible and clearer. This is exactly the work we've done with RAP, and actually part of the challenge is getting the messages to people. But Sam or Michelle might want to add to that.
Yeah, thank you. So I might ask on this for specifics to help with your question, Mark, on prioritisation. I might ask Michelle just to mention specifically around what her team would do, because we can talk in general terms around the need to constantly prioritise, which we do. But I think maybe it might be if Michelle can put some detail in that to make it really tangible for what we might be stopping or pausing or slowing in this space.
Thank you. I think Katie had it right, actually. We have a new research and evidence programme around the wider consumer interest, and we have some resource, both people currently and money allocated against that. And what we've proposed is that we use, I would say, 2/3 of it at least in the early part of the programme to really drill into some of these areas that we've identified. And the reason we've prioritised that is because the sort of founding piece of Insight, the wider consumer interest, the public interest in food piece of research, showed that this was something that was absolutely colouring everything that people were doing. But as part of that, we want to look into the trade-offs that people are making, because I think what we've heard really loud and clear from a lot of the others working in this space, particularly some of the NGOs, is that it would be terrible if the wider concerns around sustainability and the impact of climate change, or longer-term nutritional risks, got subsumed into a cost of living crisis, and then it became risks across the piece. So I think where we can add something unique is that intersection of things around the consumer experience, and that's why we did the work in 2020 and then repeated it in 22. And I'll just follow up by saying another thing that we would want to do is dig much deeper into the data we can get from academic colleagues, but also people like NHS data, and working with DEFRA, who I know are also mapping pockets of risk, I think is how you defined it. So it would mean that we're putting the bulk of our available resource that isn't looking at food risk, more specifically immediate acute food risk, into understanding how this plays out for consumers. But it also feels like they're telling us that's what they want us to do, and they're worried about the knock-on effects to all the other sort of pillar 3 things that we've been thinking about too.
Reflections from the board on whether that is the right approach or not. It's a tricky one. I mean, I do think the link into the impacts on health and sustainability, is it the case that this is just pushing it down consumers' agenda, but also the wider piece of work that, in the same way that Mark said, do we, I don't think it is the case that cheaper food, is a poorer quality, but the question is, I don't think it needs to be poorer for health either, and so on. So understanding to what extent, dealing with one thing deals with several at the same time, I think is quite important. Rebecca.
If we've got time, I could just briefly pick up on best before dates, if that would be helpful.
Yep.
Yeah. So just picking up David's points, I think there are a few things to mention here. So firstly, best before dates are about quality. And clearly, it's important for consumers to know when a product won't be of the quality that they're expecting. I can understand why a food waste charity would be receiving products that are approaching their best before date, because obviously retailers may not want to be providing those to their customers. And I can also understand why that charity may be cautious about passing those on to their own clients, because they may think that the people using that charity should have access to the same quality food as others. But I think where we can help is really clarifying what a best before date tells you, as we've discussed, working through RAP and others, and making sure that our guidance to industry is really clear, and that the best before dates are appropriate, they're not over cautious, and making sure that food organisations and those distributing surplus food understand what it means, and that it can still be safely used.
That's all good. I think what came out of yesterday's visit is perhaps us also really having the conversations with business again about what dates they're putting on these things. And we heard that some companies very happy to give extensions for 6 months. Well, why isn't that in the first place? So I think let's not put all of the emphasis on this just at the the downstream end. Let's also be talking to business again about the use of best before dates. In the interest of time, I'm going to bring this item to a close. I'm sure it's one we will come back to. Thank you for all the research that has gone on already. I think we've mentioned it a couple of times. The Health Disparities White Paper is going to be very important, and I hope that may be an opportunity for us perhaps to crystallise work that the FSA might do in this area. Thank you. So we are behind time, but I have previously warned colleagues that we're going to have a rather shorter discussion on the next 2 items on the agenda. So we're turning now to the FSA's international objectives, so moving away from local communities and into our global engagement. obviously working in the international space isn't new to the FSA, but I think with the changes, and particularly EU exit, this is a really important opportunity for us to really refresh our thinking and our work in this space. So I'm pleased to welcome Laura Phelps, who's the head of regulatory international work in the strategy unit, and Anjali is oversees this area. We've got a paper which is essentially just an update. I think the key question that I want to focus the board's attention on is the priorities that have been identified, and once again to really just seek your comments and views to help guide the thinking in the team, and just to judge whether we've got whether those priorities are about right. Is there anything you want to say to introduce the paper, or does it essentially?
I think, Susan, in the interest of time, I think you've introduced it really well. As we've said, really welcome the board's views on both the areas of focus, but the three objectives: the consumer protection, the knowledge sharing, and being an effective regulator, which will form the framework for the areas of focus for the next 12 to 18 months.
Great, thank you. Comments from the board on those three areas. I mean, they're pretty high level, but I think it's perhaps useful to look at some of the examples which sit underneath each of those. So the three examples in consumer protection being around eco-labelling, on knowledge sharing, around work with Codex, and I've now just moved on a page too far in my papers, and in relation to being an effective regulator, looking at novel foods. And if I could, kick off, I think it's really helpful to have those principles in mind. In a way, we've got those in the strategy already, the principles by which we work. I think what's important is for us to identify what are the questions we're trying to answer, or what is it we're trying to achieve through our international engagement, because I think it might be almost easier to prioritise in that way. What are the outputs we're seeking to achieve, rather than prioritising by these more, the sort of more general principles. And certainly to my mind, the issue of novel foods is a prime example where I think we must understand the international regulatory environment, because that is going to have real impacts on the way business behave. It's going to set precedents for what happens in other markets. So I think we need to know what's happening there. I think we also need to see what we can learn from the regulatory approaches that are used in other areas, which might inform our work more generally, not just in novel foods. So I'd personally place quite a high priority on the issue of looking, in this time where we're trying to be efficient and work in the best way we can, let's be open to other ways of doing our regulated products work. Tim.
Thanks for that. I think you captured it very well. I think there's certainly knowledge sharing and learning. What we can learn from others means we save resource, hopefully, in doing that work ourselves, and cooperation and collaboration is clearly something we should try and work towards. We've been a leader, particularly around Codex, and I think that's something that may be in our wider roles we might want to leverage, particularly in terms of how we approach regulation here on in. And we've also got a wider world to look at because of post-Brexit, that perhaps there's opportunities around innovating in a practice as well. There also might be issues around revenue generation in terms of export of methodologies, approaches beyond the scientific sharing and goodwill that we have with others. So I think there's huge opportunity here, but I think we need to view it in the context of innovation and also around efficiencies of operating, and possibly this issue around revenue generation.
Chair, thank you. I just really like to add to what Tim has said. I think this is a really fantastic opportunity to establish the FSA's presence globally. I think that we have lost some of those connections through EFSA, but remember that the UK was a huge contributor to EFSA and a huge moderator in many respects to EFSA. I think that if we can build those reputations, and it's like any other business building a global network, and I think it's a real opportunity to do that. I think we can learn a lot. We can help others to learn a lot. So I think we have to be prepared to give and take in these relationships, as one would do in any business relationship. But I would actually encourage us to get out there and do more of this right across the world, and use those contexts. We have a very strong Northern Ireland office in Brussels with a relatively recently appointed director, and I think we should use people like that to open doors for us out there.
That's a really good suggestion, actually, that we think how we can use our relationship in Northern Ireland to leverage perhaps some greater contacts. I think in thinking about prioritisation here, and we're not going to have time to have a detailed discussion, I think it's worth doing, as Ruth suggested in the food insecurity, of thinking what are the sort of principles in relation to things that only the FSA can do. You know, all parts of government are doing a lot in the international space. So what is our unique role in that? And that's obviously things like regulated products, the work with codex and so forth. You know, that has to be FSA. There may be some other areas. I mean, I know eco-labelling was only an example, but actually that's not our lead. And whilst it's obviously of huge interest, I think we need to be careful that we don't start trying to do things that perhaps should be led by others. So I think that's, I would have as important principles. But then the other thing that I do think is important in the international space is food standards are going to be really important to our global trade. And I would like to I hope that we're very closely tied into those sort of trade missions, so that we, where they're going to centre around food, so that we can add value to what's happening elsewhere in government. So I think it's, what do we need to do which is important for our own work? That's a high priority. And what are the things where something that we can do can add real value to what other departments, I think, are where we ought to be prioritising. In the absence of any further comments from colleagues, again, this is something that we'll continue to discuss, but I'm going to close this paper now. Thank you very much. Thank you both. So we'll press on now to a report from the Director of the FSA in Northern Ireland. And I'd just like to say we've changed a little bit the way we hear reports from what's happening in Wales and Northern Ireland. We have 4 board meetings a year, as members are well aware, and what we have decided is that on 2 of those we'll have an annual report from the Director in Northern Ireland and 1 from the Director in Wales. And on the other 2 occasions we'll have a report from the Chair of the Food Advisory Council, so whether that's NIFAC or WFAC, which will mean that at each of our meetings we'll have a specific moment to consider what's happening in Wales or Northern Ireland. So we're going to kick that off with a report from Maria. And everybody will be very, very well aware that this has been an especially challenging year for everybody working on issues relating to Northern Ireland, and very grateful for the team for keeping on through all the changes. Maria.
Thank you, Susan. And I hope the paper is more or less self-explanatory, but I just want to outline, we have put in there a few of the key achievements of the team since September of last year, and that includes the work on the 4-country framework programme, designating national reference labs and official laboratories, our successful funding bids, and also our engagement across government. Looking at our current priorities and looking ahead, I really hope that we've outlined in the paper the things that will meet the board's expectations, but particularly point to the work that we do across government and how we will contribute to developing the Northern Ireland Food Strategy and a new obesity prevention strategy as well.
Thank you. Colm, can I turn to you first, because you're obviously the closest to this area?
No, and we did discuss this at NIFAC on Monday. And amazingly, the paper was so well written, there were no questions from NIFAC at the time. But I think it would be remiss of me not to compliment Maria and the team in Northern Ireland on the tremendous work they've done over the past year, and indeed over the number of years. But I think what this paper does highlight is the cross-government work that goes on in Northern Ireland, and it refers back to my earlier comments about the importance of the Food Standards Agency. It's primarily drawn into the work of the Department of Health and the Department of Agriculture and Environment and Rural Affairs, but also there's a food piece within the Department of the Economy strategy that the FSA will be involved in as well. So it really does cut right across the Northern Ireland Executive. I think the esteem in which FSA Northern Ireland are held by all ministers and senior civil servants that I have spoken to, it couldn't be overstated. I'm tremendously proud of the work that Maria and team have done, but really important that they have the ability and the resource to continue to do that.
Thank you. And I think the other thing that is going to become increasingly important as we look forward and trying to deliver on our new strategy is to build on some of the work that is already being done in Northern Ireland in relation to health in particular. So, fantastic to see the work on the nutrition standards, for example, and, mindful of some of the comments in the white paper this week about procurement and so forth in the public sector. There may be a lot that we can draw on. And I think it's a really good example of the sort of symbiosis. I mean, the Northern Ireland office, draws a lot, as you said, from the core FSA functions, but actually it does have some unique things that it can contribute into the wider effort. I hope that one of the things when we publish the annual report later this month is we've tried where possible to obviously do it in a one UK approach, but actually also to pull out where there are particular unique things or differences in one country over another, and I hope that will be really useful and interesting to people in Northern Ireland. Looking forward to the launch there. Any further comments from? Goodness, we're not going to amazingly have no questions here. Emily, I wonder if there's anything you wanted to say about how the work in Northern Ireland integrates with them.
I haven't really got much to add. I would. I mean, I think this point about the symbiosis between the different functions, perhaps I could draw out. So the Northern Ireland team rely enormously on the scientists, the communications folk, the finance people, the HR people and so on in the core, and vice versa, in order for our strategy team, for instance, to influence the work that has been going on with the food white paper. They've been drawing on our nutrition experts in Northern Ireland. If we look at our annual report on food standards that will be coming out in a few weeks' time, that has been a cross-FSA effort. And I think that I guess the point there is they couldn't stand alone. They need the core FSA, and likewise, we very much the whole of the FSA needs the Northern Ireland bit too. It feels a bit remiss for us not to just ask whether there is anything more that we as a board should be doing or looking at to support in relation to the sort of complexities around the Northern Ireland Protocol and all of the... Is there more that the board can help you with there, Maria? I mean, I imagine it's beyond our remit, really.
I think that we're very good at bringing those issues to the board when we need to, and I think, Susan, your engagement with the ministers is really important so that they hear directly from you and have access to you, and obviously through you to the FSA board as well. So I think between working with Anjali and her team in relation to some of the ongoing negotiations that we're feeding into, it seems to be working quite well, but if there's anything, we'll certainly flag it.
Very good. Well, in which case, just remains to say thank you very much to Maria, to all the team, and indeed to NIFAC as well, because I think that relationship also matters a lot, because it's a good way of connecting the FSA into its sort of wider stakeholder network in Northern Ireland. Thank you. Good. So we're now going to move on to the next item, and I'm pleased to welcome Joe Clift, who's joining us on Teams. And really sorry, Joe, that you're unable to be with us today, but thank you for joining online. So Joe was appointed last autumn to undertake an independent review of the effectiveness of the FSA board. So this is very much, so every year we do an internal review of effectiveness, but we have this time gone for an external review. I think it's a sort of timely moment with all the change that's happened, me coming in as a new chair, and so Joe, thank you. I know you've been talking to board members and the exec. We've got your report. We've only just received that, so my suggestion is that we just use this as an opportunity if board members want to ask questions of Joe about the report, and then we can review the recommendations at a later point. But Joe, over to you, really. Be good. We've got your report, but obviously good just to hear your sort of verbal observations and perhaps that slightly more, overarching sense of how we're doing. This is like having your homework marked in public.
Thank you, Chair, and I am disappointed not to be there today. Sorry about that. So to contextualise this report, my overall impression, my overall findings is that we're positive. So, let's get that out of the way now. This is a report where I'm talking about recommendations as opposed to big gaps in the board and its operations. So I feel there's a lot of strengths on the board. I was impressed by the amount of collaborative work, the experience, dedication, motivation, skill set. So that's my overall context. There are two or three themes that I thought it would be helpful to mention today to give the sort of slightly more in-depth context. The first one was an observation that you could be clearer on metrics, success criteria, and what we would call KPIs. And that the new strategy is obviously an opportunity to reset the button on that and decide what your key success criteria are. The sort of upside of that for me in the context of the discussions I had with board members and executives is that could and should help with the decisions about prioritisation. There were some feelings around from some of the exec that they weren't sure what specific levers the board was trying to pull because it felt as though there was just a lot going on. So I felt that might help on both counts, A, clarity, and B, prioritisation. The second theme, I think, is to encourage you to stay very focused, which you have done today, on risk and linked to risk horizon scanning. So this is really about trying to keep the front foot where it comes to risk and horizon scanning. And I did some thinking about whether the board itself look at risk enough, or whether they've sort of allowed the ARAC to take the ownership of risk. And I haven't quite come to a sort of firm view on that, but I thought that given the uncertainty of where we are, where we've been over the last few years, and where we are going in the future, and people have talked about that this morning in terms of Ukraine, workforce planning, more pressures on EU exit, Sam's comment about anticipatory regulation, I thought that those two areas were important to keep as a strong focus. And my last area was around culture and the challenges of keeping engagement within the board and keeping engagement between the board and the executive when you have this sort of continuous change. So hopefully we're over COVID, never say never, but you are going to be taking on new board members, other board members will be leaving, and it's very easy to underestimate the amount of thinking you have to do about bringing those people into the net. What do they know about this environment? What do they know about the public sector if they haven't worked in the public sector before? And how can you engage them and involve them? And a secondary point on that would be that sometimes, and this may have been related to the pandemic more than anything, it felt as though the board and the exec hadn't had the opportunity to get to know each other's skill sets, experience, knowledge, and that if there was a bit more of that, it could grow more organically and be more productive. Those were my main observations.
Great, thank you very much, Jo. I'm just going to open it up now to colleagues if they've got any reflections on this. Ruth.
Well, thank you very much, Jo, for doing the report. It's always important to get that external perspective on what we do. And I take great heart in the fact that you consider us to be very skilled and competent as a board. So I see your recommendations as very much about fine-tuning, continuous improvement on what we can do. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the board has adapted to all sorts of things in the last 2 or 3 years, not the pandemic, but also the new roles that we've inherited post-Brexit and so on. So I think we recognise that we need to keep evolving how we do it. And I see your recommendations really as carry on doing the things that you're doing, like risk, like horizon scanning, maybe some further adaptation to do. Some other areas where we could maybe change the approach slightly. I won't go through all the recommendations, but they're good, things for us to have a conversation about as we move on. The only thing I would say is your comments about we don't necessarily know each other. I think since you did the data gathering, which was probably about 6 months ago now, I think we've really seen a change in how much time we spend together in person. So we met in December, March and now, and I think that's really helped again to get us all back in the room. You always need to introduce new NEDs and new executive members to teams and always be mindful of that. But I think we recognise that, and I'm sure we'll continue to do it. I will put on record, the induction I had when I joined the FSA is the best I've ever had. But we'll certainly take your report, and I'm sure we'll have a process to sort of consider it in depth. Thank you very much for doing it.
Colm.
Thanks, Chair. Jo, thank you very much. And I think it's a great report, and I think all of the sort of the 3 items you've outlined there are important. I completely agree with Ruth's last point there. I think that the change, even, and both Ruth and I are sort of fairly well-established board members, but I think the change in the last 6 months has really been fantastic in terms of that coming together and having time to spend together. And that's, I just want to focus on, and completely agree with your point on risk, and focus on risk from a board perspective. And I'll talk about this in a moment on the IRAC report. But we have seen the level of risk within the FSA grow substantially, and it will continue to grow substantially. And as I've always said to the board in my IRAC reports, IRAC is an advisory committee of the board. IRAC doesn't own the risk; it reports on the risk. The board own the risk, and I think it's important that I think that's the point that Jo was trying to bring across there. I completely endorse that. Going forward, how the board actually makes sure that they have got that handle on a growing risk profile, rather than just once a year. In other organisations, in other boards that I sit on and have sat on, the board would look at risk at least once a quarter. So it's just maybe let's have a look at is the board, because there are 5 members of the board on IRAC. So they're obviously looking at risk on a quarterly basis, or at 4, 5, maybe 6 times a year. I think the board probably do need to have a much closer look. It doesn't necessarily, sometimes it's quarterly, sometimes it's half yearly. At the minute we really have a deep dive as a board annually, and that should continue. But I think there should be interim steps in between.
Thank you. That's a really helpful reflection. Peter. Microphone.
Okay. I'm commenting solely on the section about the food advisory committees, and thinking of it from a WUFAC perspective. I was quite surprised at the comment a reluctance to step on toes. I've never noticed members of WUFAC being the slightest bit reluctant to step on toes. And that bit of it, I think, was not just an overstatement, but I do think that one is inaccurate. So far as the strategic issues are concerned and the collaboration between the board and the committee, I think, again, in this instance, it's not a false statement, but an overstatement. I think there might be, you draw attention to strategic issues. It may be that what we do is largely to consider board papers, but you've then got to add that we have our themed meetings, and the themed meetings, for example, the last one being on food insecurity, that's a strategic issue. We're going to be looking at the genetic field at our July meeting. It's related to all sorts of strategic issues in the future, the pace of change in science and so on, which I think is pretty strategic. So I think some reference would be needed to the themed meetings in talking about that. And I think it could be interesting to have a discussion as to whether there could be anything more proactive. It's worth a discussion, but there's nothing leaping at me that says we're lacking.
Thank you. Margaret?
Just very briefly, I just think, thank you, Joe, because you obviously see a lot of boards, and I found it really useful. I found it encouraging, but also you put a lot of advice there on the best practice that you see, which isn't a criticism of us, but we could do things even better. And you've given us ideas on how to improve and also evolve, and also how to come back to best board practice post-COVID. And I think that stuff about, we do have a really strong culture of respect between board and exec, but to build a closer relationship, I find that quite useful, so thank you.
Thank you. So, Joe, I hope you've heard there. People, really, really welcome this. Very grateful. As ever, the report itself is useful, but actually just the conversations it has prompted already within the organisation between the board and the exec, I think, have been helpful. When people start reflecting after their conversations with you and after filling in some of the surveys, it prompts internal conversations. What I'm going to propose, I think that what would be helpful is if perhaps a couple of board members joined me in really working through each of these recommendations and thinking about how we, might wish to respond to those. I'm also very conscious that there's an internal governance review going on at the moment, and there'll be some intersection between those two, and it might be useful if we join that up. So I was wondering, Katie, whether you might join to sort of, Katie's probably the most relevant person to represent the exec in that group. Are there board members who might be willing to, I don't need to be hugely onerous, but might be willing to, oh, I was looking in that direction, and two hands over there. So Mark and Fiona, if perhaps the three of us could get together with Katie and obviously with Anne, who runs our secretariat. And what I suggest we do is think through these in a bit more detail and then come back to the board with some recommendations in relation to our governance processes. Does that sound reasonable? Good. Tim?
Just a quickie. I was fascinated by the pie charts and the questions, and I just wondered whether, given that they're a snapshot of an experience when we're in the middle of COVID, whether they look quite the same now, so that when we do look at actions to respond, we're not responding to a snapshot that's no longer relevant.
Well, we can certainly, as part of that working group, consider whether there's other bits of data collection we want to sort of review, I guess. That would be part of it. Jo, any final comments or words of wisdom from you as we go forward on this?
I thought what Con said about risk and just keeping risk a bit more on the board radar was very helpful. And I think you've got exactly the right approach, which is, sort of, as Ruth described, kind of continuous iterative improvement. I suppose my parting shot is that I completely accept the comments that people have made about post-COVID. There's a more uniform feel to the board, but it's not to underestimate the challenge for new people coming onto the board, I think, would be my last thought.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and particularly because we are expecting that we'll expand the board a little over the next few months. I mean, I think that point is well made, and I'm sure people who've joined the board recently, although as Ruth said, I think the induction procedures that we have in place are very, very good. You can't do those softer inductions. You can't do meeting and learning and interacting with your colleagues in the same way, and I think we need to be particularly sensitive to how we bring them on board. We will have our retreat in October, so that will be a good opportunity. Great, Jo, thank you once again. Really, really appreciate this. It's been very helpful, and we'll look to bring those recommendations back to the board. Again, I think I'll say certainly by the end of the year, because bearing in mind it's the summer, it just may not be that easy to get it done before September, but certainly within the next 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. So that now brings me, how badly? Oh, we're nearly back on time. To a report from the ARAC committee. It seems timely, and of course, this will be the last report we have from Coleman, as chair of ARAC. I mean, we've really benefited hugely from your leadership and your sort of technical skills in running ARAC, and I think the board have always had great confidence that ARAC was scrutinising the work we do very deeply, and certainly Emily has said to me on more than one occasion that she feels very well scrutinised by ARAC. So thank you so much for all of that, and I'm absolutely delighted to say that Tim Riley has kindly agreed to take on the role as chair of ARAC. He sat on the committee for a good while, so he's learnt from the best, and I hope that that succession will work out well. As the new board members join the board, we'll look to replace somebody on the board so that we keep the numbers up. But I suggest that we don't identify another board member from this group to join ARAC at the present moment, because I think it would make sense to bring somebody who's new to the board into that later. Anyway, that's all for the future. For now, I guess I'm just going to ask you to reflect on where you think we are.
And the report's there for people who have had a chance to read it. Not a huge amount in it. At this time of year, we would normally bring in the recommendation that the accounting officer should sign the accounts. Now we're delayed, as people will remember from our last discussion. The HMT are trying to get back on track with the larger departments. With the National Audit Office, we're not in a position to do the accounts at this stage. We have another ARAC tomorrow when we will consider the accounts in detail. So all of the financial work that needs to be done by the FSA has been done, and we'll be considering the annual report and accounts tomorrow. The actual audit for those accounts can't start until the end of August, so it'll run through August, September time, and it'll be probably, there is a timetable there, but it'll probably be mid-October before the ARAC are in a position to advise the Chief Executive and Accounting Officer that it is safe to sign the accounts, but they will be considered in some detail tomorrow. As I said, we looked at a couple of follow-up audit reports, the risk management update, and the point I'll make on this is that when I took over as ARAC chair 5 years ago, we had relatively low levels of risk across the organisation. We were still in the European Union, and things were quite different. I think it's evolved significantly over that period of time. The risk register reflects that accurately, and as Emily has just said, there'll be an additional risk now potentially on the staffing, given the Commission and Cabinet Office, and we can't ignore that regardless of whether we think it's a good or bad idea. That will increase the risk. So the risk profile has increased significantly. That shouldn't be a surprise, just given the breadth of responsibility that this department has got, and that's reflected in the risk register. And we reviewed our terms of reference. I'll have a look at the audit assurance charter. So, say fairly useful discussion, but very happy to be handing over to Tim. I think Tim will serve the committee extremely well as chair, and I'm delighted that he's taken on a much heavier risk burden than I did in 2017. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Comments from colleagues. As we've said, a number of people do sit on ARAC, but I don't know if there's anything they want to add, or whether there's anything that others want to question. Margaret.
Just to say, it's been a real privilege working with Colm. I've learnt so much, and he has a wonderful style as well. And really, I felt in very safe hands working with him on ARAC. So very grateful and very sad he's going. And obviously, Tim is going to be a brilliant chair as well. So looking forward to that. Just picking up on one point that Colm's just made, which is how levels of risk have expanded so greatly post-EU exit, along with our increased responsibilities. And I think that's a really important point that could be made in our discussions about staff cuts.
Yes, thank you. We seem to have topped and tailed this meeting with that. And I very much heard your comments in the previous item about thinking that perhaps the main board should be looking at this more frequently. I don't think we should jump to a decision on that now, but we should definitely pick that up in our working group and consider how and when we would do that. Very good. Thank you. So on to the oh gosh, that takes us to the end of the formal agenda, and just brings us to me to ask if anybody has any other business that hasn't already. Oh, NIFAC. Oh gosh, sorry. Have I managed to skip that? I've somehow managed to staple my papers together in not quite the right order or something, so I'm really sorry about that.
You're clearly stepping on toes, Chair.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to come back to you again, and this gives me an opportunity to thank you too for all the work you do on NIFAC, and certainly I know how much the office really value that, so thank you, and please do tell us what NIFAC have been up to.
No, I think we've had a number of discussions over the reason we met most recently on Monday. We have our June meeting planned for the day after the launch of the annual plan. And we will look at incidents and resilience in that particular one, and the EDSA team will also provide an update on the changes to the post-EU exit world and how those things are going, and no doubt we'll share the concerns they've got coming out of what could potentially come through in the protocol bill just read on Monday. But I think I'm delighted to say that we've got a tremendous office in the Belfast office supporting the Northern Ireland Food Advisory Committee. Very strong committee there today, and I think it's reasonably settled, Maria. I don't know if there's any need to change anybody apart from the chair, obviously, will be in place quite shortly. But the committee is fairly stable and will be for at least another year and a half before there's any turnover.
Thank you. I'm really sorry. I realise I missed it. It wasn't that I forgot it at the end. I skipped over it in the middle. I couldn't quite understand how I'd got back on time in a sort of quicker way than I thought. So, yeah, there had to be an error there somewhere. Thank you. Any comments from others? Maria, any comments on NIFAC?
I would just like to take the opportunity, if I can, to just say thank you to Colin. He has been a brilliant chair for us, very, very easy to work with, but at the same time challenging, thoughtful and able to work with the committee members in a way that gets the best from them. So we have really appreciated Colin's breadth of understanding of the Northern Ireland administration, all his connections as well, and what he brought to the committee. So thank you, Colin.
Thank you. And I should take this opportunity to say, of course, our next board meeting will be in Belfast. So that will be an opportunity for us to meet with the NIFAC members, I hope, and we'll organise, I hope, some other visits and really try to make the most of the opportunities for the board to be in Northern Ireland. I do think there's a lot of, we do gain a lot by moving around the country, and you sort of absorb the feelings and the culture and the conversations in different places. It's been fantastic to be here in Newcastle over the last couple of days. My great thanks to people who hosted the visits yesterday. I think probably all three of them have come up in the context of the meeting this morning, and I think that's a reflection of how much we value them and how they really do contribute to our thinking and to the work that the FSA does. So great thanks to everybody for that. We got a report from Wales. Sorry, Peter, I really do apologise. I've completely lost the plot just after Joe said we're all fine. They've actually got a completely disorganised chair. Peter, tell us about WFAC.
Wales cannot be forgotten. Let me just say that I've appreciated also the advice from Colin, who has chaired the counterpart committee in Northern Ireland. So thank you very much indeed, Colin. I've referred earlier on to the deep dives that the WFAC has carried out on food insecurity and on the genetic, and will do it, sorry, on genetic editing. And the food insecurity one was followed up by a round table convened by the Welsh Minister for Social Justice, and that was quite useful. And of course we have that as an enormously important topic, and it is slightly bigger as an issue in Wales as compared with England, though massive everywhere. The engagement with stakeholders will be taken forward very soon by participation with a stall at the Royal Welsh Show, and also then at the National Eisteddfod in August. So stakeholder engagement is very important in our work, and the presence of FSA in Wales being apparent. And my last point is, in that context, to refer to the presentation which you will be coming to make, Chair, to the Senedd informally over lunch rather than breakfast, fortunately. And that will be an opportunity for members of the Senedd to really understand what the FSA is doing. And given the four-nation context in the UK, it is important that the members of the Senedd, Welsh Parliament, should truly understand the importance of our work and what we do.
Thank you, Peter. If there are no comments from members, we have, I think, firmly come to the end now of the formal business. But I'm going to turn to the members of the public who've joined us today. We started with rather more people than we've finished with, but nonetheless, really grateful to you for sitting very patiently listening to our discussions. I hope you found that helpful and a worthwhile use of your time. If you do have any questions, we have a little time on the agenda for you to raise them now, and I see that we have at least one. If I could ask you to give your name and any affiliation to any organisation to preface your question, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And yes, I have enjoyed it. It's been very interesting. So thank you, and it's good that you do this, actually. I'm Lawrence Woodward, and I'm representing a group called Beyond GM, who our engagement really is with the public on technology, education, information about agricultural technologies and their application and research, and particularly dealing with the public. So obviously my question is relating to the discussion around genome editing. And I have to say we were very heartened when the FSA published its principles for GE regulation. But I have struggled to see where those principles are being addressed in the paper that was presented today and also in the discussion that you had. And obviously you suggested another paper comes forward for the next board meeting. Well, I hope you give more time in that paper to applying these principles. And I have a couple, just as an illustration, a couple of questions. One relating to proportionality and risk assessment and of safety, which seems to me very, very important. The issue, though, as Robin May pointed out, he gave a description about one particular type of genome editing. It's very simple. And maybe there's risk assessment and assessments for that application of genome editing, which could be very slight, very light touch. But the government's definition, or DEFRA's definition of genome editing, is much broader than that. And there are many different applications of these technologies. So the risk assessment that is appropriate to those technologies needs to take into account those differences and that proportionality. And unless the FSA recognises that there are those differences, I can't see how you're going to develop a truly proportionate risk assessment process. So my question is, please take that into account, and I'd like to know at some point, obviously not now, how you're going to do that. The second point, I'd just like to remind you that in your research work published in July of last year on consumer attitudes, which is good in parts, I think that report is. But one of the clear things about that was 84% of the consumers that you talked to said that it was important to have labelling of genome edited products. 84%. And those are the same kind of figures that came out of the DEFRA consultation. So there is a real appetite, a real demand from consumers to have labelling. So I find it slightly strange that you've already rejected mandatory labelling. And I'd like, really, I think at some point you have to explain why that is. This relates directly to traceability, one of your principles. If you're going to reject mandatory labelling, are you going to demand or insist on mandatory traceability? Robin pointed out that some industries, some investments, some developers will want to be able to trace their edit, their product. Well, that's certainly true, but they're not necessarily going to want to put that into the public domain. And the public do need to have an effective traceability. Even, and it's not just about organic, whatever, but there's a lot of supply chains who do not want anything to do with this technology because their customers don't want to do it. So unless you have mandatory traceability, how are you going to do that? Final point relates to consumers, consumer education.
Yep, a final question and rather than a commentary,
question.
thanks.
Okay, so the question about traceability, are you going to have mandatory traceability, and if not, how are you going to guarantee these alternative supply chains that depend on provenance and so on? Question about consumer education. Is your consumer education program going to be open and deal with the risks, the questionable areas, the concerns, properly, fairly, and in a balanced way, as opposed to education, which is essentially a PR job for the benefits of the technology? Otherwise, if it's not open, it's not consumer education. It's a PR job.
Thank you for those comments. So I understand your frustration in wanting to know more details of what the framework will look like, and you'll have heard me expressing that aspiration as well. I think what we have to recognise is that actually this has moved very quickly in recent weeks, perhaps rather quicker than we were expecting. But we absolutely will come forward with those, we've asked the executive, as you've heard, to come forward with much more clarity on what that framework is going to look like. Totally accept the point that it has to address the proportionality issue, and I think we should wait for those proposals to come through. I think in Robin's opening comments, although he used one example of changing one letter, but he also used examples of changing whole sentences or paragraphs and so on, and we understand there are differences. I'll ask Robin to comment more on that later, and also on the labelling and traceability issues. But on the consumer point, firstly, I don't see this as consumer education. I see this as consumer information. And that information has to be the information to the questions that consumers have. That's our responsibility. We're not here to tell people what they should think. We're here to give them the information they need in order to be able to reach their own judgment on that. And that's something that I feel quite strongly about. So, I should be looking quite carefully to ensure that the consumer work is done in that frame of mind. It's important to remember we are here to protect consumer interests and not explicitly to protect business interests. What we'd like to do is to ensure these things are all aligned. But first and foremost, we're here to protect the interests of consumers. That means we need to understand that. We need to help consumers to have the information they need across the UK. This isn't only England. We'll be doing the consumer work in Wales and Northern Ireland, in Wales as well. Robin, do you want to just say something about the labelling and traceability issue rather briefly, because this is a topic which will come back at our next meeting?
Yeah, yes, I'll keep it brief. I mean, absolutely, as I mentioned at the beginning, the types of things you can do with technology range from very, very small to much larger, hence this key point about proportionality. On labelling, I think the key point for me, from a scientific perspective, is a label that is not enforceable is worse than no label at all, because it undermines the entire food system. And therefore, it has to be at the heart. What has to be here is workable as well as important. I think that it will be very much in industry's interest to keep clarity on these things. I think that will be coming. But I would support the fact that a mandatory labelling system which we cannot enforce and regulate is not one that we would want to be pushing forwards on. And lastly, just to pick up on that point about consumer information, yes, absolutely. I think everyone around this table agrees about transparency and openness. We have some stuff that actually has just been filmed, will be coming out very shortly. It will all be available for everyone to see, and it will be very honest, as all of our advice is. Thanks.
Thank you. Just wanted to note that we've been in correspondence with Beyond GM, and I'll be meeting with them shortly.
Thank you. That's good to know. Are there any other questions from any other members of the public? No, in which case that brings us, I'm rather pleased to say, to lunchtime. It's been a long morning. We've covered a huge amount of ground. Thank you very much to the executive for all of the papers. We've had some very, very substantive documents. They've been very clear, and we really appreciate that. Huge thanks too for board members for really thoughtful comments, for challenge when challenge was needed, and support when we wanted to endorse what was happening. We will reconvene again at 2:10 for the business committee. But for now, thank you all very much indeed.
Have you ever been out for a meal, shopped for food or bought a takeaway and wondered if your food was safe or hygienically handled and prepared? The Food Standards Agency have set up the Food Hygiene Rating Scheme in partnership with local councils to help you find out. Any business providing food, such as restaurants, hotels, bars, shops and takeaways, are subject to hygiene inspections by food safety officers from the local council. The inspection covers three main areas: how hygienically the food is handled, such as how it's prepared, cooked, reheated, cooled and stored; the condition and cleanliness of the facilities and buildings, including hand washing facilities, pest control and the layout, lighting and ventilation; and the systems and checks in place to ensure that good hygiene is maintained and that staff know about food safety. Once inspected, the food business is given a rating from 0, which means urgent improvement is required, to 5, which is very good. The business is given a sticker with their rating to display prominently, and all ratings can be found on the FSA website. How often the business is inspected will depend on the type of business and their standards of food hygiene. In England, businesses can choose to display their rating. If you don't see the sticker, you can always check our website or ask the business. So if you want to be sure you're buying food from businesses with good hygiene, always check and choose those with a high rating. So there you have it, the FSA explains the food hygiene rating scheme. To find out more and check the ratings, visit food.gov.uk.
Everyone has the right to expect that the food they buy will not make them ill. For over 20 years, we've worked with farmers, food manufacturers, consumers, retailers, and the hospitality sector to reduce the risk of foodborne disease and to maintain high standards so that everyone is sure that the food they eat is safe. The food system is changing, and so is our role in it. The way that people purchase food and how food businesses operate is shifting as the pace of technology and the change in the food system continues to accelerate. All this presents new challenges for regulation. We are adapting our approach so that we can be flexible when delivering activities such as inspections, audits, surveillance and sampling, as well as working more collaboratively with local authorities to make sure food is safe, all while preventing food contamination, responding to incidents, and supporting those with food allergies. Our mission continues to be food you can trust. Food that is safe is a key part of our 5-year strategy. Find out more at food.gov.uk/strategy.
Have you ever suffered a reaction to something you've eaten? If you have, you probably have a condition called food hypersensitivity. Let's look into why this happens. There are different types of food hypersensitivity. Food allergy, celiac disease, and food intolerance are 3 examples. Food allergy is when your immune system, which helps your body fight infections, mistakes the proteins in food as a threat. Allergic reactions can range from mild to very serious, such as itchiness, hives, vomiting, swelling of the eyes, lips, and airways, which makes it difficult to breathe. The most severe allergic reaction is called anaphylaxis, which can even lead to death. You can be allergic to any food, but certain foods are responsible for most food allergies. In the UK, food businesses must tell you if they use any of the 14 key allergens in the food and drink they produce. The 14 include common allergens like nuts, peanuts, eggs and milk, as well as unusual ones such as lupin, celery, mustard and sulfites. Celiac disease is an autoimmune condition caused by a reaction to gluten found in grains such as wheat. The immune system attacks the small intestines and reduces its ability to absorb nutrients from food. Following a gluten-free diet can prevent long-term health problems. Food intolerance doesn't involve your immune system and is never life-threatening. The symptoms of a food intolerance can occur hours after eating the offending food. People with food intolerance tend to experience symptoms like diarrhea, skin rashes or itching. So there you have it. The FSA explains food hypersensitivity. You can find out more information at food.gov.uk. Campylobacter may not be something you have heard of before, but did you know that it's the most common cause of food poisoning in the UK? Approximately 4 in 5 cases of Campylobacter come from contaminated poultry, especially chicken. Bacteria can also be found in red meat, unpasteurised milk and in the environment, like in soil, streams and lakes. You can't see Campylobacter, smell it or even taste it on food, but if it affects you, you won't forget it. Campylobacter spreads easily. Coming into contact with only a few bacteria can cause illness. Symptoms include abdominal pain, severe diarrhoea and sometimes vomiting. Most people who get ill from Campylobacter recover fully. However, it can cause serious health problems in those at risk, such as young children, elderly people and those who are already ill. It can cause serious, long-term conditions, and at its worst, it can kill. Cross-contamination is one of the main ways that Campylobacter is spread. Some people wash raw chicken to get rid of bacteria, but that can spread them by splashing onto work surfaces, clothing and cooking equipment. The solution is to handle your chicken carefully and cook it thoroughly. Cooking will kill any bacteria present, including Campylobacter. You can also reduce the risk of Campylobacter poisoning in other ways. Always cover raw chicken, then store at the bottom of the fridge so juices cannot drip onto other foods. Cook chicken thoroughly until flesh is steaming hot throughout and any juices run clear. Wash and clean all cooking equipment and surfaces that have come into contact with raw chicken. And wash hands with soap and warm water after handling raw chicken, its packaging and the bin. And there you have it. FSA explains Campylobacter. You can find out more at food.gov.uk.
Again. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Business Committee of the June Board. And I'm pleased that we've been joined by Junior Johnson, who's our Director of Operations, who's with us on Zoom. Before we get started, can I just ask if any members of the committee have any new external interest to declare, or any interest that... I'm assuming nobody's developed any new interests over lunch, and we'll carry forward the declarations from this morning. But could I specifically ask if there are any items on the agenda this afternoon which relate specifically to declarations that you've already made? Mark.
Thanks, Susan. Just that I am running a trading standards service at the moment, and obviously local authority performance is part of this afternoon. And there is an item here, or information about food sampling and surveillance, and I run one of the official control laboratories.
Fine, thank you. I mean, I think your insights into that will be helpful for the discussion. If we get to any decisions, we'll obviously take that into account. Good. So can I also just ask up front whether anybody has any items of any other business, just so we can allow time for that if need be? Okay, in which case I think we should take it on as a collective endeavour to stick to the agenda, and then everybody will be able to catch their trains. So firstly, let's turn to the minutes of the last meeting. And if I could ask members whether they're content that these are an accurate record. There is one point, whilst you're musing on it, that I just want to note here, which is slightly complicated. There was a factual error in our discussions at the last meeting. So the minutes have accurately recorded what was said, but what was said was slightly incorrect in relation to the KPIs in our audit work. I don't know if Simon is still with us and wants to comment on that, or Junior, whether you want to just pick up on that item and explain what the issue was. Oh, you're on mute, Junior.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so you're right, Susan, in that the narrative update provided at the business committee was correct, but did not reflect the data in the graphic. So this has now been rectified for this quarter's update on slide 9, and correctly represents the percentage of audits completed versus audits required for any given quarter. So that's the update, and that's the correction that's been made.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other comments on the minutes from the last meeting? Okay, and if we turn now to the actions arising from that. Sorry, I'm just... is there any other items that people wanted additional information on, or any comments on those actions? Computer's timed out over lunch. Okay, I'll assume everybody's content with that, and we will move on to ask Emily to give her report to the Business Committee.
Thank you. You have my written report. I won't go into detail. It covers incidents, it covers National Food Crime Unit prosecutions, and then issues on budget and our pay remit. I just repeat what I said at the top of the report. It's been a particularly busy quarter on the incidents front, so I'm very grateful to those who've been involved in supporting on those incidents. And then there's an exciting development on our access to PACE powers for our National Food Crime Unit. We have a legislative vehicle by which we can now hopefully get this, and we launched a consultation on the 25th of May to collect views on those powers.
Thank you. Comments? David, did you? Can't imagine there aren't comments for Emily on her. Oh, Margaret.
I'm sure once I start, everyone else will bring this out. One of the first ones was about incidents. When we get an alert on something like, say, the salmonella thing on the Ferrero products, when you get a wind of an incident, what is the bar? What's the point at which you'd inform the chair, and then the board would be informed in or out of hours? And then in connection with that also, some of these incidents that we're looking at now have gone on for quite a long time, and I just wondered if that was normal, if we're seeing a new type of trend there.
Emily, do you want to pick up on that in terms of the process?
I'm looking at Junior as well to see if there's anything you wanted to say in response to either of those points first, and then I could come in. Junior.
So in relation to the criteria, Margaret, the incidents management team or the resilience unit have a really clearly defined process which identifies the level at which they will escalate those. So depending on, and they'll take into account a number of risk factors, primarily risk to public health, and whether there's a product that might need to be recalled. So they're assessing those things continually, and they will make a judgment call, again, aligned to the processes they have to determine whether they will escalate to either me, which then at that point it will be deemed a strategic incident, or whether I then need to escalate and notify Emily and the board. In the course of business, because we are updated continually on these, what tends to happen anyway, for those that doesn't, for example, if for an incident that doesn't need to be escalated, I will be updating Emily, and the incidents team will be updating Emily on a regular basis. And we'll make those judgment calls as and when required, depending on, again, as I said, the level of risk.
And then just to add, so there is a weekly update anyway, which the chair has copied into, and which I get to see too. The question that Junior's describing is when might, out of that weekly cycle, there be additional information, and that will depend on the severity and the significance. There's often a huge amount of work that goes on with the business, which even I won't necessarily get sight of because the team is dealing with that. But if it turns into something of major significance, so for example on the soybean lecithin incident we had in May, at the beginning, until we were clear that industry had taken all the steps they needed to take, we did wonder if that was going to be a very significant incident, and that came to me and then to Susan extremely rapidly, so within a day. But as it was, the team were able to work with industry, and a huge amount of proactive action was taken by industry to get on top of that. On the question about whether incidents have been going on for quite a long time, I think I'd need Darren Whitby, who's not here, or Maria can comment. She's got more experience than I do. To me, it looks, some of them are big and go a long time, some of them don't, but Maria will know better.
Yeah, just to say, Margaret, I think we will see more of these incidents that go on for a longer time because as foodborne disease, individual cases are whole genome sequenced. Incidents are being linked together in a way that we have not had the capability of doing before. So where you would have seen isolated incidents, you are now able to link those together, and there's a much better bank of evidence that it's all related to one incident, and that can go on for a long period of time, and it just depends on how quickly the genome sequencing takes place as well, that we get those results through. So yeah, I think it is a trend that we will see continuing.
Just briefly on that point. Yeah.
Just an observation, really, that if you look at the three examples here, the global nature of the incidents or UK-wide aspects, and just underpins the conversation we had this morning about the importance of building shared intelligence globally, and with the EU in particular, but also the relationships we need to take the right action as well. So it really does strengthen the urgency and importance of having that international perspective on these things.
Thank you. And Margaret, if I could just make one comment. I mean, Emily's absolutely right in describing the process, and I feel well cited on instance. However, I think the handling around the Ukraine sunflower oil thing did reveal some weaknesses in our system in terms of ongoing engagement and decision making, and that's going to be part of the sort of lessons learnt piece, to just make sure that it's clear who's deciding what and when. So, for example, that decision about when we're operating within the board's risk appetite and when actually we're going outside that. I mean, there's an element of that which is a judgment call, but we're going to review that. Good. I would just like to say, I mean, I think you've done a great job on recruitment. We've had some really important new posts, junior, Tara, externally, but internal promotions. And great to see in your report that we've got a replacement for our new head of legal, Chris McGarvey. So that makes me feel a lot better. Very sorry to see Chris go, of course, but good to know that he's been replaced. Okay, if that's all the comments, then we'll move on to the next item. This is moving into some of the operational papers. We're going to start with performance and resources. And so our new director in this area, Tara Smith, is going to introduce this paper. But Tara, as I said at the start of today, we know you're very, very new in this role. And I'm sure there are others in the team who we can turn to address if the board have got very specific questions. I also do just want to take this opportunity to say huge thanks to Pam Beedman, who's been covering as Director of Finance over the last nearly 12 months, 7 or 8 months. But Tara, Pam, I'm sure will have done quite a lot of the work that's gone into this report, and we're really grateful for everything she's done to support the FSA, not least the support for the spending review, which was a huge and crucial piece of work for us. But Tara, welcome, and we're looking forward to getting to know you better over the coming months.
Sorry, is it on now? Yes, great, thank you. So I'd like to take the opportunity to highlight a few areas from the Q4 Performance and Resources Report, which I am going to take as read, but just a few things to highlight. So on slides 5 to 6, we've incorporated our annual foodborne disease figures. And then from slide 9, you will see we've seen a further recovery from COVID on the regulatory assurance activities, as seen by an increase in audits of meat food business operators, and an increase in the local authority delivery of inspections, which you can see on slides 10 to 12. Then, as well as that, we've seen a further decrease in business being published as awaiting inspection. But there is a separate paper on that follows this item on local authority performance update. So I'm sure we'll cover that in a bit more detail there. So, as you said, Susan, executive team members and I are happy to take questions on the other slides and the performance indicators. But before we do, I wouldn't mind the opportunity just to briefly talk about the finances, which starts on slide 25. So you'll see that the provisional underspend for the last financial year was £6 million, compared to £9 million in the previous year. So while the year was still impacted by reduced travel and subsistence, recruitment challenges, commercial challenges, it is an improved position year on year, and that was due to a number of measures that were taken, including bringing forward some priority spend and additional help to local authorities. And one of the things that I'm definitely going to prioritise, and I know the team have already done some work on, is the actions that we're now going to do in this financial year. So we have already started the year with a position where we've built in some over-programming into our budgets that have been delegated into financial plans. That did not happen the previous year. And we're also looking at providing a better linkage between HR, finance, business and commercial MI to improve visibility and planning around our tendering and how we might try and avoid delays. And we also plan to use our investment board again. And we may be looking to set that up quite soon, actually, to look at priority spending for this financial year. However, I should also add that we do have that added risk now, which is around the HMT Cabinet Office Workforce Commission that will and could impact our ability to recruit. And we also see continued pressures on the recruitment market. But I will pause there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Tara. So, as ever, this report has got a huge amount of stuff in there to discuss. We should definitely pick up on finance, and I think Colm will be bound to want to talk on that. But I also want to draw board members' attention to the foodborne disease section. You know, this really goes to absolutely the heart of what we do, and I think it's important that we just give that a bit of particular scrutiny. But Colm, first out of the block, so let's start with finance.
Tara, you're very welcome. I'm not going to ask you very hard questions today. I'll do that next week when when we talk. But I'm delighted to hear that you are over-programming, because I think there's been a history in my time in the FSA of underspend, and we've tried to address that with increased risk appetite and so forth. So it's really important that we do get back to that. I suppose what we'll have to, and we'll come to the paper with Junior shortly on the veterinary resourcing and so forth, and that's going to be a major issue around the E&J contract and how we actually manage that going forward. I suppose the question, and you may not know the answer to this, and Emily, I suspect, doesn't even know the answer to this, but have we any idea as to how quickly Cabinet Office and Treasury will make decisions on the Commission on staffing? Because that's going to be a particular stumbling block for us to try to move some of these things forward.
Yeah, so we know the immediate deadline we have is the 30th of June to submit our plans on the scenarios. We have been told kind of an outline of a process which will span over the summer for continuing discussions, hopefully good discussions with the Treasury. But I expect it would be then when everyone returns after the summer recess in September and probably autumn. So autumn in the broadest term is when they've said they will provide kind of the outcome of all of those discussions across all the government departments.
Yeah, and I suppose the challenge for us in that, and autumn's probably as early as I would have hoped to get anything, to be honest, but the challenge for us is to try to keep things moving forward and keep that over-programming in that period of uncertainty. So I don't have an answer for you, but I mean, that's something we really need to keep a focus on.
It may be helpful just to comment that the budget is now in early November, and I would have thought that that's a pretty big slice that we're talking about. If some of the Rees-Mogg aspirations were to be fulfilled, the sum of money would be material to the budget.
I don't think we should get into planning for hypotheticals. Well, at the moment, I mean, we need to do the scenarios. That clearly is. But let's not think about what the knock-on consequences are until we've got some clarity over what's going to happen. Otherwise, we'll be, planning 101 different outcomes.
If I can go back on that, Chair, I suppose my only, I understand why you're saying that. My only concern is that should we not be continuing to plan to deliver what's in our business plan for this year separately from the Commission?
I mean, I assume we should. Yeah, I mean, well, because whatever effects, they're not going to come in that fast.
So it is quite a material question, because along with the Commission, for us to scenario, to provide information on these three scenarios, so a 20% cut, a 30% cut and a 40% cut to headcount, which would happen by 2025. And we've just been asked to model those things so far. We have not been asked to make any particular savings or headcount reductions. But we also were asked to look at tightening up recruitment controls. And a number of departments have taken different approaches, but some, for instance, have done a vacancy freeze or have decided not to recruit additional posts. So we are being expected to have more control than we did 2 weeks ago, and that's a decision that the executive will take in the course of this week, is how to approach it. And it definitely feels like we are trying to hold these two things in equal balance. One is that there is a risk of underspending, and we can see a huge amount of work ahead, and we particularly, some of the topics we've talked about this morning, we need additional people to come in and work on precision breeding and food hypersensitivity and so on. So we're holding that to truth, and then also an expectation that the government wants to reduce the number of people in the civil service. So we need to, that's the decision we'll have to take later this week.
And I suppose my guide on that is, unless you've been told to reduce your spend in the current year, I wouldn't do any planning to reduce your spend in the current year. I think because we don't want to get to the end. These things do tend to happen quite slowly, and we've got until 2025, which is 3 financial years away almost. So I think that I would encourage you to continue to. It's easy for me to say I'll not be here whenever it all goes wrong, but but I would encourage you to continue to spend and deliver on the plans that are there, while sort of ticking the boxes on the other things as well.
Thank you. So can I direct people to the foodborne illness? Ruth looks eager to come in on that.
Oh, well, yes. Thank you. I was just about to say, can we come back to it? Obviously, interesting trends, and I see all the caveats about the data and so on, but I think it'd just be helpful to unpack it a little bit and perhaps have a conversation about what it's could be telling us, and what we need to do to have more confidence in the data, and whether there are lessons in terms of the reports that have been done looking at COVID impacts on hygiene and personal interaction and so on. So are there any things that we need to continue into post-COVID world as it emerges? I'm looking at Robin, but maybe somebody else.
Julie's got her microphone on.
Yes, thank you very much. And yes, the data is caveated, and it might move again. It's not the data that we own. But I think what we've got here in these relatively simple graphs is actually hiding a huge amount that is actually going on that has caused the changes in the data. And what would I say? First, that all of these diseases are similar, but they're all each different. So what is actually driving the occurrence of these diseases may vary one to the other. And that is relatively well understood as to what is sitting behind them. So something like Campylobacter at the top, we think that drop was primarily caused by underreporting, and so therefore when people started to go back to GPs and present with their symptoms, that sort of bounced back. So that's why we see that shaped graph there. It's worth noting that the E. coli and Listeria graphs are actually relatively small numbers in incidence, so it's quite hard to read too much at this early time into what we're seeing with some of those graphs. Something like the Salmonella, that is likely to have also been impacted by underreporting, but Salmonella, unlike some of the others, is influenced by international travel. So that sort of line not coming up quite as quickly is probably real, as well as a degree of underreporting. So as well as all of our sort of thoughts that we were having around changing behaviour, eating at home, hand washing, and whether those effects might be happening, whether they would be real, and whether we would see them continuing going on into the future, and whether we wish to do anything to try to encourage that change in behaviour. So what we're seeing here is very much work in progress. I think the work that we need to do now, and we do have underway, was both looking at what was happening through the pandemic and also taking forward some of this into our IID3 programme of work. And so I think there's a great opportunity with the research that we've got planned sort of to take forward the experience through the pandemic.
Thank you, that's really helpful. And we had the benefit of hearing about the IID3 study from Sarah O'Brien yesterday. It's very reassuring. It's a very comprehensive approach to understanding gastrointestinal disease across the whole community, not just the cases that come to us, but helpful to hear the explanation so far, but clearly still one to watch, I think, in terms of really trying to understand the trends.
Rebecca? Oh,
I did have another point.
Okay, Rebecca, is it on this point? Yeah.
I just wondered if it would be helpful for me to say a little bit about the policy response and what we actually do when we receive new data. So last year, I asked the team to review our approach to understanding the data, putting together a cross FSA group to make sure that we were taking into account not only new evidence, but also information from incidents. We touched on that earlier. And also looking at some of the other tools that we have at our disposal. And so we now have a much more systematic way of looking at what this data tells us and then deciding what we're going to do about it. And you'll also be very familiar with the work we've done over the years on Campylobacter. We're also looking at whether or not we need to take further action, for example, on salmonella in response to some of the most recent incidents, which, as we've just discussed, have come to light through new techniques like whole genome sequencing. So we have a continuous approach to reviewing the data and working out what to do.
I was going to ask a separate point, but just following up from that, if it does appear that we're coming back to steady state almost, then I think we need to stand back and say, you know, can we make any inroads into these trends? Because they do look pretty flat-lined at the moment. They're sort of consistent in recent years if you take out the bit where we've got data uncertainty. So that was just a general point to think about. And sorry, do you want to come back before I have a separate point to ask?
That's the reason why we've moved to a more of a continuous business as usual approach, because I think we'd need, if there was evidence that there was either something had changed or a new intervention could bring significant benefits, then obviously, you know, we'd be able to set some targets or some outcomes. At the moment, we're keeping it under continuous review, but clearly if there's new information, then yes, I think we might be able to make further progress.
I mean, it is still a concern. You know, there's 180 deaths from foodborne illness still every year, and kind of accepting that that's just flatlining doesn't really feel enough, and maybe we need to return back to this at another time to think about, you know, what opportunities do we have to identify where we could be doing better. But let's hold that conversation for another day. Yeah.
A separate point was we've got a paper on local authority catch-up on food hygiene inspections, and I just wanted to highlight the graph that shows how many inspections have happened, how many businesses have opened and closed as part of that process, so how dynamic the situation is. But just to highlight that in March 20, just as the pandemic took off, the sort of business as usual level of monthly backlog, if you like, was about 17,000. And we're currently running at about 50,000. So just before we talk about the local authority paper, there is some about how long it's going to take us to get back to what is our goal, what's a reasonable level of business as usual, normal backlog, if you like, of time, because we do want timely inspections as well. So I just want to highlight that before we get to the local authority paper.
And yeah, we'll pick that up later, but good point. Could I just ask about the sampling, because and what the plans are going forward on that, because it's come up a number of times today. I don't know if Julie or Robin want to take that, or. Okay.
Was there a particular question, excuse me, about sampling, or is it?
No, it was just a general, more verbal. What, you know, where are we? What are the plans?
Right. So, where are we? We are continuing to spend our money, commission sampling and testing, and that's some of what we're seeing here. So we're continuing to spend money on sampling. In parallel with that, we have been working on a future model that will be coming first to EMT and then to board, and I think we've spoken in development of that with both Mark and Robin around what it is we're thinking about. And that model is one where we're trying to address the volume requirement, the surge, as Robin identified, that surge requirement that we need to be addressing, and we've been maybe suffering for the last few years. Also looking at a model that is largely UK-based rather than relying on European labs, so bringing more of the capability back onshore into the UK, so developing our resilience there. And also very much about making sure that it is future-proofed, it is able to develop with new issues that we need to be looking for, but also the new opportunities that we have in the way of the possible methods and technologies that we might deploy. So we're trying to balance all of those together. And we have money that was granted to us as part of SR21 to invest in, and I think what we're investing in is the underpinning capability that we need, that others, such in the local authorities, may call upon to attest individual samples. So that's the sort of thing we're looking at.
Sorry, helpful to hear all that, but more in a kind of, how good is what we're doing? I'm struck by, okay, it was targeted surveillance, but 89% compliance rate. So what do we think is a reasonable compliance rate? Do we think we should have? Well, I don't know. And how are we going to work out what good looks like in that? Because clearly, the more you focus on the higher risk things, the higher you would expect that to be. But it's just really difficult. I've flip-flopped in wondering whether 89% was reassuring or whether actually it was worrying, and I don't know how to judge it. Robin?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are a couple of things to say there. So one is, in terms of non-compliance, they obviously range from, things that might have an implication on safety, which is our primary focus, versus things which are more about authenticity or standards. So, for instance, the level of fat in milk would be a non-compliance, but not one that immediately jeopardises human health. And I think it's important to kind of discriminate between those things. In terms of targeted sampling, I mean, I think it's right that we target the higher risk end for most of our sampling, but we do need to do some routine sampling of lower risk products to know whether there are any trends in the market. So the basket of foods work we've done, for example, is a good example of that. If I was to flag one thing, I think the big challenge here is one that we raised this morning about coordination. It is not possible to sample everything all the time, which is the sort of scientific ideal. And so, as far as possible, combining with other departments, other agencies to use, take samples once, test multiple times is a much better strategy. And in that light, a lot of our externally commissioned research involves elements of sampling. So we've talked about IOD3 just now, for example. We've done surveys of shellfish as part of our research project, but that also informs, obviously, our kind of policy and operational side too.
Can I just add to that, Susan, if you don't mind? This sampling programme is really critical to our new food standards model. So that is actually targeted sampling based on the intelligence that we're gathering from, right across the food industry and from local authorities as well. And we would expect to see non-compliances, and that's what we want, because then we can actually target the enforcement to make sure that we get those products back into compliance. So it's a really critical part of our new model.
Thank you. Margaret? Oh, okay. Mark?
Thank you. I thought you were, but hey. Just to pick up on some of those points, the high-risk nature of sampling, I think it depends on what we mean by high risk. Because there are things that we might naturally consider as being high risk which wouldn't necessarily be high risk products, but maybe practices and so on, and you won't necessarily find that by testing a product. Other areas you will. And also non-compliance, as Robin said, can range from something which is very serious in terms of health related or safety related to actually a labelling issue, frankly, and there's a big discussion around when is a labelling issue a compliance or a non-compliance, because it's all about food is what it says it is. So I think there is something around what is high risk and what we should be expecting, and equally importantly how we use the information that we're now gathering, and it's early days in terms of this sampling and surveillance programme development, but how we use that to target better and to understand what high risk means better.
Good points. Margaret? Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. Very briefly, ops transformation seems a bit unfair, Junior, sorry. First board, I think it is. There seems to be quite a bit of slippage. Are there issues that we should know about? I mean, it says here slippage, but objectives unaffected, so very happy for you to say, yeah, no, it's all hunky-dory. I'm thinking of things that, is it remote audits? Do we need to know about that? A comment on FHS, the FHS programme, which looks good in this report, but actually I think our earlier discussion showed that perhaps as a board we want it to be pushed and more ambitious. And then finally on the people survey, is there an aspiration to increase engagement scores, just to push them a little bit higher?
Thank you for raising that, Margaret. I was noticing that because it's down quite a bit, the response rate from last year. So maybe, Junior, do you want to comment on the ops work, and then Emily, I assume. Who's going to comment on people? Okay, all right. We need to be quite brief because, yeah. Junior.
Okay, so I didn't quite pick up all of the questions in relation to the ops transformation slides, but there's quite a bit of activity ongoing. So, for example, on the resource allocation system, there have been delays due to, for example, a couple of suppliers not understanding and delivering our requirements earlier last year, but we've developed workarounds, for example, around resource allocation system, utilising MS Teams, which look like they're going really well. So what that's enabled us to do is to sort of like reset that bit of the programme so that we can actually define new requirements. Trial of representative sampling in poultry, for example. We've done some early discovery work and in discussions with industry, and the reason why that's shown in amber is because we, having had discussions with industry, we couldn't get anybody in that space to actually volunteer plants to actually take part in the actual trial. In relation to segmentation, this is now back on track, and the pilot actually went live earlier this week on the 13th of June. The digital approvals, the changes have actually come into place on the 16th of May, so we're now able to process approvals from FBOs, so Foods Business Operatives, online, which will allow them to track progress of applications, and also means that I can now divert resource to actually focus on different things. And on remote audits, the procurement stage is actually currently underway. And we're due to commence the remote audits by the end of this quarter. So by the end of this month, we should have some further progress that we can actually update the board on at the September meeting.
So I take from that yes, some things are a bit behind, but there's a plan.
Yeah, most definitely.
And then people.
So we do have an ambition to raise the engagement percentage, the engagement index score it is, isn't it, from where it is. It dropped a little last year. The area where we're particularly concerned to improve is particularly with field operations, where I think the difficulties last year, where a lot of meat hygiene inspectors and others were having to deal with quite challenging resourcing situation, which had come about because of Brexit. And then also because there hadn't been as much visiting happening from managers to teams because of COVID, that also reduced the engagement. So we're rectifying that. We think things are better now with the provision of official vets, which we'll come on to. And we've restarted face-to-face engagement days with our meat hygiene inspectors. They get taken off the line for a day and can come and find out what's going on with the organisation. We hope that will make a difference. The other thing that should help a lot is the strategy. So we now have set out our strategy, and it was clear in the feedback we got on the people survey was that not enough people felt there was a clear vision of the future. I think we've now done that, and that will help. There are underlying issues though around pay, people feeling quite overwhelmed about how much they've got to do, which are quite systemic.
Thank you. I mean, in the interest of time, I'm going to leave it there rather than comment any further. But I think the worries about the field ops team and really wanting to look after them is going to come up again later in later conversations. Okay, as ever, a huge amount in there in that report, and it's always difficult. There's never really time to go through all of it in detail, but I think I'm pleased to have had those discussions on foodborne disease and sampling and people. I think, finance. So I think we have picked important topics. onwards. So we're going to turn now to the local authority performance update, and in this we can pick up on the comments I think that Ruth made on the previous item in relation to effectively it's the equivalent of our NHS waiting list, I think, isn't it, our backlog of inspections. So this is the annual report on performance, and very much focused on the recovery plan and how well people are doing in relation to that. It also importantly includes a proposal to amend the escalation procedure, which will follow when there are concerns that an individual local authority may not be performing sufficiently, and I'd like some specific comments on whether we've got that about right, and also to hear about the new performance management framework. Maria.
Thanks, Susan. I'm just going to say a couple of things to set the paper in context and then hand over to Michael for the detail. The paper primarily focuses on matters that relate to local authority performance, looking backwards obviously to 21-22, but also we want to look forwards to look at the next milestones in the local authority recovery plan, and how we plan also to modernise and improve our approach to assessing local authority performance in the future. The paper covers, importantly, does not provide an update on the projects that are being taken forward in the modernising part of the Achieving Business Compliance programme. So that will be reported back to the board in September in a fuller way. But just to, you will recall that historically this report came to the board in September or December, because we waited until the end of a financial year and gathered up all the evidence and then number crunched it for the board. This is very much, a much more real-time assessment of how local authorities are doing in the current circumstances. So I'll just hand over to Michael just to take you through some of the numbers.
Thanks, Maria. The paper covers a lot of ground, so I'd just like to pull out a few of the key facts. Firstly, in relation to the level of return that we had from local authorities, the analysis presented to you today is based on a 97% return rate for food hygiene and a 96% return for food standards. A few local authorities did encounter difficulties in extracting the information we required from their management information systems, but I'm pleased to report that as of today we are now only waiting on one local authority report, so we have a virtually complete data set. Building on what Maria said, I would like to flag that unlike the old days where our ability to assess performance within the local authority delivery model was exclusively based on an annual return which took a lengthy time to analyse, we now have an enhanced picture through our engagement with local authorities. And I'm pleased to report that we are now able to attend 100% of local authority food liaison groups. It varies between 5 and 10 a week, just depending on how many are organised. This has been facilitated by virtue of the fact that these groups are now meeting virtually rather than in person, which they did pre-pandemic. So we're able to get much greater coverage, and that gives us real-time intelligence as to how local authorities are progressing, issues they're concerned about, areas where we need to provide further clarification around our recovery plan. So this now puts us in a good position, similar to what we always had in Wales and Northern Ireland, where we were able to engage with all of the local authorities. Turning then to some of the findings then from the analysis, I'm pleased to report that resourcing levels have continued to improve significantly across all three countries. For food hygiene and food standards, we are close to being back to the pre-pandemic levels. That doesn't mean the total level of resource that's being put into the system is what's required, but at least we're getting back to where we were. And in relation to the planned interventions or inspections that are required, we've seen a significant increase in performance in respect of the highest risk establishments, and clear evidence from local authorities that in respect of food hygiene, they are progressing significantly faster than the minimum requirements of the recovery plan. And we can see that through the number of businesses that are receiving a rating that was reported in the Q4 report. If we look at that in the context of the risk profile of businesses, it's very obvious a lot are able to go faster. Looking forward then, the vast majority of local authorities have indicated that they will be able to meet the next milestones for the plan, which are due by the end of this month. For those that have indicated that they will not be able to, we have already engaged with them to try and provide support and get them to a place where they'll be able to do so. In terms of a summary, referencing the fact that back in the worst stages of the pandemic where controls were suspended, that the local authority system was pretty much at the edge of the board's appetite of risk. What's clear is that the level of risk in relation to the known risks has declined significantly. That said, it is clear there are challenges lie ahead on completing inspections of lower risk establishments, lower risk unrated establishments, managing the non-compliance which is being detected, and this is causing concern amongst local authorities in the context of ongoing difficulties in securing appropriate people to employ. So we've got off to a very good start with the recovery plan and getting ahead of things, but it's quite clear that there are challenges down the line. Turning then to the amendment to the escalation procedure, we felt that in the context of the current challenges, it was appropriate that where we identify a case where our operational level engagement has not been able to secure an improvement, that it would be appropriate to inform the Chief Executive, who can then consider the nature and reasons for the concerns that we have, and a decision there can be taken as to whether we need to fast track the level of escalation at which we intervene. From the paper, you'll also see that in addition to analysing the data and the intelligence, we have been engaging with local authorities where we have had concerns, both in terms of what we found from the October temperature check and then subsequently from the end of year. And our engagement with local authorities is proving very positive. And as yet, we haven't met the threshold for having to escalate and use that particular procedure, because we are being given assurance and evidence that local authorities have addressed the issues which are causing the concern. And then finally, the last section of the paper gives an update about our work on development of our new measurement framework, KPIs, and the associated data gathering project. One of the key issues that we're looking at is exploring the viability of grouping local authorities to compare, I suppose, what you might describe like with like, apples with apples, rather than a one-size-fits-all that we've traditionally used, where everybody is considered in the same way, irrespective of the particular challenges that they face within their district. And I would welcome your views on those proposals.
Thank you, Michael. I mean, what you gave us there was a sort of rather encouraging and reassuring view that local authorities are catching up and we've got great engagement, and, you know, that's lovely to hear, and I hope really is the case. I suppose it's a little bit difficult to square that with the comments that Ruth made earlier, that, you know, the backlog is very, very substantial and, you know, 2.5 times higher than it was pre-pandemic. So what's your hard-nosed assessment of actually where they are as opposed to where they think they are? Maria, do you want to take that?
I'm happy to start. We looked back at what would have been unrated premises in 1819, at the end of 1819 and at the end of 1920, and those numbers run in general at about 30,000. So I think whenever you look at the 51,000 that's in the performance report, I think we are seeing a steady decline in the number. I think the peak was at about 60,000, 65,000. So it's slowly coming down. As we've explained to the board already, a lot of those businesses are in the lower risk category. So we're expecting local authorities to get to those businesses in this next phase. So we would expect to see, a really big decrease in those numbers in the next reporting period. Remember, this reporting period is December to March, and we're only just kicking into phase 2 now.
I fully understand that, you know, some of the backlog are the lower risk categories. And I guess it underpins the need to get on with the achieving business compliance model to make sure that we are prioritising effectively for the future. But the progress to get us down to, well, chart in the previous report, 17,000, whether it's 17, 20,000 routine level of backlog. I think, we need to be clear that it's going to take us several quarters, more than a year, 18 months possibly, even if it speeds up a bit over the summer. So just recognising that that's an issue, especially when you couple it with para 319, which talks about when they do get to these premises, that they have notable concerns. I've got the exact wording that it says, but I've lost it now, where it's quotes, noticeable decline in compliance with food law when they get there. So I guess my other question is the gap between the last, the time they're seen and the time they're followed up maybe now quite long. Given the pressure on industry and the changes in staffing and shortages and all that sort of thing, this is really quite concerning. So I guess my question is, are these areas pockets of the country? Is it all over? What do we need to know about this noticeable decline in standards? Because we need to really think about whether we're doing enough to not just catch up on those we haven't seen for a long time, but whether the context they're operating in is now increasing in risk, and therefore we need to think differently and perhaps more quickly about the ABC programme.
Sorry, in relation to the businesses declining, those are businesses that had previously been inspected. They were part of the system, and that's where they're seeing a deterioration. The picture is across the piece. There is when we go to every food liaison group, there's virtually no one that reports they're not seeing some level of decline in compliance. Unfortunately, that is being driven by a number of factors. Clearly, there are some who have perhaps slipped because there hasn't been a planned intervention in accordance with the regime that existed pre the pandemic. But we're also seeing significant issues with resourcing people available within the food business, and most latterly in relation to the spiralling cost of energy, where businesses are taking shortcuts and, for example, not turning hot water boilers on and things like that to make sure hot water is available. So sometimes it's a relatively simple thing to fix, and once the local authorities brought it to their attention, they can do that. One other comment I'd like to add in relation to the unrated, whilst that is still a significant number, and Marie has given some context around the nature of those businesses, I think it's important to remember that local authorities are constantly prioritising. So they're looking at the risk profile of the businesses that are due an inspection. They're looking at what's sitting waiting a first inspection, and they will be targeting risk accordingly. So it means that those, through the evidence that's available, are genuinely the lowest risk, the ones that wait the longest. And in a situation where local authorities cannot do everything at the one time, that is a sensible approach, that they're taking the most informed risk-based approach they can.
Absolutely understand that and appreciate the pressure on local authorities and the efforts that are going into recovering the situation. But I guess we just need to sit back and think we still have a lot of risk out there, and it's probably increasing. And so we do have to keep the pressure on to try and catch up on this and make sure that local authority teams get the resources they need to do this and get on with it.
And that perhaps links into the escalation procedure, and we perhaps shouldn't be too cautious in using that because otherwise we're just going to be constantly behind. I do feel anxious. I always feel worried when people, oh yes, it's getting better, and actually the pace of change is so slow. That's not good. Maybe getting better, but not fast enough. Tim, then Mark.
Thank you. Like Ruth, I appreciate all the difficulties that are being presented and the attempts to try and address them. And possibly I'm moving forward a little bit, but with the proposals around the KPIs to look at the local authorities, and I was just interested how they're going to be used, because if we've got a system that's incredibly under pressure, how those KPIs are deployed is going to be critical, whether they're going to be seen as supportive or punitive. whether they're published, who receives them. So if the NAO is going to be looking at them and gets a vision of what the picture looks like, and yet actually we're not empowered to really got to where we want to be, then we're creating a stick to beat ourselves with. So there's a few elements of risk about how we handle this as well, which I just be quite happy to be reassured on about what we're going to do and where we go forward. Thank you.
If I just come back on that one, Tim. One of the key things that we are doing in terms of our approach, and it applies wherever we're undertaking modernisation and looking to change the way we do things, we involve appropriate representatives from local authorities across the 3 countries in the process to make sure we are actually understanding the issues. So we do have a working group established that includes local authority representatives from England, Wales and Northern Ireland to help us build KPIs that will add value for them as well as for us. One of the limitations of the old approach that ran up until the pandemic, LAMES as it was known, it added a little bit of value for the FSA because we got the hard numbers, but it didn't really add value for local authorities. So we're hoping that we will have a set of KPIs that will be built to the new delivery model rather than the current model that will add value and will be useful to drive performance in local authorities, both internally and externally. Fundamental to that is that in the old world, there were many activities for which we did not give local authorities credit because we didn't ask about the activity and we weren't as outcome focused as we could be. So by addressing those 2 aspects within the new framework, you can see how we'll start to build a more sensible and added value proposition.
But we'll bring those back to the board.
I was going to say, I mean, we're sort of asked to sort of comment on the development of the new framework. Well, great, but okay, until we see it, it's a little bit hard to comment on it. Yeah, I'm keen that we get on with it, do our part efficiently. Mark.
Thanks, Susan. Again, don't want to repeat anything that anyone else has said. A couple of points I would make, if I may. The work that Michael and his team do supporting local authorities is really critical to achieving that kind of wider impact for the food safety network. And I think I've heard from colleagues about the greater engagement they've seen over recent months and years. So I'd just like to reflect that and congratulate the team for that. I'm really interested in where we're going in terms of KPIs because a lot of them up to now have been what I would call input measures, the number of times you go to a premises, rather than what we're achieving when we go there. So I'd like to see a real look at that, but it sounds like we're on that kind of road anyway. With regard to the food hygiene rating backlog, again, don't want to repeat anything. It strikes me that the report we've seen today showed that we've had a 26% increase in inspections, but that's only brought the tail down by 8%. On the number of new businesses that joined the scheme or that applied for registration in Q4, we've got about a year's worth of backlog just on that kind of growth. When you couple that with the stuff Michael's mentioned around difficulty recruiting and also retaining, not just recruiting, it does worry me that there is a big hole in our assurance around food safety. And I'm just really looking for assurance that we are being as helpful to local authorities, and perhaps we need to be more creative in how we help local authorities address some of those training, recruitment and retention issues. Some of them will tell you that even if they had the money, there's no one to recruit.
And that's an issue we've touched on previously, and I know there are a number of initiatives underway with the Environmental Health Office, Chartered Institute and so on to begin to try to address some of that. But there are no easy answers to this. But I think what I'm hearing for the board is a greater level of anxiety about this than the executive are perhaps quite saying. You're being quite reassuring and we're still feeling quite anxious, I think is the way I would summarise this. Fiona, last point.
Yeah, just the last point. I think that the board have covered all the many points that I wanted to make, but one of the things that's really clear is that Ray and Michael need resource to continue to manage a strategic transition from the tail end of the recovery and a transition into the new system that we're developing but isn't going to be in place for several years. So there's a there's a process probably that needs to be built around new KPIs, the engagement level that you've really got in place, and some of this creative thinking about how to do things differently with staffing and so on. You know, it's just that they're red flags that have come up again and again in the papers we've seen.
Good, thank you. So just to sort of summarise on that, I think we've considered the report and feel anxious about where we are. Absolutely agree the escalation process and feel like we shouldn't hesitate to use that partly to really remind local authorities of the absolute importance of focusing on this area, and that we will look forward to commenting on the new framework when we see that. And Maria, when is that going to come to the board?
We will need to just take that away and talk to the board secretariat about timings, Susan.
Okay.
But can I just come back very briefly on your anxiety, because it is really important for the board to remember that there is an agreed pathway to return to compliance. That pathway was agreed by the board. We only have just completed the first phase of that pathway to compliance. I think we are entering a really critical phase, and that is where local authorities start to mop up those lower risk businesses, and it's really important. We just don't know how that will go, but we will come back to the board and tell you about it.
I accept that, Maria, that we're at the start of the process, but I also know that at each board meeting we always hear that, the end of year is going to be critical and we'll see an upturn, and the next we'll see an upturn. And the reality is there's a slow, gradual recovery, but there isn't any sign, I don't think, at the moment of a step change, which is probably what's going to be needed if we're going to actually get on top of this. Okay, thank you very much for a huge amount of work, and fabulous to hear from sort of Mark how much this is appreciated out there in the community. So thank you. Okay, on to the next item, and this is about our veterinary resourcing update. This is a topic which we discussed extensively at our last meeting, and this paper really gives some updates on a few areas of work which are quite linked in the sense that they're all about supporting both continued and hopefully improved veterinary resource to deliver official controls in meat premises. So I'll leave the team. I guess, Junior, are you going to introduce this paper for us, please? And welcome to Simon as well, who has been the acting director in this area for some while. And I might also take this opportunity, Simon, really to say a huge thank you for all that you have done on this. We know it's not an easy area, and we're really grateful for you stepping in when Colin left. We're also very sad to be saying goodbye to you. I know you're leaving the agency at the end of next month. And we wish you all the best in your future. And thank you, and very best wishes from the board.
Thank you.
Junior, over to you. Another hard act to follow.
I should say that Simon's assured me that his departure has got nothing to do with my arrival. So a few things, if I may, Susan, just in terms of update since the paper was drafted and sent to the board. So the first is in relation to the contract variation. So we've been working with the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons. So we've been working with the service delivery partner to agree an extension, a contract variation to the contract because of the unforeseen costs in relation to COVID and EU exit that they've had to take on board. So since we've drafted the paper, that variation has been agreed. So and we've been working with an external auditor to ensure that we have the right mechanisms in place to ensure that we monitor that effectively. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is in relation to temporary registration, where we have been working with the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons to agree an extension to the temporary registration for official veterinarians. That was agreed last week, and they've agreed to a 12-month extension with a 6-month review point. So I think we've made some really good progress, and I'd like to thank the team and everyone that's been involved in supporting that for helping us get those over the line. I'll pause at that point and just open it up for questions.
Thank you, and maybe I can take this opportunity to say huge thanks to the Royal College, who I know have been working very closely with Jane Clark and with others in the FSA to think about the whole issue of veterinary resource, and have been very helpful to us in putting together the sort of future plans. But I think the temporary registration is a really crucial component in that, just to give us a little bit of time for some of those other strategies to come on stream. So yes, huge thanks to them, and in fact I'll write to them this week shortly, just to express those thanks. Comments from the board, Col, and then Margaret.
Chair, thank you. Junior, thank you. And Simon, thank you for all the work you've done into that. I mean, that's really good news that we've now agreed the variation on contract, and I've got it done at the best possible deal we could have done, as I understand it. And really good news to get that 1-year extension on the temporary registration. I suppose, can we, in conjunction with our service delivery partner now, make sure that we get the sufficient resource in place? Looking at some of the graphs in the paper here on page 7, it's quite stark to see the fall off, not just in the EU but in the rest of the world over the last 5 years. On the over-reliance now on UK vets, where we know we don't train enough. So can we actually use this 12-month window to make sure we get that up to speed? And obviously we do have plans to bring part of this in-house, which could be slightly difficult now with the Commission on how things go there. But what proactively are we doing with our service delivery partner to make sure that we plan for the immediate future?
I'm going to suggest Margaret has her question, and then you can pick them both up. Margaret.
Yes, great news, especially about the extra registration, the longer registration. Obviously, there's a reluctance, but we had to have this change in the contract, so at least that is now done, and it is vital in delivering our official controls. What I was looking for was a little bit of assurance that the independent advice we took to ensure this did indeed represent value for money was sound and as adequate as you wanted it to be. And then secondly, as we're moving to take 25% of official vets in-house, do you, as I think the paper is suggesting, anticipate that most of those will come across, transfer from our service provider?
Any other comments from the board on this paper? Fiona.
Yes, I'm afraid it's a question about speed again. We seem to have talked a lot about speed today, and everything seems to need to be being developed in a hurry. But I think the concern that I've got is that the temporary registration arrangement is another 12-month rollover. We've got 9 to 12 months to get the new system in place and people recruited, again in a market where the people that we're looking to employ are in very short supply. And I think that there are mitigation plans around building partnerships, looking at ways of finding newly trained people who are qualified to work in the UK to come here, but they're still in their infancy. And I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can establish a more strategic transitional programme with the Royal College, which will support our restructuring programme, so that we don't have this 12-month situation again on a repeated basis.
Thank you. Junior, can I hand over to you on those?
Okay, so if I take Cole's questions first, in relation to working with the service delivery partner. So I think if the key thing here is that we have an exit strategy, which is going to be really key to ensure that the cliff edge that you refer to doesn't happen. So, we're doing all that we can, working with Royal College of Veterinary Services surgeons to ensure that we dial up our attraction strategy. We're working with the service delivery partner, not only to ensure that we recruit in, but we're retaining the ones that we do bring in. I think in relation to how we work with them going forward, we're just going to have to keep coming back to ensure that we're keeping you updated, but doing work with all of the various partners, whether that be other government departments, the government veterinary service, who we're engaging with to ensure that we have a consistent supply chain or improve the supply chain. In relation to the point on assurance and and value for money, so we have worked with or have been working with a external assurance or auditing company who have come in and looked at and worked with our finance colleagues and our commercial colleagues to ensure that the contract and the award that we have in place and all of the measures that we have in place to actually monitor that have been assured by them. And we are meeting regularly with the service delivery partner, and just as importantly, they are working in a really good spirit of engagement with us to ensure that we're engaging and they're highlighting any issues, and we're picking issues that we can pick up through the contract management. In relation to speed, Fiona, your question in relation to how do we ensure that we have a strategic transition? I think it goes back to what I was saying before around the importance of us, one, through the contract monitoring that effectively, but also ensuring that we have really strong relationships with the service delivery partner to ensure that we have all of the right mechanisms in place, and working with other government departments to ensure that we've got all of the things that we can put in place to actually monitor this effectively. Simon, I don't know whether there's anything that you wanted to add to that.
Junior, thank you for that, which is fine at one level, except I can't help but feel that that's probably what we said this time last year about we need to work with others and, blah, blah, blah. I'm just feel like there's something more needed and a greater sense of pace somehow. Others, Margaret, you're looking to...
Sorry, it was just the question I asked about are most of the vets just going to move across to us? Sorry, it's not...
Okay, let's just answer that one about where we think these other vets are going to come from.
So there's a transfer undertaking, a 2P arrangement that we have. So we're working with the service delivery partner and getting advice on that. So we assume that will apply in relation to transferring across in the early days. But further on down the line, if depending on how ambitious we want to be with this, that is, we're going to have to go to the market in the same way other partners do. Does that help, Margaret?
Yes.
So what is going? So in terms of this sort of 25% of them, if they're going to come mostly from the service delivery partner, what's going to happen? We just put out an advert and see who applies to come and work for it. What's the process? Will people choose whether they want to move or not? Or will they just be chupied over and, it's a sort of take it or leave it?
It will to some...
Simon's trying to come in as well. Simon or Maria, who's going to take? Maria, who's going to take this? I'll come to you after Simon.
Can I just pick this one up? Susan, I wouldn't want to rehearse that at the board meeting. I think we have those plans in place, and just to reassure the board that those conversations are happening, and we will be resolving that.
Okay. Well, we can talk separately about that. Simon.
Thanks, Susan. I was just going to say, similar to Maria, I think what we just have to remember is it's really early days in the direct employment of OVs project, and whether and to what extent TUPE applies and what that looks like is still very much under discussion. What we need to do at that point is, once we've got the data that we need to consider, is then look at what that means in respect of of any additional vacancies. But it is really early days, and we're working very closely with Maria and her team on what that looks like.
Emily? So it's actually relating to the speed around the transition, if I can come in on that. I think Junie has sort of summarised well what we're doing, but I just wanted to give a bit more detail. So what we're trying to achieve is that the vets that either the service delivery partner recruit or that we end up having with us, ideally we can find enough and that we retain them long enough so that we don't go into this situation again. So that there are probably at least 5 different things we're doing to achieve that. The first is the temporary registration arrangement, which is the short-term sticking plaster. We don't want that to be the long-term answer. It doesn't. It's not right, but that's what we need in the short term. The second is that the service delivery partner has increased the pay of the vets that they have recruited in the hope that that will mean they will retain more, and that's what this contract variation is that we've just described. And I think we've said in public that that is an additional over £5 million this year. The third thing is thinking about, as we insource, how to make it an attractive career choice for vets, whether from overseas or from within the UK. So we're looking both at the pay questions for the FSA point of view, but also the career, the design of the job role. So, for example, can we have people working term time? Can we think about part-time work that they can do complementarily with other vet work that they do through private practice? So there's a deep conversation about that going on. And then finally, we're working with vet schools to promote a public health veterinary career within the UK and hopefully persuade more people into the profession. So that's what we set out to the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons last week, and that was why they agreed to do the temporary registration piece in the short term. But they would not have agreed to the temporary registration piece in the short term if we didn't have those other longer term plans in place. And I hope that convinces you that we are doing this at pace as best we can. Good. Tim.
Thanks. I don't want to really prolong the conversation, just as time's getting on, but I think because I think we're all slightly sensitised over this and we want it to work, there's a risk that we get into quite a lot of detail around the operational, and there's a lot to do. I guess the real thing for the board is about assurance about where we are, the timing and the detail of which there's a huge number of components. I mean, obviously, ARAC will have a role in that, and it might be that some of that is about the stringency of that relationship and then reporting into the board as much as allowing the team to get on with what looks like a really difficult job, actually, to make it all happen and keep the people on board. So I think we do need to scrutinise it, and I think we do need to keep it in field of vision, but, you know, keep the balance so that we allow the operational bits to get on, because I think it's probably going to take its time, actually.
Okay, we are going to have to press on. I'm sure we'll be back to this before we know it, and I know ARAC are deeply involved in many of these issues. We're running slightly behind, and I apologise for that. But we're going to press on now to talk about the risk analysis process, and in particular the regulated products service. So we're joined again by Peter, who's a busy man today. Well, Peter, why don't I just hand straight over to you and let you introduce it very, very briefly, and then we'll take questions from the board.
Thank you, Susan. Good afternoon, board. We've got 2 papers in this slot. The risk analysis paper, which is the first time we've reported in this form. Previously, we've covered updates in the Chief Executive's report, and board will recall that we had a more detailed conversation on risk analysis in the last meeting in March. The other paper, which would be useful to focus on this afternoon, is the Regulated Product Service Update paper. As agreed at the March board, we've been developing performance indicators and welcome board comments on section 5 of the paper in particular. It's there that we describe the measures, what they're trying to achieve, and how we intend to meet our targets, and the measures combine both speed and quality considerations. We can be developing further measures as the service becomes more and more established, and welcome any comments from the board.
Wow, that was a swift introduction. Well, thank you. So the KPIs, I mean, I think that the first one about applications which were incomplete when first submitted, great. That's really helpful, and that will be a really good measure of how well we're doing our job in enabling people to get these applications in good shape. I suppose I feel like we're missing something about progress through the system, but I can't quite work out what it exactly should be. But I welcome comments from others on what we might do, which actually tells us whether we're sort of getting things out there and genuinely supporting innovation in the way we want to. And that can't just be about people think they've had a positive experience, because that will be coloured by whether we approve their product or not. Rebecca, were you going to?
Yeah, just before we invite comments, just an update for the board. You'll remember when we talked to you about this at the previous board meeting, we reminded you that we've been planning an external review of our regulated product service, in particular looking at the operational performance and continuous improvement. We believe we've identified somebody who can come and help us with that, putting that in place now, and this is one of the things that we'd like some advice on, so it would be good to report back to the board once that review is complete.
Ruth.
A very helpful update, thank you. And the metrics that are proposed, yes. But I agree, Susan, that there's a need for something which is end-to-end. Recognising there'll be times when you stop the clock for all sorts of reasons, but until we have the whole package and we know the key points of where people are, we won't have a sense of the overall quality of process, if you like, and as well as the outcome. So, but I realise that you probably need to set up some data gathering systems for those key points. So I would think what we need next is to build up the database and then have a sort of snapshot audit to look at, well, what was the experience over time, so that you can get a build-up, a significant number of cases, so you can get meaningful analysis of what were the bottlenecks or not, what were the obstacles that prevented progress, and so on. So I think there's something about just that end-to-end picture, but making sure we're collecting the right data now to be able to do that.
I think that's a really good idea, and I think if we collected more data, we would also be in a better position to set some realistic targets. So it's great to see these very ambitious targets, but they're sort of really, we haven't got anything really to base them on at the moment. So that does seem quite an important issue. Other comments, Tim?
Yeah, I mean, echo what Ruth said, and I don't think people use this phrase now, but it kind of needs a critical path analysis where we go through and we look at the opportunities, but also to represent that in almost a flowchart way, I think, so we can look at how it's engineered, it makes sense, it withstands scrutiny, it will work. And, it is early days for us, we understand that, but I think that's the sort of assurance to make this more of a work-a-day function rather than what seems at the moment, and it is a perceptual thing, it feels exceptional.
Other comments? I'm aware it's the very end of a very long day where we've had lots of detailed discussions, and I sort of rather regret that we're probably not giving this paper perhaps as much scrutiny as we should. I think we're due. Am I right? We're due an annual update in December, I think, on the risk analysis process. Is that?
Yes. So in fact, we've just given you an annual update, but that was slightly postponed, so we can come back in December, and I think it would be a good opportunity, as I say, once we've done the work that I mentioned, because all of these things are on our list. We know they need to be done, but it's a bit difficult until we've got the data, we've done the further thinking for us to have a conversation where we can move things on.
No, if I could just say, Chair, there were plans for ARAC to do a deep dive into the risk analysis and risk management process. We deferred that until we sort of got the first year under our belt, and I think this might well be the right time for ARAC to start looking at that in more detail on behalf of the board.
Okay, so why don't we take this sort of outside of this meeting and really think about who's going to look at what and when. What I would say in relation to this paper, I mean, we've agreed we'll have this as a regular standing item. I think it is really helpful for us us to see where we're up to, and we'll make sure it isn't always at the end of the agenda, and then at the next meeting, hopefully, we'll have a little bit more of our energy to focus on this. But what I would also say to colleagues is, if there are aspects of this that you want to know more about or want to discuss, then please do contact Rebecca or Peter, because this is an area which is in development. It's not, it's not a finished product, and so I think it would value from some more thoughtful and critical friend attention on the system. And great to hear about the review. I think that will be useful too. So I think that does, thank you, Peter. I think that does bring us to the end of the formal agenda. I don't think we've got any other business. I assume nothing has cropped up over the course of the afternoon. So it just remains to say a huge thank you to everybody for all your contributions, both from the executive and the board. Our next board and business committee meetings are going to be on Wednesday, the 14th of September. We'll be in Belfast, and very much looking forward to that. In the meantime, I hope people get a bit of time off, at least over the summer, though there's so much to do. I'm not quite sure when any of that's going to happen for any of us, but very best wishes to you all. Thank you.